Chapter 2601, A Critical Threshold. Extremity Blue spoke towards the maddened figures of Flashing Shadow and the Shadow Extremity Overlord below her, along with the approximate dozen or so Tier 1 and Tier 2 extremities who could barely withstand her hockey far below them. She looked at all of them and smiled with a light of craziness in her eyes. You call that flimsy usage of authority that you just released Tier 3? You then ask why? Don't ask such a philosophical question to me now. Her voice echoed out as if she had not just slaughtered an untold number of beings. She was smiling at the beginning of the sentence, and yet her face warped and became rageful towards the end. You ask why? Why does reality flow the way it does? Why do we exist and die? Her expression changed from rage to a smile once more as she focused on the eyes full of wrath of the shadow extremities below her. The only why that will matter to you in the next few seconds is, why are you so weak? The reality above became painted blue again as it felt like a massive river of reality had unfolded from her whip, and it was smashing down with scrutiny towards all those below. This dot was only displaying the might of a single being. And yet, she was not alone. The moment that she had acted, the beings beside her adapted to the crazy reality she had brought forth and moved right away. They knew that their objective this time was not a truly powerful inheritance. As if to show these, there were only two Tier 3 hyperversal extremities that were able to withstand the might of Extremity Blue at this moment. Far below the Flashing Shadow and the Shadow Extremity Overlord, 12 Tier 2 and 1 hyperversal extremities had their eyes burning with rage and incredulity as they secured other locations of the Shadow Fortress and the remaining lands of the Cult of Endless Shadows. In the depths of the fortress, the figure of Muna and Extremity Gabriella remained as Gabriella's aura shook dangerously, seeming on the border of Tier 2 and Tier 3. They had to be here to protect the Shadow Sword as it couldn't be left unattended. But at this moment, Extremity Gabriella's gaze utterly changed as she found from the gaps of space two terrifying auras of Tier 3 hyperversal extremity authorities bypassed Flashing Shadow and the Shadow Extremity Overlord, who were locked down by the maddening woman radiating blue light as these enemy extremities made a straight path towards the Shadow Seaplane that the armament of Extremity was in. Extremity Gabriella's face turned utterly sour as she bellowed out for all to hear, "Their objective is the Shadow Sword." Her cry was primordial and filled with endless anger. She couldn't believe the reality currently unfolding, as never in recent record had an inheritance been attacked like this. Nor did one ever poach the treasures of another. Her rage was akin to fuel as she squeezed every ounce of her power. Even though she knew that the beings coming down were much more powerful than her, she would not let them succeed in their aim. From her hyperversal extremity expansion, endless shadows, reality became distorted as waves of endless shadows began to flow. Beside her, Muna gathered any semblance of hyperversal extremity authority in his body as he struck out. As well, their attacks crossing light years to meet their enemies before they even arrived, but the enemies that had come were too prepared. They knew exactly which force they were attacking and how to thwart them. They knew their power as the absolute reality was that they could easily defeat them, with their main goal here being to simply come in and out in a short period of time with everything that they needed, and so, they did just that. From above, Extremity Ariana and Chamber Master Gaiacus harumphed as they exploded with hyperversal authority. Endlessly purple flames cascaded down like a burning sea while a golden light crossed the skies with great speed. Even further behind them, the veiled Avernus extremities included in this incursion erupted with their own authority to clash with the Tier 1 and Tier 2 shadow extremities that mustered up their will to fight back against this unexpected attack. The whole region was flipped upside down and turned into an apocalyptic chaos as in the midst of all of this, a single being in the very depths of the Shadow Seaplane ignored all that was happening, his body continuing to shoot towards the massive armament of Extremity in the distance as before his eyes. More and more prompts rose. The 13th boundary layer of shadows has been attained. The 14th boundary layer of shadows has been attained. In his vision, everything was pulsing with countless strings all around. He traversed across the oscillations and vibrations of these strings as the faraway Shadow Sword became ever closer, to the point that he knew he needed just a few nanoseconds before he could reach it. The closer he went, the denser the pure hyperversal extremity authority of shadows became as his soul cried out in happiness, absorbing everything endlessly as the cracks within it caused by clashing Vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal authorities were healed with utmost scrutiny. But he felt the overwhelming extremity authority far above him near. He felt the ready forces of the Avernus clan come ever closer. The shadow extremities would not be able to stop them. Gabriella and Muna simply didn't have what it took to stop two powerful Tier 3 hyperversal extremities from the Avernus clan for even a few nanoseconds. Much less Noah. His eyes were filled with brilliance and power as in the midst of all of this, he called out softly, domain expansion, indefatigable quintessence. Indefatigable, quintessence, many things had changed over the last day, as one of these was indefatigable being taken to the level of a quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity. Out of the many possible abilities in domains Noah could have called out, he chose this for no other reason than to erupt and cause even more chaos in the surroundings, chaos that may actually stand a chance to affect hyperversal extremities, chaos to give him enough time to get to the shadow sword. This chaos was in the form of something deeply connected to the indefatigable quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity. BZZT, the now extremely pure vacuous hyperversal authority within his soul churned, paired with the domain expansion of indefatigable quintessence he had called out in addition to the extremely pure hyperversal extremity authority he had been absorbing. Crack, it felt like something deep inside his soul broke, and, you have achieved a sufficient level of purity, you are beginning your first vacuous awakening. Chapter 2602, A Critical Threshold. 2. 2602, A Critical Threshold. 2. In and out, quick was the main objective of the current incursion, as the Avernus extremities wasted no time, and their overwhelming power allowed them to accomplish this with freedom. Extremity Ariana watched the scene below her coldly as the woman who had tried to release a hyperversal extremity domain finally understood the true gap in their power. Barely grasping Tier 3 and thinking you can move faster and with more power, Ariana sneered as the scene of the all-encompassing domain of endless shadows did not manage to unfold. Instead, hundreds of massive purple flaming spears the size of realities manifested all around the domain of shadows, piercing it and deflating it like a popped balloon as the one who had called it forth. She had her body pierced by a concentrated purple spear as her stomach was split open while endless darkness leaked from it. Beside her, there was a being called Muna. He seemed to just be grasping hyperversal extremity authority as he had faced the attention of Chamber Master Gaiacus. The golden flames of that old man are no joke. Ariana thought of such a thing as where the one called Muna used to float. Reality around the whole area was scorched as a sea of golden flames erased every record around it. A Tier 3 hyperversal extremity facing one that was barely stepping to become Tier 1? The discrepancy in power was so vast that even an instant was enough to erase the weaker side entirely. This was how drastic reality had become within the shadow seaplane. This was how fast hyperversal extremities could act. The Senatus of Extremity will not stand for this. While her soul and records were under attack by purple flames filled with a unique hyperversal extremity authority, Gabriella bellowed out with maddening rage. Yet Extremity Ariana was no longer looking at her, as both she and Gaiacus were focused on the depths of the plane that was blown wide open and their goals within it. They saw the massive armament of Extremity. They then saw the figure crossing through space was sucking in all the surrounding pure hyperversal extremity authority, his visage about to come in contact with the shadow sword. Seeing his figure ignoring the weight of pure hyperversal extremity authority and even absorbing it in mass, Ariana became stern as before she could even speak. Chamber Master Gaiacus caused the above reality to instantly burn liquid gold as the darkness of shadows was being erased rapidly in this region. He needs to die with surety. They could see it, his talent, his potential, this being making the Avernus clan an enemy. They had to erase any potential he held early. They would also let him know that from here on out he shouldn't expect his ventures to be easy or successful, since they had begun their hunt for him. They wouldn't send apex ionic lifeforms as just like what they were doing now. Hyperversal extremities would be the ones to move against him until all of his records were erased. Even though Gaiacus was making a move as all of nearby reality was turning gold, Extremity Ariana also made a move as an absolute dynamis of extremity leaked from her body, her figure instantly turning into a flash of purple flames. In front of a hyperversal extremity wielding an absolute dynamis of extremity, space was relative, and Ariana squeezed the space around her in a shocking manner. The words of her soul could barely be heard. Miniature wormhole. Only a glimmer of purple flames flashed as she crossed through and past all of the raging pure hyperversal extremity authority, her visage instantly appearing before the figure of the being shining with multicolored light. He had overcome all enemies that Ariana had read about during his conflicts. He had a talent for overcoming difficulties, as Ariana did not want him to even have a sliver of a chance, even though she knew that unless this Osmont before her expressed genuine hyperversal extremity authority, he would never be able to even lift the shadow sword, much less wield it. She didn't want him to gain a single thing, as at this moment, both she and Chamber Master Gaiacus made a move against an existence that had yet to even glimpse extremity. If beings like Gabriella were incapacitated while Muna was eradicated, what could Osmont do at this moment? This was the reality, and yet Ariana didn't let her guard down. Her visage reformed as her fair hands unfurled to grasp the multicolored Being before her, she had to come in contact with him and spread her hyperversal extremity authority unto him, making sure to trace his source to all of his bodies and then locating his records in the Ionic annals of extremity, as only then could this being be erased. Time slowed, the golden light from Gyacus and the fist hands of Ariana were right there, inches away. The true emperor of quintessence was about to be grasped by terrifying existences who moved with all their power, and at such a juncture, Ariana's deeply purple eyes dilated as her hand that was inches away from Noah's entity changed directions and slapped sideways. It was because she actually felt a warning, as the moment she slapped out, she came in contact with the borders of an emerging obsidian rift of space bordered by a cherry-colored light and dark crevice that she had to slap away. As an instant later, she also turned her blessed body sideways to evade another emerging rift that was radiating potent vacuous hyperversal authority. These rifts weren't normal openings of pockets of vacuous hyperversal authority. Extremity Ariana knew them very well, as the potency they released confirmed for her that these were the very same vacuous hyperversal domain rifts that formed in the extreme edges of the Seven Havens. They also formed in more dangerous regions across the Seven Havens, but the main thing about these crevices was that after one entered them, they could be transported outside of the jurisdiction of the Seven Havens. If it were the massive established vacuous hyperversal domain rifts, one could enter them and still find their way back into the Seven Havens by returning to them. They were stable. The vacuous hyperversal domain rifts currently blooming all around were filled with instability, as if they would fade away any second. If one entered any of these rifts, they would be spat out into an unfamiliar place in the vacuous hyperversal domains. As the moment the rift closed, their entry to the seventh realms was turned away. They would have to cross outside the range of space, time, and reality until they found their way back to the Seven Havens. This was the warning Ariana felt. Her eyes became even more focused at such a development as all around them, hundreds of such unstable vacuous hyperversal domain rifts bloomed. They bought the being who should have landed in the hands of a ultimate extremity a nanosecond that he utilized to instantly BZZT come in contact with an armament of extremity. Chapter 2603 Awakening. 2603 Awakening. Armament of extremity. To merely hold it, a being that did not have hyperversal extremity authority would find such an action an impossibility. One could be near it, one could try to touch it, but to wield it was an impossibility unless they wrapped their hands in hyperversal extremity authority. Noah didn't have such an authority in his body, but he did have a soul that had been bathed with vacuous and Vitali's hyperversal authority this whole time. The only thing he was missing was extremity. So when his palm landed on a small area of the massive sword anchored in space, what he came in contact with was cold metal that instantly erupted with the most potent pure hyperversal extremity authority of shadows yet, along with streams of information on this weapon before him. And all of it was blasted into his body as it creaked like a vessel taking on too much pressure, and yet he withstood it as the result of such an action. Musings of the 16th boundary layer of shadows are emerging within your mind. Traces of a 16th boundary layer came. He just needed to hold on until he fully achieved it, and possibly more. He had released the domain expansion of indefatigable quintessences from it. Dazzling rifts had emitted all around him as they seemed to lead into truly terrible domains. Alongside it, his main body in the infinite hyperversal haven had begun to undergo a change with an uncertain result as the first vacuous awakening was occurring. All of this was provoked by the expansion of indefatigable quintessences, even though he did not at all have the power to withstand extremities. This single cast of a domain had actually granted him precious time, but that was it. The enemies that had made a move this time were authentic extremities. BZZT. Behind him, the woman bathed in purple flames evaded all the blooming rifts as if she did not wish to touch them, and when she saw Noah's body surrounded by these very same rifts coming in contact with the shadow sword, her dazzling jewel-like eyes blinked as she instantly moved. Noah felt her shocking movements as oraculum buzzed in his soul, its authority moving at this time, even though it might not work due to the pure hyperversal extremity authority surrounding the shadow sword and the enemy extremities around him. Hyperversal plundering, WAA. Noah still tried even more as from above, a bejeweled illusory golden hand formed and plucked down, and yet, the tier 3 hyperversal extremity was much, much faster. The next time she appeared, she was far above Noah. Near the handle of the shadow sword, say. She dodged another set of erupting vacuous hyperversal domain rifts as her fair hands enlarged and reached out towards the handle of the armament of extremity. She also gazed at the formed bejeweled hand of a quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity as she waved her left hand towards it, a sea of hyperversal extremity flames erupting out to devour this hand entirely, and, she emit with even more waves of hyperversal extremity authority with her right hand that instantly restrained the pure hyperversal extremity authority of shadows within the handle of the shadow sword. Noah's eyes rising and locking with hers at this moment, the authority of hyperversal plundering has been erased. Time felt like it moved at a snail's pace. Extremity Ariana's eyes burned with purple flames as they seemed to be smiling coldly at Noah, and he stared back with ferocity as concentrated waves of pure hyperversal extremity authority of shadows flowed into him, many prompts rising at the same time as when the being before his eyes pulled the armament of extremity upwards. Boom! The pristine shadow sword that he was touching the cold metal of was instantly moved back, and not just that, the eyes of extremity Ariana shone coldly while she moved the shadow sword back. Her hyperversal extremity authority flowed out densely as she tipped the angulation and trajectory slightly, just slightly, and this single alteration turned the sharp blade point of the armament of extremity towards Noah's visage. The single action seemed to have drained a lot from Ariana as her purple eyes dimmed, but she was able to slightly move the shadow sword that she now grasped in her hands as she tilted its movement slightly, causing it to point its blade edge towards the one being near it. As a moment later the body of the true Emperor of Quintessence was met with it, a cut appeared in the fold of reality and extended out endlessly, everything seeming like a cut canvas of a painting is in the far distance. Chamber Master Gaiacus' figure moved sideways to evade this shocking cut of reality, a cut that stretched out as far as the remnants of the Shadow Fortress and the battling cerulean lunatic who was thrashing the flashing shadow and the Shadow Extremity Overlord. The figure of the true Emperor of Quintessence was the first to face this figure as he faced the sharp end of a wielded armament of extremity head-on. The pure pressure and power alone was so shocking that the whole figure of the quintessential Emperor of Extremity was eviscerated into nothingness right away, who, holding the hilt of armament of extremity with a tired gaze, Ariana sighed as her eyes scanned the region below. Was he really DEA-? Her thoughts didn't finish. Her eyes radiated a profound light of wonder as she saw a bursting singularity near a vacuous hyperversal domain rift, this singularity instantly emerging to recreate a multicolored stellar existence that stared towards her with an extremely cold gaze, at the same time that Noah faced the sharp end of the armament of extremity head-on. The burst of pure hyperversal extremity authority of shadows from it was so potent that he drank as much as possible, and by the time he was struck and millions of damage values decimated everything about him, the 16 boundary layer of shadows has been attained. A glorious prompt came, and then your quintessential hyperversal vitality values have been reduced to 1. You have entered a state of quasi-true death. Due to the nature of the domain expansion indefatigable quintessence, your quintessential hyperversal vitality value will not reduce past 1 until the whole domain is destroyed. Your aspects of existence are reforming. A singularity bloomed near a vacuous hyperversal domain rift as his body reformed. He gazed at the visage of the purple-flamed extremity in the distance as countless thoughts crossed his mind. His enemies this time were actually not dumb, they moved with precision and power as they just prevented him from making a shocking amount of gains today. Chapter 2604 Awakening 2. 2604 Awakening 2. Just by being in contact with the armament of extremity and being killed by it, he devoured enough pure hyperversal extremity authority of shadows to obtain the highest boundary layer so far, the 16th layer that he couldn't attain from Opich. It was so pristine as who knew what he could have gained if he was able to remain in contact with the shadow sword freely? Yet the enemies this time actually used their heads as an opportunity was stopped halfway, and at this time, you all are still playing around with him? Wow, let me take a look at this kid, the voice of a lunatic thundered out as an endless cerulean sea descended. Within it, the figures of Flashing Shadow and the Shadow Extremity Overlord could be seen battling with illusory blue clones of Extremity Blue, her main body instantly arriving beside Extremity Ariana as she evaded all the hundreds of vacuous hyperversal domain rifts in the surroundings. She was truly battling two other Tier 3 hyperversal extremities as she found the time to freely gaze at Noah and speak. Another greenhorn. Hey kid, you wanted to spend a little more time with that armament of extremity, right? Her snow-white hair shone with tendrils of blue as she spoke seriously towards Noah. Her beauty was utterly devastating as from her serious expression, she smiled like the sweetest being as she continued. I'll give it to you, but just let me take a look at your soul for a second. I just want a little peek of your soul, that's it. Ariana shook her head with frustration while muttering under her breath, this fucking lunatic. She tried her best to control the armament of extremity in her hands as she carefully wrapped it with hyperversal extremity authority, turning her head towards Extremity Blue as she spoke out. this isn't his main body as I've already killed him once to no avail. The mission is successful for the most part as we need to quickly pull OU-HUUM. Her words didn't finish as she raised her head. There, in the distance, the auras of fantastically powerful Tier 3 hyperversal extremities began to appear as Ariana knew their true foes were arriving. Their faces were masked with white gold masks as without saying a word, their figures moved and erupted with hyperversal extremity authority as they targeted Ariana, who grabbed hold of the shadow sword, along with Extremity Blue and Chamber Master Gaiacus. Extremity Blue gazed up at this as she smiled gleefully, clapping her hands as if she was seeing the most beautiful scene in the world. Look at these guys, always coming in late. Her gorgeous visage pulsed with power. She tapped her lips as she stared at the figure of Noah surrounded by obsidian rifts and the guardians defending above as she asked Ariana beside her without even turning, "You have enough of a handle on the armament of Extremity to leave with it?" "Almost. Gaiacus." Ariana replied curtly as she called out for Chamber Master Gaiacus, his dominant visage appearing beside her to lend his power as well, with this showing just how pristine an armament of Extremity was, as it needed 2 Tier 3 hyperversal extremities just to get a hold of it quickly before they branded it with their authority to have such a weapon recognize them as the owner. "Good, then I will provide you and the others cover." A gorgeous blue radiance lit up on her fair skin as her figure emanated even more deadly beauty, her smile heart-shaking as she floated upwards to meet oncoming guardians while still battling with Flashing Shadow and the Shadow Extremity Overlord. "It's a good day to die." While uttering such ominous words, her eyes began to collect every single source of light in all of nearby reality. In the distance, Noah's gaze pulsed with oraculum as he saw opportunities closed off on all sides here, the gains he made with the shadow sword being abruptly stopped here, as at this moment, only bells of danger rang out, as it seemed these existence beginning to shine with a blue light was particularly dangerous, more dangerous than the purple flamed woman and the golden man beside her, as at this moment, Noah felt the life of the quintessential Emperor of Extremity at risk. It meant that even the domain expansion of indefatigable quintessence would be getting erased soon as he was given the same reminder he had gotten many times now. He could not stand against hyperversal extremities, at least not yet, so he didn't linger as before whatever disaster was coming bloomed. His eyes gazed at the myriad of vacuous hyperversal domain rifts around him as without any ounce of hesitation he entered through one of them, rifts that took one outside of the authority of the 7 Vitalis havens. When they faded, one would have to find their own way back or have some capability that allowed them to quickly return to their home. Rifts such as these weren't things one could conjure freely, with hyperversal extremities proficient in vacuous hyperversal authority being the only ones who were able to do so, and yet with indefatigable quintessence. Noah had called them forth, and now, he entered through one of them as he took this opportunity to escape, as well as do something he had planned on doing for the past few days: increased understanding and exploration of vacuous hyperversal authority. Noah's figure left, but the obsidian rifts remained as a trace of his will was left behind to watch just what would occur, and the scene was an ecstatic one. The extremity bathed in blue made herself the center of attention as her words continued to respond out. "Reality is particularly dark tonight." Her gaze was contemplative as she gazed at the vast darkness of penumbra all around them. "Let me brighten it up for you all so that you can see." She placed her hand on her left chest and closed her bright eyes, her head beginning to bop back and forth as astoundingly an upbeat symphony began to blast out. A smile was painted on her red lips as when she opened her gaze again, she called out lightly, "Sea of Lunacy." Hyperversal hockey of extremity emerged as the base. Multiple absolute dynamies of extremity then joined in, as in the location where a main branch of the cult of endless shadows was, a blue light shone and lit up this region of penumbra for countless light years. The perpetrator of such a light was a single being, with her might being unsurpassed as she ran wild in the haven of penumbra on this day. There was a major query that very few would ask regarding all this. A query that needed an answer the most was: where was the adjudicator of penumbra during all this time? Could he not see what was happening in this region? Chapter 2605 Awakening 3, 2605 Awakening 3. An eruption of endless blue light from a maddened Tier 3 hyperversal extremity was the last thing Noah's last shred of will saw in the remnants of the Shadow Seaplane before everything was erased. His reified source of quintessence had stepped into the folds of one of the vacuous hyperversal domain rifts, as this body was currently outside of the authority of Vitalis, not in the 7 Vitalis havens, not in the planar palisades of extremity, elsewhere, the vacuous hyperversal domains was the name that most beings Noah had come across and devoured the memories of called it. Such domains may go under entirely different names from the perspective of the natives. The vacuous malignancies mentioned by the adjudicator of dissolution, the entities that reveled in devouring hyperversal extremities. Or so Noah was told. He now appeared in a space of utter nothingness as when extremities took on the weight of obsidian or crimson haven albatrosses, they either stood guard or were sent out into established stable vacuous hyperversal domain rifts stretched out in different regions within the seven havens. The most powerful of existences always stepped into the vacuous hyperversal domains, as in these regions outside the scope of reality itself, it wasn't just vacuous malignancies one could come across. In these regions outside the scope of time and space, wonders unimaginable within the seven havens could be found, as some extremities were able to propel their power from Tier 2 to Tier 3 based on the wonders they found. Some extremities, of course, perished and never returned. Dangers and opportunities came hand in hand when it came to such a vast and unknown space, as one wondered, what could an area that didn't even have time as a factor be hiding? How ancient could the existences and treasures within be, and why were the lifeforms of the seven Vitalis havens all drawn towards these lands of nothingness when those that they considered their greatest foes called it their home? A great deal of questions, and no answers. Noah sought the answers himself without believing any one person's narrative, as right now, his body that was surrounded by nothing but genuine, potent vacuous hyperversal authority yet had something happen to it before it could even settle. When extremities from the seven Vitalis havens stepped out, they had to either be ready to expend a great deal of their extremity authority to explore and proceed forward, or they had to be existences who had attained some level of usage of vacuous hyperversal authority, as in this manner they could survive without having to expend all of their resources in a quick period of time. This was why existences who had attained vacuous hyperversal authority were so favored. It was why scions like Apach were favored, and why Noah was considered a monstrous mutated entity when he displayed this ability. There were some extremities who had not gained access to the usage of vacuous hyperversal authority even now, but for the distinguished beings who could utilize this authority, the vast majority stopped at that. And then, there was Noah. After inviting Vitalis' hyperversal authority into his soul by plundering an unrecorded history, his soul was forced to under cycles that caused his vacuous hyperversal authority to become so extremely potent that after he took another set of actions that culminated with the casting of the domain expansion of indefatigable quintessence. The potency of vacuous hyperversal authority had reached a level that caused him to under the first vacuous awakening, and now, to add a topping on an already overfilled plate, his reified source of quintessence appeared within genuine vacuous hyperversal authority outside the seven Vitalis havens. This multicolored stellar body vibrated as it acted like a funnel that began absorbing every ounce of vacuous hyperversal authority in the surroundings and allowed it to flow into his soul, all the way into his main body that was the center of the beginning vacuous awakening. His quintessential hyperversal soul was instantly bathed black as it spread into his aspects of existence, and the moment this occurred, the stream of Vitalis' hyperversal authority that was constantly flowing and combating the vacuous hyperversal authority woke up with an indignant roar as if it was insulted. Mind you, in recorded history, Vitalis always seemed to win over vacuous authority. So when it sensed the level of purity and potency of the vacuous hyperversal authority trying to occupy the soul of a being that was also infused with Vitalis' hyperversal authority, it surged out with even more might as the potency of Vitalis within Noah's soul was quickly raised towards the same level with the goal of exceeding it. Now, what would such an action result in, if Vitalis came to be at the same level of potency as vacuous within Noah's soul? His main body within the depths of the infinite hyperversal haven had begun to radiate pure black light when an instant later, a heavy transparent glimmer shone on his body. The Vitalis hyperversal authority fused within your soul has reached a threshold. You have begun your first Vitalis awakening. Two extremely mysterious authorities fully covered his existence as a phenomenal change began. This change very much had his soul at the core, but his body and origin were very much involved at this stage, as the changes within them were simply ecstatic. His origin, the other part of him that made him as exceptional as he was, his Alathian havens of extremity, currently his already illustrious origin was being propelled to an even grander stage as the Alathian havens of extremity are being infused with Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority. The major planes of existence within the first Alathian haven are transforming into minor ionic havens. At the very base of his origin, the massive planes formed from dreams, Avalon, Prana, Fantasia, Nibelheim, Quantum, Mirror, Apollyon, and Elysium instantly expanded as the string-like vibrations of Alathian covered everything with a gorgeous black gold light. The minor ionic havens within the second and third Alathian haven are transforming into major ionic havens. The major ionic havens within the fourth Alathian haven are transforming into minor hyperversal havens. Billowing winds of change came, Within his stellar origin filled with the light of many decreta that used to be dimensions. They were entirely transformed into dimensional realities to planes of existence, ionic havens, and finally into hyperversal havens within the fourth Alethean haven of extremity. Within his origin, dense reality passages as large as planes of existence proliferated as titanic golden stanchions of light acted like pillars to support everything, the resources. Coursing through the stellar towering reality passages and rushing across his whole origin to cycle with all his cells when he simply breathed with the means of the second volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi. It was enough to cause him to feel full of health and energy with every single breath. His resource renewal speed was elevating itself towards an astounding degree as since all of his aspects of existence were undergoing a change, so would his unrecorded ionic hyperverse extremity foundation. 2606 Vitalis in vacuous, in a distant memory within the mind of an existence locked away from space and time, tendrils of vacuous hyperversal authority danced on the fingers of a young woman as in front of her, a massive shadowy figure blazing with extremely potent vacuous hyperversal authority could be seen. All around them, only darkness and void remained as the entity before her spoke. Do you know the difference between us and the Vitalis malignancies? The voice was much kinder then. Before, seemingly appreciative of the progress that the young woman had made since her second vacuous awakening, when she opened her apathetic eyes and shook her head, the entity before her continued. As we grow, we are closely interlinked with vacuous hyperversal authority as our souls passively absorb and enrich our existence until we have our first vacuous awakening. This grants us much more power and possibilities as the Vitalis malignancies. They only have trace amounts of Vitalis hyperversal authority within their bodies throughout their lifetime. Due to how much greater Vitalis hyperversal authority is compared to vacuous hyperversal authority, they are not able to undergo any awakening unless they have traversed far in extremity and learn to actively refine and absorb Vitalis with greater potency. Our greatest enemies. Are the Vitalis malignancies who are gradually becoming aware of the sheer strength of Vitalis hyperversal authority. But they are still young and rudimentary. Were they like us and capable of undergoing awakenings as easily, this war we fight to defend ourselves would have long since been over. As he spoke, the entity shrouded in vacuous hyperversal authority gazed into the distance with unknown emotions before he continued. Others do not admit of the supremacy of Vitalis hyperversal authority over vacuous hyperversal authority like I do. But we all inherently know it. Otherwise, how could the 7 Vitalis havens be so powerful to even deny entry to us? How could its foul tendrils of authority continue to invade our homes? What we need to do to win this war is accept our limitations. And focus on our strengths. We need to win this war before any more of them understand the authority around them. We need more entities like you who can survive within the 7 Vitalis havens and systematically break them down from within before they learn what they truly have all around them. Do you understand, Svetlana? His eyes were deep and filled with immeasurable light. He seemed to be carrying the weight of countless things on his shoulders as terrifying vacuous hyperversal authority of stupendous power shone in his eyes. I understand. And the emotionless reply from Svetlana was simple, The appearance of the Vitalis malignancies is a danger as well as a chance for us. Their bodies are like tonics as assimilating then spurs and stimulates the vacuous hyperversal authority within us to be refined at an even greater pace. Our power slowly approaching a level where we could even begin to contemplate rising up against them. The ones above extremity, WAA, an utterly heavy term escaped from his lips as Svetlana gazed at him with her cold eyes. After that, they held hesitation within as she spoke slowly, Master. If we assimilate the 7 Vitalis havens and obtain their power? If we rise against the ones above extremity and obtain their power, will we finally be done, Master? Will all the fighting and death stop? Svetlana's words caused the enormous dark entity to turn silent as he continued to stare out into nothingness. He didn't seem to have an answer for her when it came to this question as he remained silent. Would it ever stop? When they reached a certain height, would everything attain a state of peace and prosperity as they spent the remainder of their life in serenity? The dark entity actually had an answer, but after all the horrors he had put this girl before him through, he just couldn't bring himself to give her the answer, as this would simply be too cruel. The change was not instant. The change was also not normal. The first vacuous awakening. The first Vitalis awakening, all of it was entirely foreign to Noah as out of the many transformations he had, this one did not finish within seconds, minutes, or even hours. His main body had been floating at the very peak of the infinite hyperversal haven that was contained in a recorded history. The reality around him distorted as the infinite hyperversal haven itself built a circular minor haven around him pulsing with life. his will was also affected in his other bodies as they all continued his soul, with the changes that were occurring around him almost making him want to enter hibernation and entirely close off his soul, so he limited how much he was expressing himself in his other bodies. The visage of Alexander King returned to the infinite hyperversal haven as this part of Noah's soul faced the same transformation. His will only remained entirely active with a sliver of his concentration in the clones that were with the adjudicator of dissolution, the reified Wieldian sources of extremity. I am of the infinite extremity in the haven of Helios, and Ericsson of the Sema clan in the haven of Genesis. As the awakening went underway, the repercussions of the actions of the Avernus extremities were only now beginning to unfold as the conclusion to this event was utterly heartbreaking, in the haven of dissolution. Noah's clone grasped the Curagulus mask in his hands as his eyes hid the light of the fact that a majority of his soul was in a state of hibernation, his words calm as he spoke out towards the adjudicator who seemed lost in thought. The investiture of extremity has been talked about a great deal by you and others. And why it seems like it isn't worth a shred of shit after the recent actions. His words were straightforward as they roused the contemplative adjudicator up to gaze at his visage. The investiture of extremity that was set up by the Senatus of Extremity, the forces of the Avernus clan may as well have ripped it to shreds with their recent actions. 2607 Sema Ascending Mountain of Extremity. Has the number come out for how many perished in the cult of endless shadows? Noah asked with a cold look as part of the reason events had unfolded the way they did was due to the path he chose, but he wasn't alone in choosing this as the cult of endless shadows also jumped in the bed with him, neither of them expecting the enemy side to do what they just did. At his words, Svetlana's eyes pulsed with authority as she replied with anger, quintillions of existences. Hundreds of apexionic lifeforms, and 2 hyperversal extremities. The number was rather alarming to hear as the losses were devastating. During the battle, Extremity Blue, Ariana, and Chamber Master Gaiacus were the focal points. But the past hyperversal extremity of destruction and other Avernus extremities were also there as they fought against the Tier 1 and Tier 2 hyperversal extremity shadows. The last extremity of destruction was particularly trying to live up to his old name as he had unleashed all of his power to actually erase 2 Tier 1 hyperversal extremities from the cult of endless shadows out of the Aeonic annals of extremity. Most of those surviving out of the forces of the cult of endless shadows were those who had left to come to dissolution, along with the extremities that came with them, as at this moment, rage and outcries were all that could be heard from them. I'm curious to see the great Senatus of Extremity deal with all this. Or at the very least, what is the Curagulus of Extremity prepared to do if the Senatus of Extremity fails to step in? Since during this whole siege in Penumbra, its adjudicator didn't even let out a squeak. His words pulsed with power as he spoke, and this time, the adjudicator of dissolution took a long time before she could even reply. The hours passed with dreariness as tumultuous waves seemed to be spreading within the 7 havens. Within the haven of Genesis, on the eastern region of this haven, the most respected Aeonic inheritances of extremity were clustered like stellar bodies that rotated around a single behemoth. This behemoth was the Sema clan. Countless planes of existence and even uniquely constructed minor havens were established all around the domains of the Sema clan at the very center, with its planes of existence being structured in a way that made it look like a rising stellar mountain from afar, a mountain made up of planes of existence and minor havens. It was known as the Sema Ascending Mountain of Extremity. Hundreds of Aeonic inheritances of extremity were laid out around the Sema Ascending Mountain of Extremity. Those with strong connections to the Sema clan could be found at the very bottom of this mountain as going higher. The pure bloodline lineage of those truly belonging to the Sema clan could be felt as this entire location radiated power towards the peak of the Sema Ascending Mountain of Extremity. In a minor haven that could fit hundreds of planes of existence similar to the Abecedarian sacrarium of the Lernian lineage that Noah had arrived in when he first came, this minor haven was known as the Neon Sema Haven, with a thriving civilization moving within similar to the tens of thousands of other planes of existence and minor havens around it. It was full of life all around as different regions could be seen erecting crystalline structures light years in size as the abodes and homes of quintillions of beings. The auras of 3 hyperversal extremities could be felt in this haven alone as the brightest aura was located on top of a massive skyscraper that was millions of light years in length, and at the very peak of this skyscraper, there existed a circular domain that radiated neon light all around the structures around it. Within this neon domain of light, the figure of Ericsson could be seen sitting on a neon mat as beside him. A tan figure of striking resemblance also sat, his body pulsing with potent hyperversal extremity authority as he seemed like a larger, older version of Ericsson. Before these 2 beings, Noah's visage draped in golden robes could be seen as he faced Ericsson and a Tier 3 hyperversal extremity authority that he had come to know as the father of this mutated entity. The extremity of foundation, the Iron Fist, it was a renowned hyperversal extremity of the Sema clan who had yet to reach Zenith. But he didn't seem all that far away. He was the reason why Ericsson could speak as if he was speaking on behalf of the Sema clan. He was the reason why most scions and elders of inheritances or clans didn't bat any ill will towards Ericsson. At this moment, the extremity of foundation spoke to Noah as, unlike his son's beach attire, he was adorned in a simple white robe that hid the bulging muscles within. You made them your enemy, so they naturally targeted you. And along the way, they obtained an armament of extremity. But even an armament isn't enough for the Avernus extremity overlord to let loose his dog of lunacy. For them to do this, it only confirms what the perennial Sema recorder has been sensing these past days, the eyes of this being shone with profound brilliance as he continued. Their actions say that they are not afraid of the consequences of their actions being implemented by the Senatus of Extremity. For this to be the case, the musings of unrecorded histories about an incoming change that will alter the very workings of the Seven Havens seem to be true. The Avernus clan must be assured that in the coming chaos, them being held accountable for the destruction of an inheritance of extremity would be something far, far below in terms of importance. This also makes your path challenging as with my son's trust. You have gained the most up-to-date information that the Sema clan has on the military of the Avernus clan and the capabilities. But against a force that has no restraints binding them down, it will be in difficult reality for their public enemy. The extremity of foundation spoke calmly like before the protagonist, who also rested on a neon mat. Dense clusters of round light containing information about the Avernus clan floated serenely. 2608 Sema ascending mountain of extremity. 2. A force without the shackles of the investiture of extremity that stated those more powerful could not attack and oppress others who were weaker. When this reality set in, Ericsson sneered before voicing out grandly. It had been a day since they attacked the cult of endless shadows, as their overlord and remaining extremities have appealed to the Senatus of Extremity, and yet all that has happened so far is an injunction of extremity being called with the extremities of the Avernus clan involved to be put on the stand to answer for their actions. What does this do? If it were me, I would strip the being who massacred trillions of her power as such a defender. Will do nothing in the end. Ericsson's words were bold as he spoke of stripping the power of the extremity of lunacy who openly showed her nature. Because of her actions, an injunction of extremity was called with the forces of the Avernus clan summoned to be on the stand, the prime culprit being the extremity of lunacy, extremity blue. Noah smiled and shook his head when he thought of this as his voice was calm. I've come across many enemies in my life, but the Avernus clan is the only one that has so far given me setbacks. With this in mind, I don't expect them to face any negative consequences after doing what they did. But since I am their target, I'll be the one to retaliate even if the Senatus of Extremity does nothing. His eyes were bright as his vacuous and Vitali's awakenings were still underway, and yet his aspects of existence were already beginning to express heart-shaking changes. Even in the face of a behemoth coming after him, he did not falter. Ericsson and the extremity of foundation smiled at Noah's words as the latter spoke while tapping his chin. The seven clans had long since expected a change to be coming as the last haven began extremity sanctification, but we didn't know to what extent. Only now are those most in tune with the Ionic annals of extremity beginning to realize the extent of the changes. But due to this, many of us prepared. My preparations involved assuring my boorish son didn't have an early death as I collected Ionic treasures of extremity and hyperversal extremity treasures to raise his concepts towards the 17th layer fairly quickly. But just such resources required my power and the utilization of the power of the Sema clan. For a genius like you, I wish I could give you something similar. But the resources to achieve such a thing are too rare. I could at most get you to attain what was taken from you in the cult of endless shadows. I could ask for you to be granted access to one of the armaments of extremity in the vaults of Sema. The only thing I shall ask is for you to share the values of the Sema clan, and if in the disorder you manage to attain extremity, use your power to stand with us in any chaos that unfolds. The words of the extremity of foundation were heavy. Noah's potential was known as even the Curagulus of extremity had scouted him, so how could other extremities not see it? Ericsson's father wanted to rope him into the folds of the Sema clan as before Noah's eyes. The possibility of accessing another armament of extremity was dangled. His eyes turned into crescent smiles as in front of him, Ericsson laughed boisterously. Ah, my father is more persuasive than I, Accept it. We already have enemies outside the havens and enemies within. Having capable allies will not hurt. WAA tendrils of oraculum shone on Noah's eyes as he nodded lightly. Then the infinite hyperversal haven shall be in comrade of the Sema clan, the true emperor of quintessence proclaimed grandly, an unknown power becoming allies with one of the 7 clans. One may scoff at this and say, what exactly would the Sema clan gain from this? But such beings were not looking into the future. Such beings did not know what was coming. At Noah's words, the extremity of foundation smiled and gazed out from the neon domain they were in and the vastness around them, to prepare for the unknown change. Major inheritances and the 7 clans have strengthened themselves to their utmost and collected enough resources to raise a few outstanding scions and elders towards extremity. Now, the Avernus clan is openly snatching armaments of extremity. With all this, having an extra ally or two isn't bad. I'll send the request for what we talked about. Think closely on whether you wish to remain on the path of war with the Avernus clan. Their overlord is something that even I am not confident in endure a few strikes of. The hyperversal extremity of foundation rose up as he spoke. His figure beginning to walk away after dropping such a bomb as within moments. Only Erickson and Noah remained in the neon domain. Erickson had a stern look as he knew his father never spoke lightly. He gazed towards Noah's calm figure as he spoke out. From the little time I've known you, you've never lost your confidence nor shown fear. What about now as you know the true extent of your enemy? Especially the overlord of the Avernus clan, he may likely be above even adjudicators in power. They fear. Was this something Noah ever felt against an overwhelming enemy? The answer was clear as he held a devilish glint while gazing at the actuality around him. His words were clear as they thundered out. Whether it be him or any others within the Avernus clan, they will merely join the line of extras to be stepped under my feet. WAA, they're turning out to be above average extras in this grand tale. But they're still just that. Extras that will come and go with the turning of the pages. These grand declarations Noah made weren't meaningless or baseless, he knew himself. And he could currently feel his current transformation, his awakening. 2609 Infinite Oni Haven. His first Vacuous and Vitali's awakenings were so profound that if his enemies wanted to stand any chance of overpowering him, they should have tried their best to scorch him out of the Ionic annals of extremity entirely days ago. But now only a grand tale would continue to unfold, and in this tale he was the protagonist. Well, his very existence was, along with multiple other traits that made him who he was. He came out of his thoughts as he saw Erickson rising with a smile. Good. I will wholeheartedly accept the grooming of my clan and whatever my father has prepared. It's a beautiful form of nepotism that I will eat up without looking back, as if I don't, I feel like I'll be left far behind. Especially by the likes of you and I am. With the nurturing of the whole clan and the coming culmination step of extremity sanctification, extremity can be attained in a matter of days. His words were full of confidence as they mentioned one being. I am of the infinite extremity. Noah's eyes curved into an even grander devilish smile as he thought about his clone who was beside Iam at this very moment, in the Ionic haven of Helios. Near the very center of this vast haven, the light of crimson and gold permeated all around in the form of radiant auroras of light. Boundless heat and light seemed to be shining from all around as this region held millions of golden suns that radiated heat all around, towards the very center of such a region. A horn-like structure stretched upwards while surrounded by the golden suns all around, the tip of this horn pulsing with a crimson gold light of none other than a rift, near this horn-like structure. The figure of Iam could be seen as Noah's prana Alathian chassis accompanied her. When thinking about what boon from the infinite extremity I could grant you, my grandfather pointed me to this. The infinite Oni haven, where an armament of extremity is in the process of being born. My current accomplishments are due to spending time in here, as the pure hyperversal extremity authority within this minor haven isn't too powerful yet, and even beings like you and I could easily absorb it. Though I wouldn't get too close to the naturally forging armament of extremity itself. Lest your soul be burnt. Iam spoke calmly towards Noah as the two of them bore the temperature of the blazing millions of suns around them. In exchange for a crimson extremity panacea, this was among the rewards Noah would collect, as for someone like him who was speedily claiming the layers of extremity this type of reward was indispensable. This location they were in was also very important to the infinite extremity, as Noah could see the auras of 3 hyperversal extremities surrounding all sides. As well as one within the infinite Oni haven. Seeing his curious gaze, Iam calmly spoke out while her eyes flashed. Since the actions of the Avernus clan, security has gotten buffed just a little. But this is of no consequence to us. Let's BZZT. They were about to delve into a majestic minor haven. They were But a droning and pervasive sound grabbed their attention entirely, a sound that they followed with their wills until their eyes became drawn to a certain structure of massive proportions stretching out endlessly. There, in the far stretch where the extremity vein of Helios could be seen, this very same massive vein began to pulse. The extremity vein that had been inactive since the haven of Helios long ago entered the extremity step of extremity sanctification. So why did it begin to shake now, these fuckers? An injunction of extremity? Calling me to stand trial? Ha, they couldn't be more laughable. Extremity Blue spoke out while humming a tune, her figure currently situated in a corner of the haven of Oceanus as she floated amidst an endless stellar blue sea. She currently adorned a light white dress that hugged her fair skin tightly, her blessing very much visible and not leaving much to the imagination due to the nature of the sea all around her. Below her, ferocious piranhas pulsing with auras of the boundaries at the 17th layer swam reverently, occasionally trying to nibble on her aura that seemed to calm since it came into the blue sea. Her soul echoed with the endless cerulean grandeur around her as her hyperversal hockey of extremity flowed out naturally, and yet it didn't harm the ferocious beasts below as their actions even caused her to smile. She killed when she wanted to kill, and she didn't kill when she didn't feel like it. All this time, she had been repressed as she couldn't fully express her lunacy, but that had all changed when a day ago, the Avernus extremity overlord sent her a message telling her she could act freely. She hadn't suspicion as to why, because for the past years, she had been spreading and training her hyperversal hockey of extremity in Oceanus as she had noticed many things. Things like the titanic extremity vein of Oceanus in the distance. Ever so slowly altering itself over time, things like BZZT. She was taken out of her thoughts as her gem-like blue eyes opened. She turned towards the outline of the extremity vein of Oceanus in the distance as she SAW began to pulse. Is this it? The beginning of something even more glorious. Her gaze was expectant. She felt like soon enough, she may be able to escape the confines of the investiture of extremity. She was looking forward to whatever change the Avernus extremity overlord had predicted as the moment she felt the pulsing vibrations of the extremity vein of Oceanus, her will was awakened as she watched carefully. And it wasn't just in Oceanus or Helios where the extremity veins began to vibrate, it was across all the 7 havens, but none of the vibrations were as pronounced and as heavy as the extremity vein of dissolution. None had begun rising even higher while rhythmically emitting pristine hyperversal authority of dissolution. 2610 as above, so below. The last haven to undergo extremity sanctification, a natural process that had been occurring since the conception of the first haven of extremity. It began with Genesis, and now it was ending with the haven of dissolution. Many powerful existences knew that the last extremity sanctification was going to be a grand one. They knew, but they didn't know exactly to what extent. At this moment, within the haven of dissolution, the obsidian extremity vein that seemed to stretch out endlessly, the vein that had risen from below the stellar black earth. The vein whose ends seemed to vanish below the walls between the havens. At this moment, it acted like all the energy within it had been building up and reached a critical threshold as like a coiled spring. It erupted upwards, boom, it felt as if the havens were splitting apart. It was the beginning of an astonishing and permanent change. The instant changes caused apex ionic lifeforms to stare in shock from all around, while the hyperversal extremities hidden in the veils of space became entirely serious. It was the 3rd day after the apex war of annihilation within the haven of dissolution. Many more forces had arrived as they were all privy to the astonishing scene of the vein rising to the very heights of the skies as such an action caused its extreme ends that were stretching into the walls between havens to also erupt upwards. The thick and foggy wall made up of potent hyperversal authority of dissolution and a myriad of sources of chaos churned and split open. It was as if the walls were being torn down, as if a path had been made with the action of the extremity vein rising. The vein within dissolution was obsidian in color, with this color remaining all throughout this haven. But on this day, if one continued to follow the uncountable trillions of light years of the extremity vein of a dissolution, after it had risen towards the peak of this haven, they would notice that the part contained within the now fractured walls between havens slowly began changing color. It was to the extent that if one followed the northern side of the vein of dissolution once they crossed the churning walls between havens that were being torn down, they would notice the black color slowly changing to become a shade of gold. And this shade of gold only became more and more potent as one sped further down trillions of light years across walls between havens until ultimately, they would enter the ionic haven of Helios. As if spurred by the rising of the vein from the haven behind it, the golden portion of the extremity vein within Helios also rose to the very highest peak of this haven as the part of the wall between havens. On the other side of Helios also became torn and ruptured, those able to follow watched breathlessly. If one followed the northern end of the vein stretching across Helios until they arrived on another wall between havens, they would notice the color slowly changing from gold to a gorgeous blue. A blue that only became greater and greater after passing countless trillions of light years of this blue color. Point 1 actually arrived in the haven of Oceanus. The same scene repeated as throughout all of Oceanus. The cerulean-colored vein rose to the peak and extended along another wall between havens until its color changed to become purple, the purple light of Andromeda. And passing through Andromeda and yet another torn wall between havens, the color changed from purple and into a shade of shadowy darkness. It was now within the haven of Penumbra. The unresigned and unwilling visage of flashing shadow and the shadow extremity overlord could be seen in a corner of this haven above their destroyed inheritance. Their eyes currently turning to gaze at the radiant black vein in the peak of this dark haven, and from this immense shadowy darkness of the extremity vein, it continued extending out as this time, the color changed to a light crimson hue that represented Elera, and from Elera, the extremity vein crossed yet another trillions of light years as the crimson color became pink, and eventually the pink faded to become a milky white, a gorgeous white. It had arrived in the first haven to form. The rising extremity vein was shockingly showing that it extended all the way from dissolution to Helios, Oceanus, Andromeda, Elera, Penumbra, and ultimately to the haven of Genesis, but it didn't end there. The walls between havens on the other end of Genesis were also shattered apart as the milky white color once more changed to become obsidian. The northern end of Genesis coming to be connected with the southern end of dissolution, akin to a loop. The extremity vein was not a single construct that was only contained in each haven separately. On this day, it was shown to all that the extremity vein within the 7 havens were all intricately interconnected as for the first time in recorded history. It rose to the skies and pulsed with grandeur. In the havens that Noah's body was in, he watched the scene unfold with marvel and wonder. He was able to get an even more unique look with the clone that was with the adjudicator of dissolution, as she was the one who waved her hands to show illusory screens of the changing color of the extremity vein as it went across one haven and into another. It caused one to ponder of the true structure of the 7 havens, as if there was a singular massive ringed extremity vein running across all of them, as if all of the 7 havens were massive and endless continents bound onto a ring of pure majesty, a ringed vein that after it had revealed its continuity, it pulsed with ever increasing a frequency as the distinct colors that were within each respective haven began to flicker and move around, and then, as if the authorities of different colors within the vein were spurred into action, they began to move and flow forward. The inky black authority of dissolution began to flow as if it were blood flowing across a vessel. The ebb and flow felt ancient and fantastical as ahead of it. The golden hyperversal authority of Helios also flowed, this reaction continuing throughout this coiling ringed construct. As the hyperversal authorities of different havens began to flow, Noah watched with wonder as the milky white of Genesis flowed into the haven of dissolution. Chapter 26:11 As above, so below. 2. 26:11 As above, so below. 2. An unbelievable development. The hyperversal authorities of the very havens flowed across the coiled extremity vein, the authorities of different havens appearing throughout as the ebb and flow of the authorities caused the massive construct to radiate endless light, a light that brightened up all havens as at this moment, all eyes of immaculately powerful beings were on this phenomenon. The force and surging of all of these authorities was so ridiculously potent that for the scions and elders who had entered the abyssal sanctimonious lands within the extremity vein felt a rebounding force of authority wrap around them as they were ejected. The endless veil of dissolution that Noah's reified sources and scions of inheritances were watching and waiting to be torn down this whole time was forcefully pulled away from their eyes as all of them were ejected from the vein, hung, and it pulsed and hummed as if it was announcing the grand arrival of something. Those ejected out of the extremity vein gathered like innumerable dots on the stellar space as they stared at it with scrutiny. From her high position above dissolution, the brows of the adjudicator furrowed as she waved her hands, her figure and Noah's figure in their isolated space disappearing as they appeared in close proximity with the extremity vein that now surged with multiple colors of light. A change like this is unheard of, Svetlana spoke lightly as they watched, and they weren't the only ones, as from the different factions, the hyperversal extremities of inheritances and clans arrived in front of their legions of apexionic lifeforms that were going to participate in the culmination step of dissolution as they observed the massive vein that made them all look like ants cautiously. This was the phenomenon in dissolution, but in the other 6 havens, the forces of a myriad of inheritances and clans simply had their extremities gather and observe the pulsing vein on their side as they waited to see what this phenomenon would usher forth, but they were bound to be disappointed. Because at this moment, the brightest shining portion of the extremity vein was dissolution, the one that triggered this change, the haven currently undergoing the last extremity sanctification. From it, blinding light radiated out as across the stretches of trillions of light years the vein began to flicker as it split open to gush out the boundless light flowing through it. A light that washed out into the surroundings as if stellar waterfalls of hyperversal authority had gloriously burst open. Thereafter, these points where the vein split open stabilized and formed into massive radiant rifts that reflected an illusory transparent light that could not yet be seen through at this moment. And the eyes of all hyperversal extremities and apex ionic lifeforms gathered on these massive transparent rifts of light. Noah's visage floated forward with a light of glory as within his mind. Oraculum buzzed to try and obtain information, and yet it was blocked off all around as nothing of the future relating to what was happening right now could be seen. Authority of spatial distortion and the violation of the spacetime continuum heavily occurred around the transparent rift stretched out across the portion of the extremity vein within dissolution. Then, BZZT, the transparent rifts trembled as their veil was torn down. Along with this, the veils were entirely fractured and opened wide, revealing gateways connecting one end to another as the hyperversal authority of dissolution, Helios, Oceanus, Elara, Andromeda, Penumbra, and Genesis flowed out endlessly. The surrounding space felt like it had become heavy and viscous with the continued release of hyperversal authorities of the seven havens. Apex ionic lifeforms felt stifled as they realized their movements were slowed down and restricted by at least 80%. They also felt as if their souls now carried a heavy weight that they had to circulate their essence to overcome and simply move freely. It was a feeling of oppression that came with the gushing of hyperversal authorities of the seven havens into dissolution endlessly. And then, there were the gateways. Noah's body felt the same restrictions, with a part in his soul that held the beginnings of the term, dissolution, that he had attained at the end of the initiation step, lighting up and letting off a glow that made the oppressive effects of the surrounding reality become much lesser for him. And as his will tried to overcome the raging hyperversal authorities gushing out to see into one of the many massive gateways before him, he felt the visage of the adjudicator of dissolution come in front of him as her hands pushed him back slightly, as if she was protecting him from something. What would the adjudicator of disintegration need to protect him from? Before this question could be answered, her serene voice thundered out in this region as it was shockingly spread out by the raging essence and caused to boom out across all of dissolution, as above, so below. The cryptic words that the Curagulus of extremity had unearthed from the ionic annals of extremity. As the dense number of transparent tiers of the extremity vein within disintegration opened wide and released waves of astounding authority, the veil became torn as from within. A scene that many would remember for the rest of their lives unfolded. The first thing was one that the hyperversal extremities observing at the very forefront sensed before anyone else. It was the aura of life forms. In what should be the culmination step of extremity sanctification beginning, the dense, numerous, and majestic auras of supreme beings unfolded in a maddening fashion. As the scene behind the portals became clear, it was like they were looking into an entirely different realm past the radiant gateway, a realm that just like they were floating and staring into, innumerable sets of eyes were also floating and staring back at them. As above, so below, this term was quite literal in nature. As it ushered forth the bells of change for the seven realms of extremity, Chapter 26:12 as above, so below. 3. 26:12 as above, so below. 3. The phenomenon within dissolution was utterly astounding. Shielded behind the visage of the adjudicator of dissolution, Noah's will gazed past the veil of the gateway as past this doorway. An endless reality seemed to be stretching outwards endlessly, as if a whole haven or multiple havens were contained within this extremity vein that stretched out across all seven haven. And just as he and many others stared into this haven from dissolution, there were a dense number of auras from this side that stared back at them. BZZT, the oraculum. Quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity burned within Noah's eyes. It locked onto the existences before him as it sought for any records of their identity, and shockingly, golden light bloomed from his eyes as information about them began to appear from the ionic annals of extremity. This was a shocking finding in itself, as it meant these beings held their own records, and they were connected to the ionic annals of extremity as well. The reason for the adjudicator of dissolution stepping in front of Noah and gazing out with caution was because just on the vein rift in front of them, the blaring aura of three hyperversal extremities was gazing back at them. Behind them, astounding creatures of titanic size reminiscent of the leviathans of dissolution could be seen as. Each of them radiated power at the apex ionic lifeform level. The three hyperversal extremities were bestial in nature, as one at the very forefront was almost feline in nature. Its body was massive with lustrous fur shining with obsidian gold light. The forelimbs extending into paws glistening with deadly gold claws as at their base, tendrils of thick hyperversal extremity authority of dissolution swirled. Its feline head was glorious in nature as two extremely sharp canines extended left and right from its jaws, its eyes radiating black light that pulsed out with terrifying tendrils. Before Noah, its identity was a simple one: Haven Saber Smilodon. Similodon, magisterial in stature and grand in its power, with tendrils of hyperversal extremity authority surging around it that did not pale in comparison to the adjudicator of dissolution before Noah, and she knew this very well as this was the sensation that caused her to come stand before Noah. Zenith, this hyperversal extremity had long since attained Zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity authority. These were the thoughts of the adjudicator. Behind the Haven Saber Smilodon, the titanic beasts were variations of Smilodons as on them. Noah's eyes collected slightly more information. Earth Saber Smilodon, stemming from the regal lineage of the Saber Smilodons of extremity, this entity has achieved great proficiency at the stage of an apex ionic lifeforms. Within its soul, dissolution courses with great valor as it seeks to cross the earth and attain haven as it seeks to attain extremity and become a Haven Saber Smilodon, Earth Saber Smilodon. Its description came with new terms like great proficiency when it talked about the stage of apex ionic lifeforms. But the maddening thing was the fact that behind the Zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity Haven Saber Smilodon, there were thousands of just these Earth Saber Smilodons floating with valor and majesty. Thick waves of dissolution emanated from them as beside them were other Leviathan beast lineages. They caused Noah's eyes to briefly move from the Haven Saber Smilodon and onto the two other hyperversal extremities beside it. One was a unique winged entity that had a slender body with two pairs of veined wings, and on its head oversized multifaceted eyes could be seen as it was a dragonfly. In its membranous wings, thick hyperversal extremity authority flowed with as the aura it gave off was no less than the Haven Saber Smilodon. Aquatic Aeon Dragonfly, its identity showed itself before Noah as its cold eyes were enough to cause a common apex ionic lifeform to turn away in fear. The other entity had to be given even more attention to as its size alone exceeded all entities they currently observed here. Its pupils held a serpentine glint with dazzling yellow light, obsidian scales radiating black lightning adorning its serpentine body that snaked across the whole region behind it, forming into layers of mountains. Where others like it but much smaller could be seen slithering about, this entity had an ancient name as well as it was a beast lost through time: Lightning Titanoboa, three dazzling hyperversal extremities. All of them standing in front of the single open vein rift just in front of the adjudicator and Noah as the two sides looked at each other silently. But no one made a move. The Haven Saber Smilodon, Aquatic Aeon Dragonfly, and Lightning Titanoboa all gazed forward silently as a light of ingenuity flashed within their eyes, and yet none made a move. It was extremely clear that it was due to something else holding them back, as when one gazed away from this singular vein rift, the other vein rifts stretched out across dissolution held similar scenes of terrifyingly powerful hyperversal extremity entities gazing back at the scions, elders, and extremities of the inheritances and seven clans. All of this was unfathomable, as this was only the culmination step of extremity sanctification. In all the 6 previous times, the extremity vein had opened to reveal vast lands holding supreme eternal behemoths of the specific havens and droves of ionic treasures of extremity relics, and hyperversal extremity treasures. All of them were at the apex ionic lifeforms level, as towards the end of the culmination step, the most dreadful Leviathan to emerge was nearly into extremity. During the pinnacle stage of Andromeda, that was it, and even when the extremity step of extremity sanctification began in the past havens, the extremity colossal beasts to emerge were at most Tier 1 or Tier 2 supreme ultimate behemoths that they had to battle to attain treasures capable of raising their power within the tiers of hyperversal extremity. This was the experience of extremity sanctification documented in the Ionic Annals of Extremity. This was not what was playing out at this moment. Chapter 26:13 Fight. 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 2613 Fight. 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 The last extremity sanctification would be different, it would be grand. Many powerful beings had foreseen this and knew something was coming. But even this was out of their wildest dreams. At the beginning of the culmination step of dissolution, an utterly shocking reality unfolded as from thousands of massive vein rifts blooming all across this haven, the auras of entities no less than Tier 3 hyperversal extremity could be felt, as among some of them, their auras were even more dreadful. The extremities of inheritances who brought their scions and elders here for the purposes of the culmination step became grim at such a scene, as they felt like even they were in peril. It wasn't even the extremity step yet, but Tier 1 and Tier 2 extremities were already sweating from the sheer pressure released by the entities showing themselves beyond the vein rifts. In front of a vein rift near the region where the apex war of annihilation took place, the main body of Iam stared with scrutiny ahead as beside her, gorgeous young men and women with crimson gold horns rising on their heads could be seen, with a few hundred more sharing their features floating behind them as in front. 5 extremities from their infinite extremity were floating with power and valor. They gazed into a vein rift that only showed 2 hyperversal extremities and hundreds of leviathan lineages behind them. I am gazing at them before she spoke out with caution. Light centipede and purple flame mammoth, entities like these haven't appeared since the first extremity sanctification if records are to be believed. Now, she wasn't as fearful as other scions as in front of her. The 5 infinite extremities had 3 among them that were Tier 3 hyperversal extremities. Her grandfather was included in this group. The other 2 were Tier 2 hyperversal extremities that cautiously gazed at the light centipede and purple flame mammoth whose sheer aura alone caused their scalps to tingle. Yet even here, the terrifying entities on the other side did not make a move. They simply stared out with cold eyes of interest and indifference at the same time, and this was the shocking reality in all regions, as even though thousands of vein rifts showing terrifying Tier 3 hyperversal extremities radiated light and continued to gush out the hyperversal authority of dissolution, none of them moved out. Their forces were enough to topple inheritances and clans, and yet they only stared out into the 7 havens with a hint of interest and a lot more apathy. That was until, hey, stop. In one region, a shout of shock rang out as many wills gazed over from afar. Noah and the adjudicator also gazed out light years away from their position as they saw a cluster of powerful existences adorned in gold and white robes. They held thousands of apex ionic beings behind them and 7 hyperversal extremities at the forefront, with one of the extremities stepping out at this moment as this group stemmed from the Orientis clan. They were nobles of one of the 7 clans, as the one who had shouted was a man emanating Tier 3 hyperversal extremity towards a young woman. A young woman who was adorned in a pure white robe as she had dark hair dripping to her shoulders, with this existence being widely known in the Haven of Elera as the Maiden of the North, the Maiden of Orientis, an apex ionic lifeform who had arrived at the 17th boundary layer, with her talent being not so much in fighting but due to her capabilities in traversing the ionic annals of extremity that were so terrifying that she exceeded some genuine hyperversal extremities. At this moment, this being had floated past the hyperversal extremities of the Eastern clan as such an action caused one of them to bellow out, and yet her figure was calm as she spoke with valor. Esteemed Rubino, I am only following my intuition. There is nothing to worry about. Intuition. What intuition would lead an existence towards a vein rift that was currently showing 4 unknown Tier 3 hyperversal extremities and legions of leviathan lineages behind them? Extremity Rubino of the Orientis clan nearly made a move to stop this genius lifeforms of his clan, but his own soul buzzed soon after as he watched on with caution, his power ready to erupt at any time. The Maiden of Orientis floated forward serenely until she came right before a transparent barrier surrounding the vein rift. Not too far away, for bestial hyperversal extremities stood as within this vein rift. All 4 were of similar lineages. They were cataclysmic megalodons. Behind them, lineages of sea-based leviathans could be seen as the Maiden of Orientis looked at all this while an absolute dynamis of extremity surrounded her whole body and gave off a golden glint of destiny, and then without a word, she stepped past the transparent barrier and into the vein rift. Many eyes were focused here as while watching with bated breaths. A booming shout instantly erupted from a cold-faced cataclysmic megalodon as from the 3rd tier supreme extremity from Orientis instantly arrived behind the transparent barrier, ready to pull back the maiden and battle right away. But the Maiden of Orientis put her hand back and shook it as her eyes trembled from the sheer pressure released by the hyperversal extremities before her, and after the initial shout from the forefront cataclysmic megalodon, its eyes glinted with a crimson light as it seemed to scan the figure of the young woman before it as its jaws moved again. Hughes. Step forward. The foreign cataclysmic megalodon emanated power and undeniable glory as after his call, a black and crimson megalodon emanating waves of power similar to the Maiden of Orientis came forward. It was a minor apocalypse megalodon. Its body was utterly glorious with power as its shark jaws opened with valor. The 17th boundary layer of dissolution crackling chaotically around its shark-like body as it moved forward while the leviathans around it made a clearing. The massive legions of megalodons cleared up the surrounding areas as their jaws began to snap with an ancient rhythm and power, a single word booming from them and spreading out at this moment: fight, Tataki, fight. With utmost grandeur and as if she had stepped onto an arena, a glorious atmosphere rose at the very front of a vein rift. Chapter 26:14 Fight. 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 2614 Fight. 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 2. Fight. This word was repeated over and over again resonantly as the authority of dissolution churned. The scene astonished many as it wasn't anything they had seen before. Amidst such clamor, the authority of the forefront cataclysmic megalodon rose as all the shouts instantly died down, its magnetic voice emanating out. You may gain passage so long as you are victorious, a shocking development to this new phenomenon. The Maiden of Orientis had utilized her intuition to be the first existence to come forward as her actions allowed the millions of powerful scions, elders, and hyperversal extremities of the Seven Havens to get a glimpse of just how the culmination step was playing out for the Haven of Dissolution. After hearing the words of the cataclysmic megalodon, the Maiden of Orientis became stern as her body erupted with tendrils of an absolute dynamis of extremity. Within it, concepts that had achieved the 16th boundary layer could be felt along with one that had reached at the 17th layer. It was the concept of ascension. The moment she heard the words of the cataclysmic megalodon, she gathered her power as her soul burned with valor, her voice ringing out, domain expansion, ascensio dash, boom. Before she could even finish her words, the minor apocalyptic megalodon moved so fast that it disappeared from its current location. The next thing that the Maiden of Orientis observed being its crimson and black tail overshadowing her whole figure. Boom, she was instantly smashed backward as her gathered authority of an absolute dynamis of extremity splintered. Her chest becoming caved in as she shot back like a supersonic warhead, her white dress became dyed crimson as her figure quickly crossed the transparent barrier of the vein rift, the gaze of the Tier 3 hyperversal extremity Rubino becoming somber as he appeared behind her figure and held onto her injured body. Within the vein rift, the Leviathan megalodon lineages cheered and bellowed out rhythmically once more in a grand fashion, shockingly, from the body of the Maiden of Orientis. A cluster of white light left her as her injured gaze became increasingly weaker, this light coming to land on the minor apocalyptic megalodon termed hues as it entered its body and caused the aura it gave off to be even more menacing. This reality was captured in the eyes of all. When Extremity Rubino checked the Maiden of Orientis' body, he saw that her soul values were all nearly drained as they were even a fourth lower than what they used to be before. This allowed him to know that one could step forward and fight, but there would be a price to pay if they were defeated. But what if one won? Such a thought buzzed in the minds of many. They heard the words of the terrifying Tier 3 hyperversal extremity cataclysmic megalodon as it stated they may gain passage so long as they were victorious, and the enemy chosen to face them would seemingly be a being on the same stage of power and accomplishments on the path of extremity as the minor apocalyptic megalodon that had fought the Maiden of Orientis only held the single 17th boundary layer of dissolution within its body. So long as they won against such a creature, these were the thoughts of others, but the vast majority knew that it would be extremely difficult as they just witnessed a prodigy like the Maiden of Orientis be overpowered before she could even call out her domain expansion. At such a juncture, enough! A shout reverberated out as the Tier 3 hyperversal extremity Rubino holding the injured maiden bellowed out while carrying her figure with authority behind him. He then stepped past the transparent barrier and into the vein rift as the resonant bellows of the minor apocalyptic megalodons quieted down. Extremity Rubino floated in grandly as his body boomed out with crackling Tier 3 hyperversal extremity authority. The forefront cataclysmic megalodon who had spoken initially looking at him coldly as its deep voice rang out, Vacadon, step forward. One of the Tier 3 hyperversal extremities behind it came forth. It was another cataclysmic megalodon, its body glistening with a fully obsidian color as the profound hyperversal extremity authority of dissolution cracked on its massive figure. At its appearance, space also twisted and churned as in the center of the area immediately within the vein rift. A black singularity instantly bloomed as the voice of this entity named Vacadon thundered out, step into the temporal field of dissolution, and we shall battle. You may gain passage so long as you are victorious. Similar words were echoed as when an apexionic lifeform had come, the only difference being the addition of the temporal field. Extremity Rubino harumphed while gazing at the portal before him. Temporal field of dissolution, an isolated domain where you can unleash your hyperversal authority without worry of the surrounding reality. You can battle for a day, month, or a year within as only a second will pass out here. The eyes of the many gazing wills constricted at such words as the benefits of time dilation at their level of power were minimal, with only the most powerful beings being able to dilate time to a state that can actually help them. Yet these entities within the vein rifts conjured what they termed the temporal field of dissolution so easily. Extremity Rubino pulsed with power as he gazed at this temporal field, the titanic figure of the cataclysmic megalodon known as Vacadon floating and disappearing into the obsidian singularity while its eyes seemed to be gazing down towards Rubino with great disrespect. it was a gaze that caused this extremity from one of the 7 clans to snort and flash into the temporal field of dissolution soon after. And all wills watched with bated breaths. In the far distance, Noah's figure remained, with the adjudicator of dissolution as his eyes seethed with golden light, taking in all the events occurring and analyzing them. One may gain passage so long as they were victorious, but what exactly waited for them if they overpowered any of these frightening enemies? Just what was the culmination step of dissolution shaping up to be? Chapter 2615 Inscrutable. 2615 Inscrutable. The grand and auspicious changes that occurred within the haven of dissolution were spread out to the main forces of all inheritances and clans. In all other havens, the risen extremity vein seemed to only be flowing with authority at this moment, as the vein rifts only bloomed within dissolution. And with the information being sent out that there were thousands of vein rifts showing hyperversal extremities at Tier 3 along with legions of Leviathan lineages, such a development caused even more segments of inheritances and clans to move as they realized they had truly underestimated the last extremity sanctification. The hyperversal extremities who had led and guided the scions and elders currently within dissolution were those considered in the middle of lower ranks of power within the clans and inheritances. At this moment, the most powerful upper-tier hyperversal extremities began to move their souls, smelling change and opportunity as they made their way into dissolution, within the haven of Oceanus. The figure of Extremity Blue stared at the risen Extremity Vein in the distance as her soul received waves of information from the forces of the Avernus clan. Her fair hands rose as she reached out towards the pulsing vein, almost as if she could grasp it in her very hands, but she knew this was only an illusion. She had to grasp power herself. She had to always make the right choice, and with lunacy by her side, even the wrong choices would always be made right. Alright, let's see what the havens have in store. Maybe I shall finally grasp Zenith with this. Her dazzling visage rose as she glimmered with a blue light. She then looked at the risen extremity vein and how it extended past the broken walls between haven as she chose a direction and began rushing towards dissolution. She was only a glimmer of blue light in the vast expanse of Oceanus, as in another region of this haven, the figure of Emperor Shao could be seen surrounded by tendrils of dense absolute dynamis of extremity by the dozens. He was also gazing at the risen extremity vein in the distance as streams of information flowed into his mind from his own sources. He assumed a contemplating look as the strands of authority around him talked to each other, and after a certain time passed, the authorities seemingly came to a conclusion. As soon after, the countenance of Emperor Shao rose. Zenith. This was the stage he had reached, but even this wasn't enough. What he needed to attain was something exceeding Tier 3. Something most others only dreamed of, but had long given up on. His figure vanished into the vastness of Oceanus as he left to seek what his soul wanted the most. Extremity Rubino vanished into the temporal field of dissolution along with a cataclysmic megalodon that stood resonantly at Tier 3 hyperversal extremity. Into a field where the passage of months or even a year was akin to the passage of a second. From the words of the leading cataclysmic megalodon, they had seen the shocking difference in power when the Maiden of Orientis faced the minor apocalyptic megalodon, the main point being that even if one was in the same boundary layer of a concept of extremity, it did not necessarily mean they were at the same level of power. But the existence who was taking up the challenge now was a being from the Orientis clan, a man of stature and power that against these unknown entities. Boom! The thoughts of all beings theorizing what would happen came to a halt when the temporal field of dissolution pulsed and spat out an existence that was pulsing with unstable waves of power. His hand missing up to his shoulder as golden blood spurted out freely, his dark hair seemed withered as his eyes were dimmer than before, this existence being none other than Extremity Rubino. An immense silence descended. BZZT, the temporal field of dissolution shook again as the massive figure of the cataclysmic megalodon also came out, its sleek obsidian skin spotless and without any injuries, as nobody knew just how shocking the battle within the temporal field of dissolution was, nor how long it truly lasted. They didn't know whether Extremity Rubino had been reduced to this state after the passage of months, days, hours, or even seconds, since time worked differently within the temporal field of dissolution. But for a level 3 hyperversal extremity from one of the 7 clans to return in such a rugged manner, the wills watching became utterly somber. Mind you, this was the culmination step of extremity sanctification. It was meant for apexionic lifeforms for all past culmination steps in previous havens, and yet the culmination step of dissolution. So far, even a level 3 hyperversal extremity wasn't able to even gain entry. Extremity Rubino felt as if all the wills watching were gathered around him as his eyes were filled with anger and veiled traces of fear, his figure moving back from the vein rift without even being told, as the expressions of other extremities from the Orientis clan were dark. Sensing the atmosphere, Extremity Rubino snorted out with anger, "If you all think it is so easy, why don't you give it a go? Let's see which one you gains entry." He felt like he could see the mocking gazes of other transcendent masters from the other 6 clans and major inheritances. He felt as if they were looking down on him, but they didn't know the terror he faced within, the cataclysmic megalodon that he faced. For a total of 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Battles against transcendent masters could take nanoseconds to finish if there was a large discrepancy in power, like say a level 3 hyperversal extremity fighting against a tier 1 hyperversal extremity, but when both were at the same tier. Such battles could take days or weeks, and yet, his battle had ended in 10 seconds. It showed just how much more overpowered the other side was. All of those mocking gazes on him didn't know the terror of the genuine hyperversal extremity authority of dissolution, so his words thundered out, and the masses of scions, elders, and extremities couldn't help but look at their own vein rifts before their eyes, holding terrific entities within. Chapter 26:16 Inscrutable. 2. The power and confidence dwelling within the scions, elders, and extremities of the 7 clans and major inheritances weren't little, even in this shocking reality where they watched a top-tier apex psionic lifeform knocked back with a single hit and a top-tier hyperversal extremity return injured with his arm ripped off. It didn't deter them, it made them more cautious, but that was it. In front of one vein rift, an inheritance known as the Extremity Forgers had their tier 2 hyperversal extremity call out. Valiant, Gakken, Rosalind. Step forward. He called from among the strongest apex psionic lifeforms from his inheritance as the 3 called out became serious while floating towards the vein rift. Even at this very moment, the authority of dissolution mixed with the authority of other havens continued to spill out and permeate the surroundings, causing the concentration of authority to increase as it made the movements of all beings even harder. This group of 3 scions stepped forward as they received the same message as the one they had heard before. The enemies they faced being those from the Leviathan lineage of cosmic centipedes, as 3 cosmic earth centipedes showing the equivalent 16th boundary layer came to face them. They weren't the only scions to be sent forth, as the many inheritances and forces of 7 clans here began to usher their scions and elders to continue testing out and gathering more information of this culmination step of dissolution, as well as seek to gain entry if they could defeat their enemy. The scions sent weren't the strongest. The message they received was the same: you may gain passage so long as you are victorious. They were then matched with equivalent leviathans of dissolution as shockingly, the scions of inheritances and those from the 7 clans began taking in loss after loss. No other hyperversal extremity had stepped forward as they continued to observe and gather information. At the same time, the auras of more hyperversal extremities blazed as those from other havens, hearing of this shocking phenomenon, made their way over. All of this fell under Noah's gaze as his eyes were currently glazed with the gold light of Oraculum. He sensed boundless possibilities. He sensed innumerable opportunities. He just had to grasp them as he asked himself, is it not time? Was it not time? His aspects of existence cried out as if they heard his call, the majority of his soul that had been undergoing the vacuous and Vitalis awakenings beginning to rouse as it ushered for their completion. It had taken its time, but the occurring changes were that heavy and thorough as it wasn't anything that Noah had come across before. Bathed in vacuous hyperversal authority, the vacuous malignancies could undergo the first vacuous awakening after their bodies reached a level of potency and purity for this authority. This was a simple enough process. But Noah had undergone both this and the first Vitalis awakening. Just how ridiculous had he now become, spurred by his will, his main body, which was currently surrounded by a swirling storm of liquefied vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal authorities, woke up. He looked at himself and the raging hyperdimensional powers that had materialized even in the outside reality, his eyes blinking as he raised his right hand up because he couldn't feel anything. Yes, he couldn't feel authorities, essences, or anything emanating from his body when he first woke up, as it was a new sensation he had to adapt to. His hand showed fair white skin that held faint stellar obsidian runic tattoos that formed ancient marks all throughout his arms, and they extended upwards as when they met on his chest. A magisterial lecrature of infinity was inscribed. The runic markings glowed with a simple stellar light as they could barely be seen, but Noah felt that they weren't as simple as they looked because they served a purpose. He could feel potent vacuous and Vitalis hyperdimensional authority coursing through the pathways of these runic tattoos as they cycled over his body and caused a profound reaction. His body, his origin, and his soul all felt so different as he needed to understand and quantify just what had occurred. When he thought of this, his vision flickered as prompts began to rise. You have completed your first vacuous awakening. You have completed your first Vitalis awakening. An unimaginable feat worthy of being heralded across the eternal annals of extremity. Your soul, origin, and body have gained the quality of an absolute dimensional inscrutable existence, as all of your authorities will be contained within your body without being expressed outwardly. No existences will be able to discern your realm, concepts, layers, dynamis, or anything else about you, as even when you express a form of authority, you can choose how others perceive it, or you can express it as a formless authority that isn't visible to the naked eye, a ridiculous upgrade that came with endless possibilities of applications, absolute hyperversal inscrutable existence. Due to the first vacuous and Vitali's awakenings, he attained an existence that could now not even be perceived of its state of power by others. It was the reason why when he first woke up, even he was thrown off, as he couldn't feel any signs of essence emanating from his body, when normally after such a transformation, a whole storm of essence would surround him. You have attained the innate vacuous hyperdimensional channels and innate Vitali's hyperversal meridians that allow the circulation, accommodation, and utilization of vacuous hyperversal authority and Vitali's hyperversal authority. The level of potency and purity of vacuous hyperdimensional authority is enough for you to actively control and utilize it at the first vacuous awakening. But the potency and purity of Vitali's hyperversal authority is still too low in relation to its stature, as you currently cannot actively control this authority. Vacuous hyperdimensional authority could be utilized at Noah's current stage, as it seemed. Vitali's hyperversal authority placed itself far above. Thick tendrils of Vitali's hyperdimensional authority flowed within his body, origin, and soul. And yet he couldn't actively command it. Chapter 26:17 Inscrutable. 3. Transformation into the vacuous heavenly I entity is now available. Transformation into the Vitali's heavenly I entity is not currently available. The advancement of the second Vitali's awakening is theorized to open up this pathway for you. In the infinite hyperversal haven, Noah continued to gaze as descending prompts calmly as he took stock of his current body. The stellar glow and shine that always blazed around him was retracted as he seemed simple, the only thing barely giving off a stellar glow being the runic tattoos that came together to form an infinity symbol on his chest. His hair was dyed entirely lustrous black, as vacuous hyperversal authority was embedded deeply into it, his eyes being the most stunning as they held 9 different colors of overlapping pupils, 9-pupiled. When one gazed into his eyes, they would tremble and feel like an ancient resistance was gazing at them and seeing through all their secrets. The pupils constantly rotating like engines as they seemed to be absorbing the surrounding waves of authority. You have attained the innate quality of hyperversal I assimilation. Hyperversal I assimilation, you can accept all kinds of essences, resources, and entities of reality into your existence and assimilate them to further strengthen yourself, their source capable of being applied towards your concepts of extremity or any aspects of your existence. Hyperversal I assimilation, in the past, when the adjudicator of dissolution had been talking to Noah as he discussed devouring his enemies and making their strength, she had uttered with distaste that he sounded very much like the vacuous malignancies who reveled in devouring hyperversal extremities as if they were tonics. And truly, such beings were exactly that. Their whole existence could be devoured and directed towards any part of an existence that had undergone vacuous awakening. Any form of loot Noah attained from here on out, he could assimilate it and choose where its source strengthened him, whether it was to build his Alethian havens of extremity, advance his soul, or towards his boundary layers. Shadows had long since been placed in his meridians, as at this moment, 81 of Noah's boundaries had been forcefully taken to the 16th boundary layer as well. The 16th boundary layer that was attained from the shadow sword that Noah was cut short from. There were 2 more opportunities within the Sema clan and infinite extremity for Noah to grasp and see just how far he could go. And then there was the culmination step that was astounding even hyperversal extremities within dissolution. More information is being quantified regarding the changes brought forth by both vacuous and Vitali's awakenings. The latest prompt told him he would have to learn for himself just how ridiculous his current body was. With his soul currently calm and without any raging storms, as neither vacuous nor Vitali's hyperversal authorities were clashing, it wasn't because they had suddenly harmoniously fused in some way, but the advent of the innate vacuous hyperversal meridians made it so that his soul was coursing with fantastical vessels that isolated and kept vacuous hyperversal authority within, while the innate Vitali's hyperversal meridians did the same with its respective authority. The 2 opposing authorities were no longer clashing in Noah's body, but in the time that they were in after the awakenings he had undergone. Noah was born anew, as his power was utterly astounding. From the hand he raised, Noah closed it into a fist as instantly the liquefied vacuous hyperversal authority and Vitali's hyperversal authority swirling in the surroundings were absorbed into his body. The ancient runic tattoos on him lighting up with brilliance as they felt like ancient rivers that pristine authority flowed in. Everything around him calmed as his 9-pupiled eyes blinked, a dazzling blue-bordered stat panel appearing an instant later. Name, Noah Osmont, Realm, Fourth Alethean Haven of Extremity, Lineage, Quintessential Hyperversal Emperor, Titles, True Emperor of Quintessence, Wrathful Quintessential Hyperversal Demon Emperor, one who gazes upon hyperversal authority, Alethean, Indefatigable, Tyrannical Emperor, the Tainted, Anomaly, Home of the Wheeled, Awakener, Inscrutable, Hyperversal Anomaly, Quintessential Hyperversal Mana Value, Infinite, Quintessential Hyperversal Vitality Value, 299,999. Quintessential Hyperversal Soul Value, 299,999, Quintessential Hyperversal Defense Value, 299,999, Quintessential Hyperversal Damage Value, 299,999, Hyperversal Dignity, 35, Hyperversal Mastery, 35. Absolute Hyperversal Authority Resistance, 37%, Absolute Hyperversal Authority Penetration, 37%, Dynamis of Extremity, Indefatigable, Quintessential Absolute, Alethean, Quintessential Absolute, Vitalistic, Quintessential Absolute, Oraculum, Quintessential Absolute, Thanatos, Quintessential Absolute, Lotra, Quintessential Absolute, Boundaries of Extremity, Quintessence, Infinity, Shadows, Blood, Mana Dynamics, Loot, Reality, Dimensions, Anima, Body, Origin, Soul, Genesis, Apocalypse. Prana, Dreams, Avalon, the statistical values of his main body, not his reified source of quintessence that had a multiplier of 9, not his reified Wieldian sources of extremity that also had a similar multiplier. His main body, in comparison, 3 days ago when the Apex War of Annihilation occurred, Oprich had his soul values approximately 20,000, with Noah's being slightly lower, and here he was 3 days later, his 9-pupiled eyes blink like ancient sins as he uttered out gloriously while raising his head, acceptable, WAA. The true Emperor of Quintessence looked at his progress and claimed it was acceptable. His gaze went out far as it crossed the infinite hyperversal haven in the recorded history it was in. It traversed the eonic annals of extremity and came to focus on the eyes of the clone beside the adjudicator of dissolution, who was watching as one scion after another was thrown on in defeat from the vein rifts stretched out across dissolution. The eyes of this clone flickered as the single pupil within doubled and then tripled until ultimately, 9 dazzling layered pupils appeared. The skin begins to peel and flicker away as with this clone as an anchor. The reified Wieldian source of Indefatigable stepped forth, not with its characteristic and terrifying 4 faces as its original appearance, but with light complexion and calmness reminiscent of Noah's main physique, as at this moment it stopped giving off any perceive of authority or aura. One's will and authority wouldn't even be able to perceive him unless they were looking straight at him, this change causing the adjudicator of dissolution to physically turn around as her eyes constricted when she gazed at Noah once more. She had to gaze at him with her eyes. She couldn't see him any other manner as her hyperversal will and soul sensed him entirely disappearing in the past second. If she wasn't looking at him, she wouldn't know he was there. It was such an incredulous phenomenon as Noah didn't address it in any way, his form becoming decorated in lightback plants and a loose-fitting obsidian shirt that showed off his glorious physique, as well as a glimpse of ancient runic tattoos forming into an infinity symbol on his chest. An atmosphere of profound dignity and majesty surrounded him even when nothing about his aura or authority could be felt, his form slowly floating towards the vein rift that held the Smilodon Leviathan lineage along with the Tier 3 aquatic Aeon Dragonfly and Lightning Titanoboa. The extras had tried and kept on trying to gain entry even now as none were successful. It was time for the protagonist to step onto the stage. Chapter 26:18 Man of the Hour. The Haven's Saber Smilodon gazed at the millions of the underdwellers as his eyes could see them plotting. He could see them scheming as the hyperversal extremity authority of dissolution allowed to read their movements and even their very thoughts. They thought they could sneak this way out of this through some unique methodologies, but they would come to find that only pure power was the answer. And comparing the underdwellers before him to their heavenly lineage that was tasked with a glorious purpose. Well, the result was apparent in the currently occurring reality. Matched against equivalent existences from the heavenly lineages who had achieved the same highest boundary layer, the underdwellers still had yet to produce even a single being that gained entry. It showed the discrepancy in power as they sought extremity, but they didn't truly dedicate and sacrifice their very souls to it. An underdweller capable of matching even one being from their heavenly lineage had yet to step forward as If things continued like this, then he had no worries about their heavenly lineage being the ones to bear the weight of all that was to come. Tendrils of hyperversal extremity authority of dissolution raged around the body of the Haven saber Smilodon as he was gazing at the light years around this nether haven when his sharp canines glinted while turning towards a certain direction. His authority pulsed as he nearly missed an underdweller. Even now, as he stared at his levitating form that was coming towards the vein rifts, the Haven saber Smilodon could not feel an aura emanating from this existence. He could not read the power of this being. Unlike the masses of underdwellers who easily had their thoughts laid out in the open, even the concepts of extremity could not be felt from this being. The Haven saber Smilodon's eyes released a radiant sheen as the hyperversal extremity authority of dissolution around him danced, information and possibilities blooming within the mind of the Haven saber Smilodon as he coldly gazed forward. Maybe Noah's figure floated out serenely. He approached the vein rifts before him just like many other scions and elders were doing, but a few eyes had already glanced over due to the fact that the adjudicator of dissolution was here, their wills drawn prior due to Noah being behind her. There were also many sets of eyes that already had the region around Noah under observation as light years away. The figure of Extremity Ariana and a dozen other Avernus extremities could be seen floating a distance away from another vein rift. Ariana had purple flames simmering in her eyes as she noted the distance and closeness that Noah showed with the adjudicator of dissolution, her eyes revealing many things when a voice that nearly caused her to jump rang out beside her. "You're so focused when staring at him. Do you want to kill or pounce on him?" Beside her, the lunatic that was Extremity Blue suddenly appeared as Ariana nearly cursed at her. She gritted her teeth while replying calmly, "All of these changes have just bloomed as nobody is clear yet on what the full circumstances is. I don't like that he's getting a chance to fight it." Ever since the events in the Shadow Sea Plane and the Shadow Sword that Ariana had claimed, she had grown even more careful and cautious of the entity that was Noah Osmont. "You're focusing on the wrong things, little sister." Beside her, Extremity Blue smiled brilliantly while her gem-like eyes shone. Extremity Ariana kept her annoyance to herself as she wanted to ask this lunatic just who the hell was her little sister? Yet this lunatic continued as her smile turned utterly cold. "Your concentration should be on the fact that at this moment, we cannot feel even an ounce of concepts or an aura from him, and we're supposedly hyperversal extremities while he is an apex ionic lifeform." Brilliance shone in her eyes as around them, the eyes of the Avernus extremities constricted and focused. At this time, the figure of Noah stepped foot past the transparent barrier of the vein rift as he gazed calmly at the Leviathan lineages before him, Smilodons, dragonflies, and titanoboas, each of their bodies pulsed with power and great might as his languid eyes came to land on the entity emanating the most dangerous aura. The Haven saber Smilodon stated back at him coldly as he didn't call out a name yet. Instead, his regal voice rang out, "What is the highest boundary layer you have achieved?" A smile formed on Noah's lips, inscrutable. This feature of his entity made it so that even this powerful existence at the same stage, if not beyond the adjudicator of dissolution, to not be capable of seeing through him. The 16th boundary layer. He spoke simply as the eyes of the Haven saber Smilodon flashed, his stature being able to ascertain the truth and falsehood of words as his voice boomed out soon after. "Miguel, step forward." A glorious aura blared forth, the legion of Smilodons in front of Noah parted ways as from them. The visage of an earth saber Smilodon coming through as its fur was drenched inky black. The power of the 16th boundary layer of dissolution surged on his paws explosively as above his head, an illusory obsidian flaming crown of dissolution roared to life. The earth saber Smilodon named Miguel stared at Noah, and he was met with eerie nine-pupiled eyes that gave off unseen pressure, but the might of the Smilodon wouldn't falter. It would do what many other heavenly lineages had done against the underdwellers that had come forth. It would strike and smash this being back to where he came from. Flames of dissolution freely flowed from the body of the earth saber Smilodon as he treated this battle with utmost seriousness since the enemy's power couldn't be properly gauged. A flicker of black light, and an instant later, the pristine sharp claws of the right limb of the earth saber Smilodon appeared on the right side of Noah's floating figure. Disappointment dawned on the eyes of the Smilodon. His enemy didn't erupt with any power, nor did he even react to turn to the right to defend. He deserved the loss that was coming if he couldn't even react to his speed. The claw of the Smilodon thundered down as, bzzzt, a fantastical scene unfolded. The Smilodon didn't know when, but the hand of the entity adorned in loose-fitting black pants and shirt had risen as two fingers on his hand clamped out. And the claw of the Smilodon carrying the weight of dissolution behind it was entirely stopped. Crackles of inky black dissolution buzzed and erupted as if metal was grating on metal. The earth saber Smilodon felt as if his claws were clamped and held down with the weight of a haven as the being responsible slowly turned his head to the right. and the soul of the earth saber smilodon vibrated with astonishment as it stared into 9 pupils that now seemed like 9 endless swirling storms of the abyss. 2619 Man of the Hour. 2. All the battles that had occurred so far when scions and elders of inheritances and clans stepped into the vein rifts had ended the same way, complete and utter thrashing, as the quality of power was on a completely different scale when the scions and elders battled against equivalent Leviathan lineages that had attained the same stage of extremity. One of the main causes behind this was none other than the fact that the Leviathan lineages all pulsed with the authority of dissolution, the authority of the very haven they stood on, and the very authority still spilling out senselessly from the vein rift, fight after fight. The result was the same as the scions and elders wouldn't even last a few moves. So when an existence facing a Leviathan pulsing with dissolution showed off a shocking scene of dominance to the extent that he wasn't even moved back by an attack. Many eyes and wills began to draw over. Who was he? What was his level of power? Which clan or inheritance did he stem from? These questions buzzed as a vast number of wills across the indeterminate light years came to focus on a single vein rift that showed off a devilishly handsome man. He arrived and made all others focus on him, as if he was the man of the hour. The sensation was indescribable when the earth saber smilodon began moving. When flames of dissolution erupted around its body. When its claws came towards him, it was immeasurably fast in the eyes of others, but for him, it was so slow. Just his spread out will allowed him to see it all as his foundation, which had been absolutely jacked by the first vacuous awakening and the first Vitalis awakening, was just this frightening. While the smilodon was coming in the span of an instant, Noah was able to lock onto it as his 9-pupiled eyes blazed with gold, even more details now being pulled out when he looked at this creature. Name, Miguel, realm, minor haven of dissolution, lineage, heavenly smilodon lineage, titles, heavenly beast, saber-toothed, heavenly dissolution extremity foundation, heavenly dissolution mana value, 50,000, heavenly dissolution vitality value, 50,000, heavenly dissolution soul value, 50,000, heavenly dissolution defense value, 50,000, heavenly dissolution damage value, 50,000, dynamies of extremity, dissolution, boundaries of extremity, dissolution. The reason why they outclassed scions and elders so much, from their side, they were calling them Leviathan lineages, as on their end, they were known as the heavenly lineages. And the values of a single entity of the heavenly smilodon lineage who had achieved the 16th boundary layer as dissolution was 2 times compared to a direct disciple of a tier 3 hyperversal extremity like Opich, who had also only achieved the 16th layer as his highest. The heavenly lineages were powerful. If Noah had met them just 3 days ago before the war, maybe he would be on the same boat as other scions and elders like today. But now, get ready. His voice was calm as he addressed the astounded earth saber smilodon. His fingers that were clamping down on the claw released and straightened as they all pointed towards the earth saber smilodon, and an instant later his fingers were retracted to form a fist, just the formation of a fist. The pressure of this formed fist thundered forth as in the eyes of others, a blinding cylindrical beam of multicolored light instantly barreled forth, and yet, it was the authority of the indefatigable quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity released from the reified Wieldian source of indefatigable. ZAA, the multicolored beam of light disappeared just as quickly as it had erupted. When it faded, the eyes of the earth saber smilodon before Noah were dim as its long canines were shattered. Cracks extending from throughout its inky black body as a number that only Noah could see rose before this beast, minus 49,999. He precisely controlled his output to release a damage value that would leave behind a single vitality value on this entity. He didn't go for death as there were 3 terrifying Tier 3 hyperversal heavenly beasts right behind this one. Its body shuddered as golden blood flowed like rivers, immense silence descending in the surroundings as from its body, Noah saw a flash of light be released and flow towards him. His hand rose to grasp it as it couldn't forcefully make its way into his body unless he allowed it, and after he affirmed there were no issues, it sank in smoothly as a prompt rose. You have attained 10 units of heavenly aurora. When the Maiden of Orientis lost, she had lost a significant portion of her soul values as they were even permanently reduced, all of this going towards the victor who had defeated her. Now after Noah defeated a heavenly beast, he attained 10 units of heavenly aurora. This unique form of energy was collected into a corner of his soul calmly as when he tried to peer into it. The usage of the units of heavenly aurora is currently unknown, the information wasn't there. The reality around him resumed, the scions, elders, and extremities watching in front of other vein rifts had shining eyes as they stared at the unbelievable scene that had just occurred. For the first time, someone from their side had actually defeated a Leviathan beast, in the far distance, in a region where massive vessels and the powerhouses of the Sema clan were clustered. The extremity of Foundation stood behind Ericsson and many other Sema clan scions as he spoke to his son with a calm gaze. "You continue to be right about him." The words were meant to acknowledge Ericsson's foresight, but his expression remained free and unbound as for today's occasion. His beach attire had changed to a shade of orange-red. As if to welcome a setting sun, he gazed at the figure of Noah in the distance as well as the vein rift before the eyes of the Sema clan. At this moment, he already began to distort the probability of the events to come as he was ready. On another side, the figures carrying a sense of despondency and desolation could be seen as they were wrapped in shadows. The primeval shadow elder Silas and others stood behind Laos, flashing shadow, and even the shadow extremity overlord as they also gazed towards Noah. Their thoughts were hard to read as gazes of maddened rage would occasionally turn towards the region clustering the forces of the Avernus clan. Many beings had just begun to react to the shocking first win within a battle to occur on their side as one scion who had been watching this battle unfold since Noah stepped forward spoke with an incredulous expression as if he had just realized something. "Wait, did he say his highest boundary layer was the 16th? Before the battle began, the Haven Saber Smilodon had asked Noah his highest layer. It was only now that some people who held more information fully processed this as their minds began to pound. Their eyes became stern as they looked at this being ahead of them. He wasn't even an apex psionic lifeform until a few days ago as far as they knew, and he had already taken a boundary to the 16th layer. This was akin to a prized scion being given the resources and nurturing of a massive inheritance or clan. So what exactly had this being relied on to bring a boundary to the 16th layer? A question that held no answer within the vein rift. The Haven Saber Smilodon looked at Noah with a dazzling obsidian light as his voice thundered out while waves of his authority wrapped around the Earth Saber Smilodon. Noah had spared to pull it back. "You have come out victorious and gained entry dash, like hell he did." Boom. Before the words of the Haven Saber Smilodon ended, a dazzling allure of blue erupted out as hyperversal hockey of extremity thundered from all directions. The adjudicator of dissolution quickly reacted as she was about to make a move, and yet her hand came to a halt an instant later as she felt no need to. A maddening flicker of cerulean light was surprised at this, but it continued forward nonetheless as the target was the being emanating not even an ounce of an aura. And yet before her hyperversal hockey of extremity or even her visage came close, these astounding waves of hyperversal extremity authority of disintegration seethed as everything was wiped away. After all, there were 3 Zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremities just at the forefront of this vein rift. The figure of a woman with snow-white hair adorned in a blue battle dress became clear, and before her, the glorious visage of a cold-faced aquatic Aeon dragonfly could be seen, this being the existence that had effortlessly eliminated her hyperversal hockey of extremity. Extremity Blue watched forward and spoke with squinting eyes. "Hey, beastie." Her expression was calm as she stared at the Zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity before her. "Could you move aside just for a second? I just want to put to sleep that guy behind you there, and I'll leave right after. Pinky promise." Her fair hand reached out as her smallest finger was raised. The swirling gaze of the aquatic Aeon dragonfly pulsed as its voice thundered out. "You may gain passage so long as you are victorious." The same words, immeasurable grandeur overflowed as behind the aquatic Aeon dragonfly, Noah's silhouette became bathed in a wondrous light. The legion of Earth Saber Smilodons before that being parting as they exposed a hazy mist in the distance that hid unknown lands. 2620 Havenly Aurora. You have come out victorious and gained entry into the supernal haven of dissolution. Be mindful of your actions within, as if you offend those you should not, your life is not guaranteed. The Haven Saber Smilodon spoke while its cold eyes stared at the figure of Extremity Blue who had interrupted him earlier in the corner of his eyes. Supernal haven of dissolution? Noah's eyes rose as he saw the Earth Saber Smilodon Legion parting ways to reveal a hazy dark mist in the distance that shrouded what lay behind it. Whatever lay behind was termed Supernal Haven of Dissolution as he sought to see if this horrifying Tier 3 hyperversal extremity would reveal any more information, and the Haven Saber Smilodon pulsed with tendrils of dissolution as an authoritative voice thundered out coldly. "The haven you all are in is the Nether Haven of Dissolution. Within it, the potency and purity of dissolution are at their lowest, as most of the underdwellers within it will not even have the right to embark on dissolution itself. The Ionic Haven of Dissolution was termed the Nether Haven of Dissolution, with the words of the Haven Saber Smilodon stating that beyond the vein rifts, they would appear in the Supernal Haven of Dissolution. One was below, one was above. One was outside of the extremity vein, the other could only be accessed within, and Noah along with all those in the Ionic haven of dissolution were turned underdwellers? Us? Ha ha! The annoying voice of the extremity of lunacy echoed out as her head peeked beside the aquatic Aeon dragonfly. Her eyes shimmered with blue light as she continued to speak once more. You told him he was granted access and that he should be mindful not to offend those he shouldn't in this supernal haven of dissolution lying ahead. Does that mean there aren't any sort of rulings that would prevent an extremity from giving an eternal nap to a being of lesser power that offended her? Noah's eyes shone dangerously at Extremity Blue's words. Outside of the vein rift, the eyes of the adjudicator of dissolution radiated terrifying splendor at the advent of such words, and then the haven's saber smiled and gazed at Extremity Blue as if he were looking at a fool as he spoke grandly. Rulings? The only ruling within any of the supernal havens of extremity is strength. If this being here has offended you and you want to kill, you can kill. You simply need to gain entry. Boom, explosive words thundered out as the minds of all those watching buzzed. Right, the investiture of extremity that stated that those of higher power could not act against those less powerful than them was instituted by the Senatus of extremity in order to maintain a semblance of order in the seven havens, they knew and lived in. There was no such thing in these lands that the haven's saber Smilodon termed the supernal havens of extremity. Strength was king, strength spoke for itself as if one had power, they could do whatever they wanted. When she heard this, Extremity Blue let out a raucous laugh that before it could finish, of course. The voice of the haven's saber Smilodon thundered out again as this time it was focused on her. You have offended me just now. So if you happen to gain access into the supernal haven of dissolution, just know that if I feel like it, I may also choose to put you to sleep permanently. WAA, the hyperversal extremity authority of dissolution crashed madly. The smile and laugh on Extremity Blue's face were wiped away as a horrifying atmosphere bloomed in front of her. A radiant obsidian temporal field of dissolution bloomed as the cold eyes of the haven's saber Smilodon shone while the dominant voice resonated again. Zaman, step forward. From behind the legions of Earth saber Smilodon, the obsidian mist churned and roiled as an immediate later, a glorious aura of a Tier 3 hyperversal extremity bloomed the visage of a red-striped haven saber Smilodon appearing as its aura was much less threatening than the zenith haven saber Smilodon that had been talking this whole time. Extremity Blue had not achieved zenith. She was not matched with any of the three zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity havenly beasts that were already here as her match was called out from the supernal haven of dissolution. The unfolding scene was utterly breathtaking as a great deal of information was unveiled, and immense dangers also showed themselves as Extremity Blue gazed in the far distance where the troops of the Avernus clan were clustered. Her eyes sent out a clear message as Extremity Ariana and the others there knew exactly what she stated, the Avernus extremities moving authoritatively as their troops began to swarm towards nearby vein rifts to seek access, since if they were powerful enough to enter the supernal haven of dissolution, they would not be bound or restricted by the investiture of extremity that they had already begun to violate. At such a conclusion, Extremity Blue herself smiled crazily as she turned into a streak of light that surged towards the temporal field before her, but not before her voice thundered out, "Wait patiently for me, little Osmond." With a blink of light, she disappeared. Noah gazed at this scene with profound coldness as he also turned around and floated towards the obsidian mist in the distance. Wait, the voice of the adjudicator of dissolution buzzed in Noah's mind at such a moment as he didn't stop. He knew what she was going to say. She wanted him to continue being reliant on her power and the power of others to defend against hyperversal extremities in these new and unexplored lands that didn't prevent them from acting out against those of lesser power. But Noah had seen time and time again how even she could not do anything to stop the violations of the investiture of extremity. He had long since decided to not rely on others as he only sent back a single message to the adjudicator of dissolution. I'm not worried about a mere hyperversal extremity. They had been hunting me then, and they're hunting me now. I'll deal with it as I see fit. The power of other beings could not be relied on, only his own power would give the most guarantee. As without looking back, he passed the ranks of the Earth saber Smilodon that were staring at him cautiously and with a combative battle spirit as he delved towards the obsidian mist in the distance. Chapter 26-21 Havenly Aurora 2. The unfolding reality and exchanged words that revealed a great deal of information caused a buzz to rise in the surroundings, the wills and eyes of many beings observing as the first of their kind delved into the obsidian mist past the veil rift as he was the first to be granted entry into whatever this culmination step of dissolution was. His entry was akin to a rousing fire that began to burn endlessly. Like the match that set off endless suns, more and more inheritances and clans sent their forces forth into the myriad of vein rifts stretched out across the nether haven of dissolution, no longer sending their weakest as some of the truly powerful scions and elders began to make a move. In the vein rift holding the grand visage of the haven saber Smilodon, aquatic Aeon dragonfly, and lightning titanoboa, the temporal field of dissolution that Extremity Blue had gone and pulsed with a bright light as when the Tier 3 hyperversal extremity called Zaman was about to delve in. Wait. The Zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity haven saber Smilodon spoke out once more as Zaman instantly halted and nodded respectfully. Yes, Lord Commander, this was what the Zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity was referred to as. His voice echoed out with a sneering light when he watched the temporal field of dissolution that Extremity Blue had disappeared into. Let her simmer in there a bit longer. The words of the Lord Commander Smilodon were astonishing as they showed these heavenly beasts guarding the vein rift were bound by some process, and yet there was some leeway in how they acted in all this. The actions of Extremity Blue were disliked by the Lord Commander as at this moment her combatant did not yet enter the temporal field of dissolution. This scene was observed by many as next. Yet another event that caused many wills to buzz occurred. A veiled figure who actually emanated waves of dissolution from the underdwellers came forward and stepped past the transparent barrier of the vein rift. It was the adjudicator of dissolution herself as the Lord Commander Smilodon gazed at her calmly. His voice the same as ever. You may gain passage so long as you are victorious. WAA. Along with his words, a second temporal field of dissolution opened up in this space as the head of the Lord Commander Smilodon turned towards the massive lightning Titanoboa on the side. Batiatus, accompany her and observe her worth as a zenith. Even more explosive words affirming the stature that the adjudicator of dissolution had achieved thundered out as obsidian lightning of dissolution surged. The massive lightning Titanoboa moving from the back as it disappeared into a flash of light in the next second that entered the temporal field. The veiled figure of the adjudicator of dissolution also didn't delay as a moment later she also flickered and disappeared. The obsidian mist obscured one's will and vision as nothing past it could be seen unless it was crossed. It felt similar to the thick wall of dissolution they had faced at the end of the initiation step of extremity sanctification, with Noah crossing the mist of dissolution speedily as he felt the spacetime continuum distort in magnificent ways. It meant that this mist wasn't just something like a wall that after a person crossed, they would arrive at some land opposite it. It distorted space similar to the wormholes that formed to take existences from the planar palisades of extremity and into the seven havens as after Noah navigated multiple spatial distortions. He finally saw brightness, he finally felt something new. Behind him, an endlessly vertical obsidian wall of dissolution stretched up and down as ahead of him. Was a fantastical sight that caused his pupilled eyes to radiate profound brilliance. First, the surroundings were heavily concentrated with tendrils of dissolution, but Noah could also see crimson tendrils of light that he recognized as Helios, as well as white tendrils that should represent Genesis, for other wondrously colored tendrils intermixed in this space as it seemed like the highest concentration was dissolution, but the minuscule authorities of the other supernal havens of extremity were also here. And ahead of him the astonishing scene of a massive island the size of a major plane of existence could be seen. Hazy obsidian streams of dissolution leaked from the ends of the island like a waterfall as atop it. Ancient and titanic trees and vegetation rose endlessly. In addition to this, an overabundance of auras and lifeforms could be felt on this island as Noah saw endless variations of the heavenly Smilodon lineage either floating between the innumerable obsidian white trees or walking on its verdant lush grasslands. They varied in power as most were in the boundary expansion realm, with Noah being able to sense thousands in the apex ionic lifeform level just on this floating island the size of a major plane of existence before him. All of this was paired with the blazing auras of four hyperversal extremities burning brightly on this landmass. What was more astonishing was that further away, to Noah's left and right, similar floating islands such as this could be seen as on the right side, light years away. The outline of another floating island holding hundreds of thousands of the heavenly Titanoboa lineage could be seen. To the left, yet another floating island with numerous beasts of the heavenly dragonfly lineage could be seen. Far below Noah, space stretched out endlessly until his eyes met billowing and roiling obsidian mist of dissolution, and the skies were the same as they stretched out endlessly until billowing clouds of dissolution obscured everything. In between, clusters of gorgeous floating islands the size of planes of existence were stretched out as Noah was most astonished by a phenomenon at the very peak of these islands. There, he could see a swirling singularity that seemed to be collecting the pure authority of dissolution from all around, and in addition to this, he caught something with his eyes that others may not be able to see. He could only see it because his body was currently filled with it as he held its innate vitales. hyperversal meridians, he could see faint traces of Vitali's hyperversal authority manifesting from the surroundings and mixing with dissolution in the singularity at the very peak of these floating islands. And then streams of fantastical light washed down onto these islands to form into wonders. Wonders was all he could call them. Atop the island directly before him, dense clusters of what seemed to be ionic treasures of extremity could be seen surrounded by a halo of transparent light, along with the shocking scene of golden, obsidian, and even a few crimson extremity panaceas here and there. Fantastical treasures in different forms of loot were clustered beautifully across the skies of the floating island, the heavenly Smilodon lineage moving around it nonchalantly as if it were the norm, the pristine light floating from the singularity of the intermixing Vitali's hyperversal authority and dissolution continued to drip down as even now. Noah could see halos of circular bubbles holding half-forged ionic treasures of extremity treasures that were gradually becoming complete as others like them were littered all across this glorious floating landmass, for light years. The scene was mind-boggling as Noah's eyes felt like there was something at play here with the dense auras of heavenly Smilodon beasts on this island moving about freely and not plucking the treasures before their eyes, causing a sense of incongruency, but he could figure this out slowly. As he appeared, Noah saw the eyes of many of the heavenly Smilodons turn towards his direction, along with the oppressive wills of the four hyperversal extremities just on this island alone. He began to float towards them as his body began to change, lustrous black fur with cherry-colored stripes appearing on his skin as his form turned bestial. He went on his four limbs as his head soon transformed into the savage visage of an earth-sword Smilodon carrying shocking handsomeness, a flaming black crown that emanated the aura of dissolution rising above as below his four paws wielding sharp claws, tendrils of authority that seemed like dissolution buzzed freely. His status as an absolute hyperversal inscrutable presence was out to use as he took on the form of an earth saber Smilodon, his body giving off the aura and authority of dissolution outwardly even though he had not grasped this heavenly concept. Since there were hyperversal extremities coming for him into these lands that only had strength as king, he would find his own ways to survive as at this moment. Even if Blue arrived and saw Noah right before her eyes, she wouldn't be able to recognize him with his aura, realm, body, or anything else as he floated to mix with the heavenly Smilodon beasts on the massive island before him. His speed was fast as he arrived within a nanosecond, the earth sword Smilodons on the edge of the island, looking at him with interested gazes. As the moment Noah landed on the edge where luscious verdant and black grass grew, the voice of one of the four hyperversal extremities within this landmass echoed out in his mind. The first underdweller to arrive into our blessed supernal havens, and an interesting one at that, to be able to mimic us so proficiently. Do you have enemies coming behind you? Well, no matter. Come, you shall have the honor of getting an introduction. 2622 Heavenly Aurora. 3. The first underdweller to arrive in the supernal haven of dissolution. Noah claimed this title as when he landed atop the floating landmass of pristine fantastical grandeur, the voice of a hyperversal extremity echoed out as he saw the verdant and obsidian grass around him make way and form a path towards the depths of the island. The Smilodons around this area only gazed at him briefly before they went back to their prior actions, many of them lying down with their eyes closed as the aura of dissolution formed into tendrils of light around them. With his body as a black and cherry-colored Smilodon, Noah went deeper into the island as he began to come across more apex ionic lifeforms, passing through the groves of thick and ancient trees pulsing with dissolution until a clearing began to open up ahead of him. A small mountain rose within this clearing as a stream of stellar obsidian water could be seen circling around it. The small mountain divided into floors as the bodies of apex Smilodons were sprawled all around it, with the aura of a hyperversal extremity Smilodon at the very peak of this small mountain. It was the only thing in this clearing as the mountain was surrounded by heavy concentrations of dissolution, and Noah could see that far above this region, the halos of circular bubbles holding profound ionic treasures of extremity floated majestically. I really can't tell you apart from other Smilodons. Just what did you use to even fool the senses of a hyperversal extremity? The feminine voice of a haven saber Smilodon thundered out as it stemmed from the regal red-furred existence at the top of the small mountain. Watching it was akin to a habitat of a pride of lions, with the eyes of the haven saber Smilodon locked onto Noah as a smile formed on her head. Noah's visage was calm as he responded, "Just a trick I came across not too long ago. You mentioned an introduction. If one didn't want to stumble in these new lands." This was invaluable. The hyperversal extremity before Noah did not release an aura anywhere as powerful as the three managing the vein rift, as she seemed to be tier 1 at most, with her serene utterance continuing to echo out at this moment. You've just arrived in the supernal haven of dissolution and stepped on one of its heavenly archipelagos. One of the more common golden heavenly archipelagos that holds the most basic heavenly treasures. As she spoke, she pointed her paw upwards and tapped as from the glorious glimmers of light above. One of the halos of circular light surrounding a treasure floated down until it came just below the mountain in front of Noah. Reality may be entirely different in your nether haven of dissolution, but the reality in the supernal havens of extremity is one where above the heavenly archipelagos, heavenly authority gathers and mixes with the authority of the supernal haven to produce a myriad of heavenly treasures. And to attain them, well, why don't you take a look and try to take the one before your eyes? It is something that an underdweller like you would need the most right now. An entirely different reality. The heavenly saber smiled and talked of the heavenly authority gathering above the heavenly archipelagos as she referred to Vitali's hyperversal authority, with Noah's mind putting all the information together as he floated up to the halo of light that when coming closer, one could see a dazzling black and white scroll contained within. Noah's paws went towards the halo of light containing this black and white scroll as, bzzzt, his hand was rebuffed, and thereafter, streams of information surged out that for him they transformed into gorgeous prompts, insufficient units of heavenly aurora to acquire the golden aurora accumulation modus operandi. 100 units of heavenly aurora are required. The usage of the units of heavenly aurora, Noah had attained 10 from defeating the earth saber smilodons, as it seemed all the heavenly treasures atop the archipelagos of the supernal haven of dissolution required such a form of authority in order to be obtained. Unique, isn't it? The voice of the haven saber smiled and continued as Noah stared at the black and white scroll before him with blazing eyes. Reality revolves around the units of heavenly aurora one has, as with a sufficient amount, one can even acquire heavenly treasures that can take them to extremity on obsidian or crimson heavenly archipelagos. The bodies of the heavenly lineages across the supernal havens of extremity have slowly collected heavenly aurora since they were born, with the challengers that you underdwellers are facing having been prepared as they already utilized most of their heavenly aurora to redeem treasures before stepping out, just in the case they lost against any of you. They wouldn't lose much of their accumulated heavenly aurora. Even more dazzling words came out as a few truths became clear. One was that it was possible to slowly build up the heavenly aurora over time while in the supernal havens of extremity. Another was that a method to attain heavenly aurora was to overpower and defeat another being, this in turn transferring their units of heavenly aurora to the victor. And of course, there was the golden aurora accumulation modus operandi floating in front of Noah and unattainable by him at this moment. His eyes were fiery as he gazed at it, the voice of the haven's saber smiled and continuing with its smile becoming even wider. Yes, the faster way to build up heavenly aurora. Even though it's the lowest tier of the aurora accumulation modus operandi, the golden aurora accumulation modus operandi grants you the wisdom on how to pull units of heavenly aurora into your existence faster, this being the major way existences accumulate aurora apart from challenges. You can participate in these on any heavenly archipelago you land on, as if you step on the challenger arena, you can battle others. So long as you win, their heavenly aurora is yours. And the biggest introductory lesson I can give to an underdweller like you is, if you start battles anywhere else apart from challenger arenas and commence massacring heavenly beasts to acquire their aurora, you would not live long, as just like you massacre others, someone more powerful will arise to do the same to you. 2623 Heavenly Aurora. 4. Strength was king in the supernal havens of extremity, as they didn't have something like the investiture of extremity, but this didn't mean their lands were filled with chaos, as due to the heavenly lineages spread throughout, there was actually a sense of profound harmony across the supernal havens of extremity. Those more powerful of the heavenly lineages supported and defended their lineages. If a powerful apex ionic lifeform who enjoyed killing came to be as they went wild in such a venture, they would quickly be put down by a slap from a hyperversal extremity. If a Tier 1 hyperversal extremity wanted to quickly accumulate heavenly aurora and began massacring the lives within entire archipelagos for it, they would soon be surrounded by Tier 2 hyperversal extremities and be erased out of existence. Strength was king, and you truly had to be strong to move fearlessly across these fantastical lands. So when more and more beings from the nether haven of dissolution arrived here and understood the means of heavenly aurora, any chaos that might arise from it was bound to be an astounding future to look forward to. For wild beings like Extremity Bluta, how long would they be able to survive in these lands if they continued to act the way they did? But that's the serious stuff out of the way. I was going to be nice and obtain this golden aurora accumulation modus operandi for you, but your nature has made me curious, as I want to see more of a display of your abilities. If you wish to keep your head start against other underdwellers, you'll need to begin accumulating heavenly aurora as soon as possible. As why don't you enter the challenger arena of this archipelago? If you can win against other challengers, you can obtain more units of heavenly aurora and gain the capability to springboard your power as you haven't seen anything yet. Her words were valiant as the apex ionic earth saber smilodons around this area pulsed with power. The feline visage of the Haven Saber Smilodon rose with a yawn and a stretch as a heavy hyperversal extremity authority of dissolution erupted around her, covering the Smilodons here. In addition to Noah, as with a devilish glint in her eyes, she echoed out, "Let's go, WAA," with a glimmer of light. The Smilodons here turned into obsidian shadows that were taken deeper into this extensive heavenly archipelago towards a challenger arena that was on all such floating landmasses to designate a place for battle. The vein rift that held the heavenly Smilodon lineage was a rowdy one as two temporal fields of dissolution pulsed with radiance at this moment. The challenger for the temporal field with extremity blue had entered after the purposeful delay. With time passing as nobody came out from any temporal field, that is until, say, flickers of light erupted from a certain temporal field as two auras were spat out, the Tier 3 hyperversal extremity Smilodon known as Zaman, innumerable wounds stretching across his body, and the visage of extremity blue was utterly gory as half of her body was missing. Flesh, brain matter, and skeletal structure were wiggling and trying to reform, the scene being utterly shocking for a Tier 3 hyperversal extremity who held something as unique as hyperversal hockey of extremity. And yet, she laughed gloriously, 8,699 units of heavenly aurora? What is this? How do I use it? She spoke shocking words as Zaman turned his head towards the cold and apathetic Lord Commander Smilodon and bowed down respectfully before he turned into a flicker of light back into the obsidian mist. But the words of extremity blue showed she had actually won. As how exactly had she pulled it off? As her musculature wriggled and tried to reform, the Lord Commander Smilodon gazed at her coldly while voicing out, "You have come out victorious and gained entry into the supernal haven of dissolution. Be mindful of your actions within, as if you offend those you should not, your life is not guaranteed." The same words that were said to Noah, the same words apply to even powerful Tier 3 hyperversal extremities. Extremity Blue's laugh faded at such words as it seemed like clarity returned to her, with her body beginning to float towards the obsidian mist in the distance as outside the vein rift. Many beings began to clamor, the first hyperversal extremity to gain entry into the unknown lands, and she seemed to be on a hunt as many wondered what would become of the destiny of the first underdweller to have entered the unknown lands within the extremity vein. Nobody stopped her anymore as with a flicker of light, extremity blue disappeared into the obsidian mist. What many didn't know was just how precious of a gain she had gotten from defeating a Tier 3 hyperscopic extremity heavenly beasts. 8,699 units of heavenly aurora, Tier 3 hyperversal extremity celestial creatures were immeasurably more powerful than one at the apex ionic lifeform level that Noah had defeated. Their means of obtaining units of heavenly radiance were many as the number extremity blue had attained was that much greater. Within moments, space warped around her as she very soon found herself in a grand space filled with the dense authority of dissolution. Streams of authority of other havens also flowed serenely as massive floating islands with their edges flowing with authority in the form of waterfalls could be seen. The moment extremity blue arrived, many wills focused on her. Her eyes were sour as she sensed over a dozen hyperversal extremities locking onto her. With her eyes being drawn over to the floating island directly ahead of her that held Smilodons, she gazed at its peak with the phenomenon of a spinning singularity washing down a treasured light. As well as the auras of circular bubbles holding treasures of extremity, she began to float towards it with interest as her aura spread out, her voice echoing out to the Smilodons on the island before. "You all wouldn't have happened to see a cute young man pass through here before me, would you? Dark hair, fair skin like a newborn's, and confident eyes bordering on arrogance and superiority over all others. He's my weak little hubby that needs to be protected." She spoke with a smile towards the earth saber Smilodons cultivating below, their eyes opening to gaze at her vibrant aura of a Tier 3 hyperscopic extremity as they only blinked calmly before they went back to their business. 2624 Heavenly Aurora. They actually ignored a Tier 3 hyperversal extremity. Extremity Blue was astonished at this, but she nodded soon after as she continued to feel the gazes of multiple hyperversal extremities on her. Strength was king, and the Smilodons down below knew it. If she went on a rampage here, it was hard to say what the result would be. As for now, she continued forward. She warped to instantly appear near the dense bubbles of halos of light on the skies of the floating landmass. Her authority Overtaken by the abundant ionic treasures of extremity floating calmly without anyone taking them is when she reached out toward zone of the more radiant halos of light. You have sufficient units of heavenly aurora to obtain the entry albatross of the authority of dissolution. Would you like to obtain it in exchange for 1,000 units of heavenly aurora? Her eyes flickered with brilliance. Entry albatross of the authority of dissolution, something that would actually allow her to truly embark on the concept of dissolution that relates to the very haven itself, something that made the haven saber smiled, she fought nearly injure her gravely. Her eyes flickered as her will instantly went forth, feeling the streams of authority within her reduce by 1,000 units as the bubble of light around an entirely obsidian pulsing singularity faded as it was quickly absorbed into her body. She closed her eyes as within a few nanoseconds, BZZT, a weak but profound authority of dissolution erupted around her body. Her eyes curved into a devilish smile as their blue radiance hungrily went on all the dazzling halos of light next to her. This was supposed to be the culmination step of extremity sanctification that apex ionic lifeforms reigned in under the eyes of the underdwellers of the 7 ionic havens, and yet, there seemed to be boundless opportunities for hyperversal extremities. Extremity Blue gazed at the wonders around her as more information flowed into her mind. You have sufficient units of heavenly aurora to obtain the golden extremity panacea of dissolution. Would you like to obtain it in exchange for 100 units of heavenly aurora? You have sufficient units of heavenly aurora to obtain the golden aurora accumulation modus operandi. Would you like to obtain it in exchange for 100 units of heavenly aurora? You have sufficient units of heavenly aurora to obtain the fragment of an armament of extremity. Would you like to obtain it in exchange for 1,000 units of heavenly aurora? Many possibilities rose before her eyes as they were things to aid one in traversing the layers of dissolution and even fragments of armaments of extremity. Her bright eyes shone with destiny as she instantly spent another 100 units of heavenly aurora to obtain the golden aurora accumulation modus operandi. Her actions revealing a shocking truth in the future to come: those with more power existences who had already achieved extremity would only have a larger starting point, as their power would be getting a major boost once they started going through the heavenly archipelagos and accumulated units of heavenly aurora. They would further reform their power as the heights they couldn't scale before would become possible for them now. Extremity Blue felt the fantastical modus operandi flow into her mind as she learned a great deal about heavenly aurora, her smile becoming even wider as before she could do anything else, she felt rousing movements below her, towards the center of the floating island. She could see massive stellar black trees surrounding a circular platform meant for battle. The auras of Smilodons could be seen all around the branches of the thick trees as they bellowed out loudly, seemingly cheering on a finished battle as an obsidian cherry-colored Smilodon with a flaming black crown overpowered another Earth Saber Smilodon. The phenomenon drew her attention as she instantly warped over to this location, her blazing aura drawing some eyes as the voice of a hyperversal extremity thundered out from above the tallest tree, and another victory for the challenger. Truly marvelous. Any others to accept his challenge? He should have reached over 100 units of heavenly aurora now, as it's enough to buy a heavenly treasure, helpful in even crossing the boundary layers of dissolution. The focus was egging others on as it favored battles, the figure of Extremity Blue arriving here with a smile and observing everything as even more truths of these new lands unveiled themselves. She wanted to quickly begin searching for the one known as Osmond, this being likely already having run far away from this entry location, as searching for him would be a great pain. So she thought of familiarizing herself with these new lands first, as after she arrived in the massive clearing showing a grand arena below her built from obsidian crystalline material pulsing with dissolution, she voiced out, "Over 100 units of heavenly aurora? I just spent some, as I can refill them now." She spoke brilliantly while gazing at the Earth Saber Smilodon with a flaming crown who had just won the battle, and the Tier 1 hyperversal extremity Smilodon who had just been speaking, sneered towards her as she let out a sharp reply, "Fuck off to another challenger arena that has Tier 3 hyperversal extremities waiting. Why would you want to bully an Apex Smilodon just for 100 points, Underdweller?" A Tier 1 hyperversal extremity spoke towards a Tier 3 hyperversal extremity like so. It was enough to cause Extremity Blue to flash with a deadly light as her smile became even more gorgeous and deadly. My oh my. The natives of this land don't seem to have an ounce of respect towards those more powerful. The Earth Saber Smilodons that hadn't even reached extremity paid her no heed, and now, this Tier 1 hyperversal extremity even told her to fuck off, in front of thousands of Apex Smilodons, and while the auras of other hyperversal extremities watching the surroundings too. In response to her words, the Tier 1 hyperversal extremity Smilodon yawned her reply while stretching her body, "Respect goes both ways. If you act like a dumb bitch, I'll treat you like a dumb bitch. You just won against Brother Zaman to gain entry as you're seriously injured, and he is recuperating in his domain on this very same heavenly Smilodon archipelago. Sister Sepia with the same power as you is also on this archipelago, with other Tier 3 hyperversal extremity heavenly beasts occupying the Titanoboa archipelagos and the Dragonfly archipelagos nearby. If underdwellers like you want to begin acting rowdy as soon as you arrive, well, I can only tell you to fuck around and find out. WAA, the words were of utmost disrespect. It was such a shocking reality that Extremity Blue had never faced before, as when ascertaining its truth. She could only laugh. These new lands are so very interesting. Alright, then can I take this Challenger Arena and see if any of the Tier 3 hyperversal extremities you mentioned would want a battle? Her eyes still radiated wonder. She could see the shocking importance of Heavenly Aurora as she wanted more of it as quickly as possible. She needed to ascertain how much she could acquire with the Golden Aurora accumulation modus operandi, but it seemed like the path to obtaining Heavenly Aurora quickly lay on fighting and obtaining it from others, and yet towards her words. The pause of the Tier 1 hyperversal extremity Smilodon waved dismissively. This arena is currently taking battles for apex ionic lifeforms. Go to the Titanoboa archipelagos or Dragonfly archipelagos, maybe they will want to entertain you. Or just proceed deeper into this supernal haven of dissolution and you'll come across Obsidian and Crimson archipelagos where hyperversal extremities fighting is a norm. Extremity Blue was once again rebuffed. She smiled dangerously as she locked her eyes with the speaking Haven Saber Smilodon, not saying anything else before she moved away from this location. She thought of many things as she also thought about how the current situation would soon change when more beings like her entered these lands. If someone like the Adjudicator of Dissolution were to enter, and there was nothing stopping her from acting against her. With this thought and many more in mind, Extremity Blue passed over the skies of the Heavenly Smilodon archipelago and obtained a few more radiant halos of light before she turned into a streak of blue light that shot into the distance, heading even deeper into the supernal haven of dissolution. Back in the Heavenly Smilodon archipelago she just left, the Haven Saber Smilodon gazed towards Noah's figure on the Challenger Arena below as she sent a mental message. What did you do to have such a spiteful woman chasing after you? Noah had only shown goodwill as wondrously. Extremity Blue appeared right before him without knowing it was him standing before her eyes, and the Haven Saber Smilodon nor any other Smilodons paid heed to Extremity Blue. Noah got off the Challenger Arena. After battling multiple apex Smilodons who rose to take his challenge, shaking his head towards the Haven Saber Smilodon in reply as his eyes were gazing at the halos of treasured light above. He had attained enough units of Heavenly Aurora to acquire some things, 2625, shocking the Heavenly Smilodon archipelago. Through his quality as an absolute hyperversal inscrutable existence, he expressed tendrils of dissolution outwardly as his visage of Smilodon moved across space to float towards the halos of blinding light. Below him, the visage of the female Heavenly Smilodon who had given him an introduction and even sent away Extremity Blue watched silently as a moment later, the aura of another Haven Saber Smilodon appeared beside her. Little sister Leda, why are you busying yourself with this underdweller's business? The voice stemmed from a Tier 2 hyperversal extremity stronger than Leda. And yet she harumphed towards him while replying, I'm not boring like you, senior brother Kyle. And anyone who can veil themselves from my eyes like he is. There has to be something special. If I hadn't seen him change right before me, I wouldn't be able to tell him apart from any other Smilodon. Imagine if such a being reached Zenith Tier 3 or even crossed the threshold beyond it. Just how much fun and chaos could such a being cause? I just wanted to observe him to see if I can peel his layers of uniqueness, as him utilizing the Golden Aurora accumulation modus operandi for the first time will reveal a bit about his soul and foundation. Leda's pulsing could already see Noah's figure appear in front of another Golden Aurora accumulation modus operandi surrounded by a halo of heavenly authority. Beside her, her senior brother shook his head indifferently as he gazed at tens of thousands of Smilodons across the Heavenly Smilodon archipelago who were currently practicing the same Golden Aurora accumulation modus operandi and attracting thin streams of the heavenly authority intermixed with the authority of the supernal havens themselves as they would slowly become units of Heavenly Aurora. He spoke dismissively when he thought about the newcomer underdweller, heavenly beasts that were born within the supernal havens themselves and baptized by the heavenly authority can barely accumulate 5 to 10 units of Heavenly Aurora daily when they first begin. The underdwellers who have the most minuscule traces of heavenly authority within their existence will maybe be able to accumulate half of that, if not less. Asking for any surprises from a being such as this may be expecting too much. he stated the harsh truth and reality is all incoming underdwellers would come to find how harsh the conditions were in these lands unless they already had sufficient power. The first underdweller to arrive may as well discover first. As they watched Noah perceptively, in the skies, Noah reached the blinding halo of light holding another black and white scroll as a different message appeared before his eyes. You have sufficient units of heavenly aurora to obtain the golden aurora accumulation modus operandi. Would you like to obtain it in exchange for 100 units of heavenly aurora, 121 units of heavenly aurora? This was how much he was able to obtain after taking down 3 apex ionic smilodons in the Challenger arena. All 3 held the 16th boundary layer of dissolution as their highest, with their power being something the current Noah could easily overcome as he didn't go wild in battle. Yet he would see how many units of heavenly aurora could be accumulated with the modus operandi before him. As if his ongoing theories proved to be true, a blinding light shone in front of him as he felt the halo of light disappear, and 100 thin streams of authority left his soul at the same time. As the moment the exchange was completed, the scroll turned into a glimmer of light that vanished into Noah's head. And this glimmer of light turned into waves of information. Golden aurora accumulation modus operandi, a unique tool granted to any being within the supernal havens of extremity, as it isn't just a method of operation, but a key that allows the birth and growth of a heavenly organ that is capable of isolating and drawing in minuscule concentrations of heavenly hyperversal authority while also mixing it with the authority of the supernal havens of extremity the being is currently in. The circulation method of operating the heavenly organ and growing it to be capable of accumulating even more units of heavenly aurora faster is as follows. A grand method of circulation showed itself as the moment that the golden aurora accumulation modus operandi entered Noah's soul. A small minuscule singularity was born near his heart. The beginnings of a heavenly organ. As Noah read its description, he couldn't help but speculate one more as the so-called heavenly hyperversal authority he could see above the heavenly Smilodon archipelago and the other archipelagos truly seemed like a form of Vitalis hyperversal authority. And the mixing of Vitalis hyperversal authority along with the authority of the supernal havens of extremity seemed to give birth to the astounding treasures floating serenely atop these floating islands. What would happen if Noah tried to utilize a method of accumulating units of heavenly aurora with his body, with his existence that held innate Vitalis hyperversal meridians that had genuine Vitalis hyperversal authority flowing within? Let's find out. His soul was calm as while floating in the skies, he began to follow the golden aurora accumulation modus operandi. The barely formed heavenly organ near his heart that was only a minuscule singularity began to spin around him. Barely discernible thin streams of heavenly authority began to materialize and draw towards him, becoming mixed with the authority of the supernal haven around before it was drawn towards the heavenly organ within Noah's body, and before his eyes. 0.01 units of heavenly aurora have been accumulated. A small number rose. In the distance, the figure of the heavenly Smilodon Leda and hyperversal extremity Kyle observed as the former tilted her head while the latter nodded as if it was to be expected. You at times expect too many things from others. Leda hyperversal extremity Kyle had only just begun to speak when his words stopped, the barely visible streams of heavenly authority and authority of dissolution being drawn above Noah stopped at this moment. And Noah's body throbbed as the action of drawing in units of heavenly aurora through the heavenly organ for the first time caused this organ to be formed as a part of Noah truly at this time, and the moment this occurred, the calm and lustrous meridians within his body came to life. His aspects of existence that were filled with pure and extremely powerful Vitalis hyperversal authority came to life. 2626 Shocking the heavenly Smilodon archipelago. 2. His body. His soul. His origin. His innate Vitalis hyperversal meridians. He couldn't actively control this authority even though he had undergone the first Vitalis awakening, but at this moment, a natural reaction occurred as the heavenly organ that was drawing in lesser forms of Vitalis hyperversal authority and mixing it with the authority of dissolution to create units of heavenly aurora. It felt the shockingly pure Vitalis hyperversal authority spread across Noah's body as a quintessential change occurred, since the heavenly organ was drawing in minuscule streams of heavenly authority. The Vitalis hyperversal authority within Noah's aspects of existence and innate Vitalis hyperversal meridians surged and instantly flowed towards the heavenly organ. But the organ also needed to draw the authority of dissolution to ultimately form heavenly aurora, and at this moment, it had begun to receive extremely pure heavenly authority from the body it was in. It needed extremely pure authority of dissolution to balance this out and begin forming units of heavenly aurora, as if it could not obtain such pure authority, it would have to at the very least replace this with enough volume, and so, the skies above the heavenly Smilodon archipelago buzzed, as if his body was a conduit. Tendrils of the authority of dissolution began to draw from nearby reality en masse as within a nanosecond a swirling storm of dissolution had already gathered above. It was dissolution, along with ant streams of authority of the other supernal havens of extremity that were naturally in the surroundings. It gathered at a shockingly high speed as even more of it continued to come from the surroundings, creating an inverted obsidian mountain of authority that had its sharpest points sinking into the visage of a single being. Boom! An eruption of authority erupted as large volumes of the authority of dissolution entered Noah's body and went straight into the heavenly organ that had shockingly pure Vitalis hyperversal authority flowing in, the organ rotating like a strained engine to very quickly fuse these authorities together, and the product of all this was a glorious one as prompts rapidly began to flash before Noah's eyes. 100 units of heavenly aurora have been accumulated, 100 units of heavenly aurora have been accumulated, 100 units of heavenly aurora have been accumulated. Prompt after prompt, wave after wave, streams of heavenly aurora began to form en masse as the small heavenly organ within Noah's body began to expand, and it had to do this, otherwise it would be destroyed from the sheer volumes and purity of authority it had to fuse together, and at this point as Noah's body released pure Vitalis hyperversal authority automatically into the heavenly organ, they began to feel the natural dwindling and usage of this authority as his innate Vitalis hyperversal meridians pulsed. They bellowed out with tyranny and majesty as an instant later. What the heavenly beasts considered heavenly authority, the authority that was gathering above the archipelagos. Pure, transparent streams of it mixed with a gorgeous white began to be drawn towards Noah until a rising transparent white storm formed below his body, an inverted obsidian mountain of the authority of dissolution and other supernal havens of extremity above, and a transparent white mountain storm of heavenly authority below. They all rushed into one being's body in a phenomenon of utter incredulity. The eyes of hyperversal extremities Leda and Kyle opening their eyes wide in shock as on the massive heavenly Smilodon archipelago the few more powerful hyperversal extremities began to rouse. Along with the wills of extremities from the faraway Titanoboat and Dragonfly archipelagos, all of these eyes and wills were directed to a single existence, an existence that continued to experience rows of prompts thundering over his eyes amidst this glorious show of quintessence. 200 units of heavenly aurora have been accumulated, 500 units of heavenly aurora have been accumulated. 1,000 units of heavenly aurora have been accumulated. Even greater volumes of authority were being mixed in as heavenly aurora was produced, with the process being so glorious and violent that the heavenly organ began to creak and fracture no matter how big it was growing to accommodate the rapid rate of accumulation. The golden heavenly organ is being put under a great strain. To prevent its apocalypse, the rate of accumulation is being reduced. 800 units of heavenly aurora have been accumulated, 500 units of heavenly aurora have been, 100 units of heavenly aurora have been. The rapid churning and spinning of the heavenly organ slowly and reduced. The overactive Vitalis hyperversal authority within Noah's aspects of existence began to calm down as the mountains of authority outside of his body slowly became less intense. In his body, the heavenly organ had fractures extending all over it due to the immense level of purity of the authority it had to mix together, its spinning becoming ever so minuscule as a few final prompts flashed before Noah. A total of 10,000 units of heavenly aurora have been accumulated as the threshold of accumulation for the golden heavenly organ has been reached. Once the golden heavenly organ has been repaired and returned to its prime state within 24 hours, a similar or higher quantity of units of heavenly aurora can be collected again. An obsidian or crimson heavenly organ will be capable of bearing the load of authority at much greater levels. For the next 24 hours, the golden heavenly organ will passively accumulate 1 unit of heavenly aurora per minute until it is fully repaired. Clear guidelines were set as Noah almost broke a recently formed heavenly organ, but the results were stupendous as ridiculously 10,000 units of heavenly aurora were gained within a few seconds, and he could only attain such a number again or even greater after a day passed as his path. Was bound to be filled with glory. He opened his eyes as his surroundings returned to a level of calm, the stormy mountain of the authority of supernal havens of extremity and heavenly hyperversal authority dispersing. But in the surroundings, things were not as calm as they were before, as heavy and powerful auras now filled the surroundings. The visage of extremity Leda and Kyle floated right before Noah along with 2 other havens Saber Smilodon, one of them being the one who had faced extremity blue in the temporal field. On the right side, for massive titanoboas floated majestically as they pulsed with hyperversal extremity authority, while on the left side 4 extremity dragonflies looked at Noah as their eyes shone with a profound light. Stark silence descended in the surroundings as in such an environment. The visage of Leda responded quickly as her voice thundered out, "The heavenly Smilodon lineage will take him into our folds." 2627 Grasping dissolution, Noah's soul radiated brightness as around him. A Haven Saber Smilodon proclaimed that he would be taken into the gold of their lineage, and not a moment later, a titanoboa pulsing with back flames snorted while booming out, "Take him on? Why don't you give that option to him? Have him choose which lineage to join after knowing all the facts." On the left, yet another voice followed out thereafter as an austere Tier 3 hyperversal dragonfly reiterated calmly, "And which facts will he receive that won't contain a bias towards one side or against another?" Hyperversal extremities spoke out one after another as Noah was gazed at as something they had to enter into their folds, and of course, they had to after witnessing what just occurred with heavenly authority and the authority of the supernal havens of extremity, as hyperversal extremities. They knew how critical heavenly authority was, for it to be drawn towards this existence before them at a rate that only powerful hyperversal extremities who were lucky enough to find an obsidian or crimson aurora accumulation modus operandi would be able to compare to. It meant this being had a shocking inclination to heavenly authority, to the extent they even wanted to ask him some questions about it. Extremity Leda was one of the weakest hyperversal extremities here, being at Tier 1, and yet she harumphed and spoke freely. "Humph, just look at him. Which part of him looks like a titanoboa or dragonfly? From where I stand, he is already a Smilodon you all are trying to poach from this archipelago." WAA, dazzling words that caused the hyperversal extremities to look at each other ironically were uttered out. They couldn't deny her words even though they knew this being before them was an underdweller, but before the environment became even more hectic. You all know what it was like when you first gained trenches of heavenly aurora. Why don't we discuss amongst ourselves and let this young friend here explore the heavenly treasures atop this archipelago and the titanoboa and dragonfly archipelagos as well? Decisions can be made after he is more familiar with everything, a deep voice of authority announced from an utterly massive titanoboa that seemed to be at the very precipice of Tier 3 hyperversal extremity, a zenith just barely out of his grasp. When others heard it, they remained silent with affirmation as they acknowledged Noah and dispersed. Leda was the only one that remained as she stared at Noah with bestial eyes before she stretched and floated back into the depths of the heavenly Smilodon archipelago. "Just remember who was the one showing you the ropes when you first arrived." Her words penetrated Noah's ears as his eyes emanated brightness. They calculated the many possibilities for the future as they ultimately landed on the halos of light floating above this archipelago. There were some that were absolutely crucial to obtain as his will spread out to learn of all the heavenly treasures here. And every time his will passed over them, he received a message right after: "You have sufficient units of heavenly aurora to obtain the flaming dissolution circulation modus operandi. Would you like to obtain it in exchange for 1,000 units of heavenly aurora? You have sufficient units of heavenly aurora to obtain the lightning dissolution circulation modus operandi. Would you like to obtain it in exchange for 1,000 units of heavenly aurora? Methodologies on how to circulate authority in one's aspects of existence that caused the fantastical effects of flames of dissolution or obsidian lightning of dissolution pulsing around the bodies of the heavenly beasts, but with his quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi. Noah didn't need any of these as he could at most purchase them as reference materials. His eyes and will continue to wave outwards. You have sufficient units of heavenly aurora to obtain the fragment of an armament of extremity. Would you like to obtain it in exchange for 1,000 units of heavenly aurora? You have sufficient units of heavenly aurora to obtain the entry albatross of armament of extremity. Would you like to obtain it in exchange for 1,000 units of heavenly aurora? You have sufficient units of heavenly aurora to obtain the entry albatross of the authority of dissolution. Would you like to obtain it in exchange for 1,000 units of heavenly aurora? You have sufficient units of heavenly aurora to obtain the golden extremity panacea of dissolution. Would you like to obtain it in exchange for 100 units of heavenly aurora? The things his soul sought for showed themselves, something as fantastical as a fragment of an armament of extremity. And an entry albatross that gave him access to truly step on dissolution. There was even a golden extremity panacea of dissolution to aid one across the boundary layers of dissolution. His will was sent out, and soon after, 2 halos popped and faded away as a blinding singularity shot into Noah's head from the distance, while an obsidian flower decorated with stellar black gems that seemed to contain whole realities within it landed on his hands. The first one was an entry albatross of the authority of dissolution as the unfinished runic écriture of dissolution. In his soul lit up gorgeous while the rest of the letters began to be completed, and when the N in dissolution fully materialized, the heavy concentration of dissolution in the surroundings seethed again. Noah sucked the potent authority of dissolution nearby as if he was a black hole, a glorious prompt unfolding before him soon after. The first heavenly boundary layer of dissolution has been attained, an authority connecting to the very vitalis havens of extremity. The authority of dissolution has been subtly altered by quintessence. The authority of dissolution is termed a heavenly boundary due to its nature as elevating it is of utmost difficulty, but attaining hyperversal extremity of dissolution or any heavenly boundary will allow one to move unhindered within said haven. Waves of information thundered down as yet another glorious concept was anchored to his soul. The more unique thing in all of this was the fact that he held quintessence. Quintessence had ever so subtly changed dissolution as in addition to this. Quintessence deemed that all of Noah's boundaries would be taken to the ninth boundary layer automatically the moment they were expanded towards extremity, and so, even though it was stated that proceeding across the layers of dissolution was so very difficult, the second heavenly boundary layer of dissolution has been attained. The third heavenly boundary layer of dissolution has been attained. 2628 A weapon against hyperversal extremities, the first heavenly boundary layer of dissolution, : While moving under any vitalis havens of extremity, all of your statistical values are increased by 25%. When moving outside the scope of all vitalis havens of extremity, all of your statistical values are increased by 50%. The boundary layers of dissolution were unique ones as they reveal some truly critical information on these types of boundaries. Noah received its information and continued forward as he put his standing as an absolute hyperversal inscrutable existence to use and reduced any ridiculous flashiness around him with him steadily controlling the waves of dissolution coming inside his existence as all it was spread out across his soul, all the way back to his main body, it remained in the constantly changing and expanding infinite hyperversal haven that had just swallowed up the noblesse planes of existence that were brought to heel under Henry, Aurelia, Orion, and his other vassals. While his reified Wieldian source of indefatigable had entered the supernal haven of dissolution, his main body was moving in the infinite hyperversal haven to do something just as critical. Pulses of dissolution went on the fair hands of his main body in the infinite hyperversal haven, his body being warped across great distances to arrive in the ever-expanding prana Alathian haven at this moment. Many changes were being quantified in regards to him, as well as all the wonders that the 15th and 16th boundary layers of his most important boundaries brought forth. Mana dynamics was particularly domineering as its 16th boundary layer caused his resource regeneration rate to become utterly obscene. The 16th boundary layer of mana dynamics, : As you approach extremity, understanding the workings of mana becomes utterly crucial as your reality passages, quintessential breath of extremity, heart, foundation, and all aspects of your existence now flow in harmony to grant you the most pristine flow of energy. You can now regenerate 100% of all quintessential hyperversal values in 60 seconds, with any abilities requiring the usage of quintessential hyperversal soul values having 98% of their cost initially paid for by your quintessential hyperversal mana values. Be prepared, for you know what the endgame is, a glorious description that quantified part of his wonders, and the last sentence of this description was addressed to Noah by the very concept of mana dynamics itself. For him to be prepared as he knew what the endgame was, the endgame. Noah smiled as he felt his endless reserves of mana and what this description would be alluding to. He then gazed around as he arrived at his target location, his eyes feasting at the sight of 7 quintessential undead Thanatos vassals who seemed to have at their base the 7 Thonian sinners of Thanatos. Currently, 2 existences were bickering while floating on a verdant crystalline landmass full of life so absorbed that they barely noticed Noah approaching with his closed-off aura. One had golden hair flowing freely, his fair face showing annoyance at this time as his lab coat fluttered in the wind. The balance towards death has already been tilted too much by you. I say the next phase is to fuse parts of or all of an ender of extremity into these 7 champions of Thanatos. That may complete them to an even greater state. Dr. Hall spoke fearlessly as the one standing beside him was a dazzling Haven Lich Arazon who currently adorned an obsidian black lab coat, his skull radiating deadly green flames as he also spoke with annoyance. I've kept a delicate balance of life and death so far with the inclusion of a prana Alathian vessel in their souls. Completing them would require a deathly counterpart. Maybe the corpse of a hyperversal extremity, or in the midst of his words. The Haven Lich stopped and turned around as his flaming sockets came to land on Noah. Master. I apologize for not noticing your arrival sooner. How may this humble skeleton be of assistance? The Haven Lich Arezon bowed down as beside him. Dr. Hall did the same while calling out towards Noah, at ease. Noah held a smile as he appreciated the massive champions of Thanatos these two beings before him had been working on, having the quintessential absolute Thanatos dynamis of extremity at their core as with his rising strength, they had evolved to become even grander as well. I'm here for another project today. You'll be working with the Wieldian Council of Extremity to come up with a virus, a plaque, a disease. Any form of something that will be capable of infecting a hyperversal extremity along with their recorded histories in the Ionic annals of extremity that will ultimately lead to their demise. Shocking words emanated from him from behind. The Wieldian sources of Vitalistic, Thanatos, Thalathean, and Lotra appeared grandly, the only ones not joining being Indefatigable and Oraculum as they went about their own business. 4 of the 6 council members of the Wieldian Council of Extremity, they arrived here as Noah was looking for a way to combat hyperversal extremities that were hunting him down. The barrier between those who had attained extremity and those who hadn't was absolute. Billions of apex ionic lifeforms could group up against a single Tier 1 hyperversal extremity, and they still wouldn't be able to kill such a being. The line of demarcation between extremity was just that vast. Noah would also not be able to threaten an extremity for the next few days or even possibly weeks, as when he gazed at the possible unrecorded histories to come through Oraculum, he saw no signs of extremity in the short term, yet he was being chased now. But even if he could not fight against extremities in a straightforward manner, he saw a possibility of fighting them in an underhanded manner. At the core of this possible plan was something he couldn't readily manipulate yet. Yet a change that had occurred in the last few minutes had triggered the opportunities for Noah as he gathered the different parts of his soul as well as entities like Dr. Hall and the Haven Lich to design a virus. He would bring any other worthy vassals into this project if need be, but he already gave this project of enacting a virus capable of infecting hyperversal extremities a time limit of a day. The key to this virus he was imagining lay in Vitali's hyperversal authority, something hyperversal authorities desperately sought for. Something utilized in the formation of units of Havenly Aurora. He already theorized that due to its abundance and more open entry in the supernal havens of extremity, there were likely hyperversal extremities that had undergone the first Vitali's awakening, if not even grander opportunities within the supernal havens of extremity. But among the underdwellers, this number should be extremely few in ratio to the vast numbers of hyperversal extremities out there. His enemies, beings like Extremity Blue, had not yet undergone any sort of awakening. Such a being would be extremely perceptive to a virus or poison carried by Vitali's hyperversal authority as their very soul sought for this authority, and when using the Golden Aurora accumulation modus operandi, this authority would be attracted into one's soul along with the authority of the supernal haven they were in. Herein lay Noah's access, herein lay the possibilities. 2,629 eons of change. The goal was clear. The Wieldian Council of Extremity was convened. The Haven Lich Arezon adopted an expression of extreme happiness as the Thanatos quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity buzzed around with glory. We can already alter the very records of those who have perished through Thanatos. We just have to apply this to living when creating whatever master is envisioning. Thereafter. Heavy cackling reverberated out as a flood of authority bloomed. Noah smiled while waving his hands and causing the concentration of authority in the surroundings to rise to alarming levels, his voice ringing out. The crucial thing to grasp in all this is Vitali's hyperversal authority, and how it can be weaponized. The project was led by his main body as along with the Wieldian Council of Extremity, Dr. Hall, and the Haven Lich Arezon. Noah sought a weapon against extremities before he grasped any concept even close to it, within the nether haven of dissolution. The number of apex ionic lifeforms and hyperversal extremities had grown exponentially since the appearance of the vein rifts and the shocking changes all throughout the 7 ionic havens, but the center point remained as countless beings converged here, those of the 7 clans, those of the major inheritances. They all made their way over as they could feel that the culmination step of the last extremity sanctification was going to be one that made them experience the changing of eons, the changing of the very nature and structure of the 7 havens. As after this, it would not be the same, and at this moment, a blaring horn reverberated out as if it were announcing the arrival of grand existences. With space twisting, a violet light permeated across innumerable light years, and soon after, a massive vessel the size of a major plane of existence appeared as it looked like an inverted pyramid. its sharp end pulsing with tendrils of violet light as its structure seemed to be forged from the hardest ionic metal. It was a vessel known as the Courier of Senatus. It was rarely utilized, but when it was, it represented the power of the Senatus of Extremity making a move, the Senatus of Extremity that held existences standing above allegiances, clans, or inheritances, the governing body of the 7 ionic havens of extremity. At the top of the Courier of Senatus, the presence of a few billion existences could be felt as at the very forefront. The auras of at least 100,000 hyperversal extremities could be felt, 100,000, the vast majority were of the Tier 1 hyperversal extremity level as only a few thousand were of Tier 3, but the sheer numbers were enough to give one a glimpse of the power accumulated within the Senatus of Extremity over the eons. The millions of apex ionic lifeforms who had survived since the first extremity sanctification to now, many had died over the years as they defended their borders against vacuous malignancies, but many more lived as the power expressed on the Courier of Senatus. Was not every single apex ionic lifeform and hyperversal extremities under their banner. This number was what the Senatus deemed sufficient to explore and take the reins of the occurring changes they had known were coming, but it was hard to say whether they knew just how drastic the changes were. If groups like the Curagulus of Extremity could learn the words, as above, so below, what about the Senatus of Extremity? Just to what extent did they know or have any control over what was currently unfolding? Atop the Courier of Senatus, the few billion apex ionic lifeforms and 100,000 hyperversal extremities were all adorned in radiant violet robes inlaid with golden lines, the symbol of the inverted pyramid present on the left side of all robes. For the apex ionic lifeforms, the inverted pyramid on the robes held an écriture of 0. Tier 1 hyperversal extremities adorned robes with an écriture of I, with Tier 2 hyperversal extremities holding an écriture of 2 on their violet robes and so forth. At the very forefront of the Courier of Senatus, past the lines of tens of thousands of hyperversal extremities, there were a few that stood at the very forefront and stared at the faraway vein rifts. Their bodies gave off a stifling pressure of immensity as these beings had exceeded the zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity stage. They had to at the very least be Tier 4 hyperversal extremities, and yet the violet robes they adorned did not have any markings on their etched pyramids. There were 9 of such beings as a golden-haired man in the middle gazed out into the vein rifts while speaking calmly. What has been learned so far? His question was laid out in the open, but the voice of a zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity behind him emanated out serenely. The contribution goes to the Avernus clan, for this information as one of theirs has already entered. But the theory of entirely separate havens within the extremity vein has been confirmed. With the first things that one can come across being things like entry albatross of the authority of dissolution capable of being obtained for a cost. Oh, the words of the serene voice raised a few brows as a tan woman on the right side of the 9 existences exceeding zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity spoke out sharply. The treasures of extremity that have been appearing in the extremity step of the previous havens are freely available at the culmination step here. Things like the entry albatross of the authority of different havens were obtained by them before in the previous processes of extremity sanctification. Otherwise, how would beings like the adjudicator of dissolution wield the authority of dissolution? Or the other 6 adjudicators of their own havens wield the authority of the land they were supposed to oversee? The words of these existences revealed many things. The Courier of Senatus approached closer and closer, some clustered inheritances moving away as many stared towards them with a combination of calm and fear. This was how prominent and assertive they were across the 7 ionic havens, 2,630 eons of change. 2. When the massive Courier of Senatus neared close to the vein rifts ahead of them, the figure of the golden-haired man flashed forward as he only took a few steps to instantly appear past the transparent barrier of a vein rift that held 3 Tier 3 heavenly siren beasts and their legions behind them. The 3 heavenly beasts became stern at the appearance of this existence before them, their fish-like lower bodies smashing their tails down as their gorgeous humanoid upper bodies veered away, the legions behind them splitting left and right as they made a path. It was a shocking phenomenon observed by others, as this was the first time that the phrase, "You may gain passage so long as you are victorious," was not repeated when an existence approached. Instead, "The stage of power you have attained grants you free entry." The sonorous voice of the heavenly siren echoed out with glory. Beings that had exceeded zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity did not need to prove themselves. The stage of power they had achieved was enough of a deal of approval in itself. The gaze of the golden-haired man was placid at this development as he waved his hands behind him, and an instant later, tens of Tier 3 hyperversal extremities surged forward and appeared behind him, seemingly ready to traverse with him into the misty fog in the distance. Their appearance caused the expressions of the Tier 3 Heavenly Sirens to turn cold as before they could say anything. How many? WAA. He didn't ask whether they would allow it or not. His question was so tyrannical that he already made it known that he would be coming with those behind him, and he simply asked for the limit on the number. The gazes of the Heavenly Sirens were sharp as the zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity at the very forefront spoke out for all to hear. An existence exceeding zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity may at most take 100 other existences to enter with him. That is the extent their authority can cover. The tyranny of Tier 4 hyperversal extremities was seemingly accounted for. As for them, many rules were bent. The golden-haired personage at the very forefront nodded as he began stepping forward, 100 Tier 3 hyperversal extremities following his path as very quickly. They disappeared into the obsidian mist as they would find themselves near the Heavenly Siren archipelagos, outside of the vein rifts. Others were shocked at the new development. As on the Courier of Senatus, the tan woman whose skin shone with a caramel stellar luster smiled as she also began to float towards a vein rift. Esteemed Thaddeus has gone ahead as the rest of you must follow. For those who have to fight for entry. Defeat is not an option. Her words were directed to the masses of existences atop the Courier of Senatus, her figure stepping into a vein rift and coming across the same treatment as she also waved her hands to select a chosen 100 Tier 3 hyperversal extremities that disappeared along with her into the obsidian mist. The myriad of inheritances and clans watched the scene playing out with brilliant eyes as at this moment, all vein rifts had multiple beings seeking entry. One of the more quiet ones held a single temporal field of dissolution that pulsed at this moment, the visage of a massive titanoboa and the adjudicator of dissolution stepping out of it. The veil on the adjudicator of dissolution remained calm as not a shred of evidence of battle could be seen on her, with the massive titanoboa only nodding slightly towards the Lord Commander Smilodon as even though its massive obsidian scales were just as pristine, one could sense the aura around it being turbid and unstable. The adjudicator of dissolution gazed around with her will, observing the recent developments as after a few seconds, her figure disappeared into the obsidian mist ahead. She had made her preparations already as her main body delved into the supernal havens of extremity. Her hyperversal extremity clone would remain in the haven she was leaving as her role had never ended. Within the supernal haven of dissolution, in the Heavenly Smilodon archipelago, how does a heavenly boundary feel compared to the concepts you've expanded before? The voice of the Tier 1 hyperversal extremity later rang out as Noah opened his eyes and gazed at the genuine authority of dissolution around his body. It had achieved the 9th boundary layer through quintessence as now. His visage of Alexander would place it in his meridians for it to enjoy the ridiculous boon of matching the highest boundary layer that Noah had achieved. As he felt how pronounced and different it was compared to other concepts of extremity, his reply to extremity later was mild, "It's so-so. It's so-so. Humph, come. They allowed me to be the one to tell you more about the supernal havens of extremity and what a being like you fits into all this before you make a decision on where to go." As she spoke, hyperversal extremity authority erupted around to encircle their figures, both of them being taken to the depths of the Heavenly Smilodon archipelago. Not too far from the archipelago, in front of an endlessly massive obsidian misty wall. The figure of the adjudicator of dissolution just so happened to emerge. At this time, as the auras of many turned towards her, Noah's will also only gazing briefly before he arrived at the depths of the Heavenly Smilodon archipelago. A zenith. The big dogs are beginning to come in, it seems. Leda spoke with a smile as they went past groves of ancient trees and passed through a veiled barrier, the reality around them changing as they seemed to have entered the depths of the archipelago. The massive trees disappeared around them as they appeared in a stellar enclosed domain shining with obsidian singularities like stars all around, with a huge cylindrical architecture made of obsidian crystals pulsing with dissolution. Floating at the very center, on this massive structure, the auras of the hyperversal extremities within the Heavenly Smilodon archipelago could be felt as the figures of Leda and Noah entered one of the many floors of this grand building. Noah, observing pools of golden liquefied treasure light on the four ends of this floor, is in the center. A long rectangular table holding a dense cluster of ionic treasures of extremity in the form of ecstatic fruits and herbs overflowed. Thrones were laid out around this grand table as the feline figure of Leda began to change at this moment, her visage turning curvaceous and humanoid as a black dress came to drape over her. Dazzling inky black hair flowed to her shoulders and endlessly black pupils smiled towards Noah as she went to sit on one of the thrones around the grand table. "Even a zeniths can't enter in here. Come, be comfortable." At her words, Noah's figure also changed to become humanoid, though his face carried distinct changes as he seemed like a sharp genius of some faction. Leda pursed her lips at this as she reached out to grab grapes pulsing with tendrils of dissolution around them. Not your original devilishly handsome face, huh? Too bad. Have a seat, and let me tell you about the supernal havens of extremity, WAA. Her dark eyes radiated an enticing majesty as she plucked the grapes before her, Noah sitting on an opposing throne naturally as he gazed at this Tier 1 hyperversal extremity, who continued with a smile. First, one of the crucial points every underdweller needs to quickly grasp is that in these supernal havens of extremity, heavenly aurora is everything. Heavenly aurora was everything. Vitali's hyperversal authority mixed with the authorities of the supernal havens was everything. Units of heavenly aurora are a currency and a commodity with the naturally formed heavenly treasures you've seen in this golden heavenly archipelago, being only the tip of the iceberg. In obsidian and crimson heavenly archipelagos, there are things that individuals cannot acquire even if they accumulate heavenly aurora for their whole lifetime. Hyperversal heavenly treasures costing millions and billions of units of heavenly aurora to acquire, WAA. There are heavenly archipelagos one cannot even near unless they have a backing. Unless they are a part of the 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages. And herein lies your conundrum. My dear underdweller anomaly. 2631 Unfathomable depth. His conundrum, within the supernal havens of extremity, for hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages were reigning over the masses, as when it came to the truly critical heavenly treasures one couldn't even near the archipelagos they were in unless they held the right status. Noah gazed at the visage of extremity Leda before him as he asked lightly, just to what extent do the 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages hold sway in the supernal havens of extremity? How grand was their position, how unshakable was their might? Noah asked simply to grasp a bit more about the structure of these new lands, but the reply was a heavy one as extremity Leda smiled brightly. They hold sway over everything. Their influence has reached an unfathomable depth within these havens as they hold the most heavenly aurora in their hands. And since heavenly aurora is the most crucial thing in these havens, they hold the most power. And this power is centered around something forged and built by all 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages, the heavenly vaults, something enacted by the most powerful entities whose sheer influence across the supernal havens of extremity was unfathomable. As she spoke about it, Leda's voice was calm as if all of this was simply the way of life. When she spoke about the heavenly vaults, her feline eyes lit up brightly as she continued with enthusiasm. Something you may not know yet is when one collects a great deal of the units of heavenly aurora, let's say beginning by exceeding 100,000, your body will start emitting a rich aura of heavenly authority that actually acts like a beacon for others. It invites challengers whether you like it or not. If you somehow overcome and accumulate 1 million units of heavenly aurora for a pristine hyperversal extremity treasure, even Tier 3 hyperversal extremities will come to challenge you no matter your stage of power, as such a number is extremely enticing. So at any point in time while you're working hard to collect tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of units of heavenly aurora, you can be challenged and defeated as you lose everything years worth of accumulation. This is why a single being can never truly save up millions of units of heavenly aurora over their lifetime, as the rich aura they automatically and uncontrollably emit will only become more powerful, inviting terrifying challengers until they lose everything. And this was where the 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages came in. They forged the heavenly vaults as they allowed the haven races to willingly transfer their units of heavenly aurora to be stored and kept safe, as in exchange, one is given a heavenly note of extremity. As Leda spoke, she waved her hands to reveal a gold piece of paper. It was rectangular in shape as it pulsed with the authorities of multiple supernal havens of extremity. Noah, seeing this gold note inscribed with a myriad of runic markings as it held a runic écriture of I at its very center that pulsed with the authorities of all 7 havens, a heavenly note of extremity, Leda waved it in front of her serenely as she continued with a smile, a currency. This single heavenly note in my hand is worth 10,000 units of heavenly aurora, as this is the method existence is used to amass large units of heavenly aurora over the years. They store what they accumulate before it reaches alarming levels to emit a rich aura of heavenly authority and transfer it into the heavenly vaults run by the 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages for a fee, and whenever they have accumulated enough units of heavenly aurora for whatever they wish to attain, they exchange all their heavenly notes for the equivalent units of heavenly aurora within the sacred crimson heavenly archipelagos where no challenges are accepted. That's how the heavenly vaults came to be, as under the control of the 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages. They have amassed billions of units of heavenly aurora, charging fees for all who use their services to store and keep their units of heavenly aurora and even heavenly notes safe before they can be utilized. The fees of units of heavenly aurora they rack up alone on a daily basis are more than a lifetime's work that hundreds or thousands of extremities can accomplish, as those in the upper echelons of the four hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages are the wealthiest of existences. And the wealthiest are naturally the most powerful, as they can access the most glorious hyperversal heavenly treasures. Noah's eyes radiated brightness as this being before him spoke, with the things she currently said making Noah think of these heavenly vaults she was mentioning as some form of a banking system utilized by the upper echelons of power in the supernal havens of extremity. He even scrutinized the paper currency that seemed to be forged airtight and with profound authority as on the four corners of the heavenly note of extremity that Leda had pulled out. Noah saw four symbols that should represent the four hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages. It was a fantastical system, as at the crux of it, though, lay the question of how, a question that Noah raised to the extremity before him, these heavenly vaults of extremity that the four hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages enacted. What exactly are they? Isn't the transferring of units of heavenly aurora done person to person, when an existence began exceeding tens of thousands of units of heavenly aurora, an uncontrollable scent of heavenly authority emitted from them that would invite challenges? How did the heavenly vaults remain active and unbothered over the eons and allow the four hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages to amass the power that they now held? When arriving at this question, extremity Leda became serious as she caused the heavenly note in front of her to disappear. Her words succinct as she stared at Noah closely, because the ones who forged and stand guard over the heavenly vaults are those who have undergone heavenly awakening. For them, an immense authority has been grasped, as unlike all of us, the scent of heavenly authority is able to be controlled and even hidden. 2632 Unfathomable depth. 2. Heavenly awakening. The moment Noah heard this term, he affirmed that there were an untold number of beings that had undergone Vitali's awakenings within the supernal havens of extremity. Those who had their first Vitali's awakening were half like him, while those who had undergone their second Vitali's awakening were ahead of him, as they could actively control Vitali's hyperversal authority. And such beings were considered the most powerful, as with their means, they enacted the heavenly vaults of extremity, a massive system that circulated billions of units of heavenly aurora, with the influence of the four hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages being so vast that they even controlled who could access archipelagos that could generate the most quintessential hyperversal extremity treasures. With his unique power and the fact that he had already undergone his first Vitali's awakening, there were many ways Noah could play things going forward, as with sharp eyes, he joined Leda in enjoying the feast before him as she continued. Those who have undergone heavenly awakening are rare, but they have increased in number over the years, as the privilege granted to them is an indescribable one. But don't you worry about them, they're too far from our grasp. Her dark eyes let out an enticing light as she stopped eating the grapes pulsing with dissolution and focused her feline eyes on him entirely, as if she had arrived at the most crucial part. Now, your choice to make is which of the four hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages to join up, but at the same time, it's not really much of a choice. The Smilodons, Titanoboas, and dragonflies you have come across so far. We all stem from the hyperversal heavenly Animalia extremity lineage. Under the Animalia extremity lineage, there are branches of subfamilies like the Smilodons, Titanoboas, dragonflies, sirens, mammoths, saurischians, and many others. Joining any of us is joining the Animalia extremity lineage, with the only difference being the level of power we hold compared to others. The hyperversal heavenly Animalia extremity lineage. After Leda spoke about this one, she continued slowly on what the other three were right after. The other heavenly extremity lineages that you would have to travel far from here to come across are the heavenly Plantae extremity lineage, the heavenly Ribaviria extremity lineage, and heavenly Celestia extremity lineage. You're an interesting underdweller, as after drawing our eyes. The Smilodons, Titanoboas, or dragonflies can grant you a heavenly recommendation to join any of the four hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages. The biggest boost I can tell you without being biased is that joining any of them will allow you access to the heavenly vaults of extremity. A heavenly recommendation was required to join any of the four hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages, for all incoming underdwellers, unless they showed a tremendous level of power as hyperversal extremities or displayed something unique like Noah. They could not freely join the heavenly lineages, and only by joining would one gain access to utilize the heavenly vaults of extremity. So those are the basic facts to allow you to make an informed decision. The question for you is what will it be? Extremity Leda asked with a rosy smile. Even though Noah's choice was already made, he wouldn't reveal anything about his first Vitali's awakening, as he needed to collect more information and understand this other side of the seven havens more. this was still just supposed to be the culmination step of extremity sanctification, as who knew what more surprises the future held? The most critical thing remained his path, the most critical thing remained his enemies, so he gazed at the feline extremity before him as he tapped on the glimmering table, his voice steady and filled with majesty. I shall join the heavenly Animalia extremity lineage through the Smilodons. WAA, his words caused Leda to smile brilliantly as she nodded and caused waves of hyperversal extremity authority to erupt in the surroundings. I'll pass on the good news to the titanoboas and dragonflies. See if you want to obtain any other heavenly treasures in this golden heavenly archipelago, or you can save up your units of heavenly aurora for where we have to go to in order to officially grant you a status as an existence belonging to the heavenly Animalia extremity lineage. We shall head to an obsidian heavenly archipelago. There, you will find heavenly treasures that can aid you in bringing dissolution or any of your concepts of extremity towards the 15th, 16th, or even the 17th boundary layer. Along with heavenly treasures to reinforce your extremity foundation or to further elevate your apocryphal havens and bring your realm to an even greater level. Fantastical words were released from her as they both rose, her curvaceous figure emanating great power as she continued with a sharp smile while walking towards him. You'll come to love the Smilodon lineage. Our strongest reach the upper echelons of the heavenly Animalia extremity lineage, as some even oversee branches of the heavenly vaults of extremity, and you'll come to find that most Smilodons truly know how to have fun. As she spoke the last set of words, her hourglass figure and blessed chest were even further magnified as she came to stand beside Noah. Tendrils of hyperversal extremity authority rising from her, Noah raised his brows as he asked calmly, even you, me? Her dark eyes were filled with a light of innocence as she blinked while letting out a laugh. Ask me about that again when you attain extremity. Maybe then I will entertain you. The hyperversal extremity authority emanating from her fully wrapped around them thereafter as within an instant, their figures disappeared. In the infinite hyperversal haven, Noah's main body was calmly discussing with the Wieldian Council of Extremity along with Dr. Hall and the Haven Lich on the creation of a virus that utilized the Vitalis hyperversal authority at its core. With multiple new boundaries including pathogenicity and plague being expanded for this endeavor as everything was proceeding smoothly this far, and in the midst of all of this, Noah's will was moving to do something else entirely, within his main body, towards the peak of his origin where his fourth Alathian haven stood. His soul focused on it as at this moment, an obsidian spark of a singularity bloomed. An obsidian spark of dissolution, amidst the havens that were only forged with 9 dimensions at their base. Another entirely different type of haven sought to come to fruition, 2633 unfathomable depth. 3 havens filled with dreams, prana, Avalon, Elysium, Fantasia, Nibelheim. Mirror, Quantum, and Apollyon at their source were ever present in Noah's origin. They enacted his Alathian havens of extremity that if completed up to the 9th Alathian haven of extremity, Noah would attain a profound level of extremity. He wouldn't be like other beings who achieved extremity in a concept and slowly worked to then bring other concepts to extremity. His starting line would be multiple concepts instantly reaching extremity at the same time, as would he truly only be tier 1. When the time came, this was a question for the future. For now, Noah was once more trying something marvelous as in addition to the havens of past dimensions, a spark of dissolution bloomed above the 4th Alathian haven. And with it, the heavenly boundary of dissolution seethed and churned in Noah's origin as it began to cycle and propagate within his origin. The singularity was a starting point. Thereafter, a construct began to bloom. The source of a new haven has emerged in your origin. Due to incongruency with the havens within the 4th Alathian haven, the new haven has begun as the basis of the 5th Alathian haven of extremity. Above the 4th Alathian haven, a 5th one began to form. It was minuscule in scale compared to the other 4 havens below it, but the breadth and power it displayed was utterly unfathomable. The haven of dissolution has been born in your origin. The potential and immensity of the haven of dissolution vastly outstrips your prior havens. And so does its requirement to expand, refine, and strengthen. On the 5th Alathian haven of extremity, dissolution ran free and rampant as stellar obsidian cosmos began to rise along with inky black rivers of reality, and they were proliferating quickly as the little essence gathered within Noah's origin towards it was being used up. But there was something Noah had at this moment that gave him confidence in being able to successfully enact and expand this new glorious haven, and his reified Wieldian source of indefatigable was looking at it at this very moment above the heavenly Smilodon archipelago as he was obtaining anything he might need before he set off with Leda. You have sufficient units of heavenly aurora to obtain Epion's golden realm blessing. Would you like to obtain it in exchange for 1,000 units of heavenly aurora, Epion's golden realm blessing? a profound heavenly treasure that actually required many units of heavenly aurora, but it was the mainstream and one of the more profound treasures to elevate one's realm. Noah knew so without even buying it yet, as he had seen the unrecorded history where he had bought such a wondrous thing through oraculum. The cost of 1,000 units of heavenly aurora was paid as the halo of light. Around a blinding halcyon statue of a woman could be seen. She was adorned in a light gold robe as her eyes were forever closed, her beauty never to be seen again. This was Epion's golden realm blessing as the moment Noah attained it in the supernal haven of dissolution. It entered his vaults of quintessence that his main body instantly pulled it out from as within moments. Shaa, it appeared above the barely forming fifth Alethean haven of extremity. Epion's golden realm blessing. Epion was in existence trying to scale an unknown hyperversal tier of extremity when she took an action that could affect the supernal havens of extremity themselves. She ultimately failed in her endeavor as her will, soul, concepts, and everything that made her were assimilated into the supernal havens of extremity. To this day, heavenly treasures that are geared towards the ultimate progression of apocryphal havens in one's origin continue to be generated within the supernal havens of extremity. A fantastical heavenly treasures whose description revealed a few fantastical things, but Noah sent his will into it and activated such a wonder as a moment later, the statue cracked and radiated glorious golden light, a massive illusory figure of a woman with her eyes closed appearing above Noah's havens, her hand waving outwards as seas of golden essence rained down only the forming fifth Alethean haven of extremity as if it was rain hitting a dry earth, and the instant the sea of essence cascaded down, the budding haven of dissolution trembled as trillions of cosmos and realities began to emerge and proliferate. The size and sheer magnitude of the haven began to expand rapidly as the illusory figure of the golden woman remained. Epion's golden realm blessing continuing its wonders even now, and when the growth of the haven of dissolution reached a certain threshold, Noah felt something within his body pulse and react. Gradually, a devilish smile rose on his main body as he felt his innate Vitalis hyperversal meridians pulsing, the meridians holding Vitalis hyperversal authority he couldn't control. At this moment, they pulsed as from them, small streams of Vitalis hyperversal authority rose and sank into Noah's origin, appearing above the emerging haven of dissolution as the obsidian light of grandeur from this haven rose up to meet the streams of Vitalis hyperversal authority. A unique quality of the haven of dissolution has unveiled itself. The streams of Vitalis hyperversal authority and the authority of dissolution mixed with each other as in a wondrous turn of events. It resulted in the budding of a blinding halo of light above the fifth Alethean haven of extremity. The authority within the haven of dissolution will passively attract Vitalis hyperversal authority at the very peak of the haven, the two authorities mixing naturally to birth hyperversal extremity treasures. Noah had theorized it, oraculum had seen the unrecorded histories and confirmed it, and Noah proceeded with it. He had thought that since the supernal haven of dissolution was drawing and mixing with Vitalis hyperversal authority to make the shocking heavenly treasures above the archipelagos, what would happen if he enacted a similar haven within him along with his innate Vitalis hyperversal meridians? 2634 Unfathomable depth. 4. The answer was a glorious one. The level and size of the haven of dissolution within the fifth Alethean haven of extremity is extremely low, as the hyperversal extremity treasures born will be of low tier and of limited amounts. The expansion of the haven of dissolution and other types of havens similar to it will allow for more possibilities. At its current stage, a single hyperversal extremity treasure can be forged within 24 hours. It was small. It was a scale that was minuscule even while comparing it to a single heavenly archipelago of the countless archipelagos within the supernal havens of extremity. But on this day, Noah had managed to replicate an action of unfathomable importance as at this time, his innate Vitalis hyperversal authority pulsed with activity as small streams of it steadily flowed and mixed into a singularity at the very top of his fifth Alethean haven of extremity, dissolution being the other counterpart. As together, they created something grand. Noah's will pervasively gazed at all other parts of him as when his eyes came to land on his innate vacuous hyperversal meridians that he saw they were utterly still and silent. They didn't react to any of this as Noah gazed at the meridians with a pondering gaze, Epion's golden realm blessing in his origin still continuing as the haven of dissolution continued to expand silently. As this process unfolded, outside of Noah's main body, the voice of the haven lich Arazon could be heard as it was filled with power and reverence. Council member Thanatos is right. If Master was forced to undergo cycles of death because of the clash between Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority, what if the poison veils vacuous hyperversal authority in the midst of Vitalis hyperversal authority without causing them to clash, and during the moment that an extremity is absorbing heavenly authority into their heavenly organ. They take in streams of a bomb that is yet to go off in their heavenly organ. Noah smiled at the words another part of him had uttered out that the haven lich expanded on. He then raised his head to stare past the Prana Alathian haven they were in as he spoke serenely. If this can successfully be done, all that is needed thereafter is a pathogenic element that will allow the virus to spread across all of their existence to their very recorded history as well. Utterly dreadful and deadly discussions were taking place as Noah's eyes tore across the veils of space as well, coming to cover the vastness of these lands that were constantly expanding as at this moment, within the infinite hyperversal haven itself, Noah's soul made yet another move as a massive singularity bloomed in a corner of this haven itself, beautifully obsidian in color and radiating the authority of dissolution. Noah also sought to enact a haven of dissolution within the infinite hyperversal haven, across the folds of spacetime, past the broken down walls of the 7 ionic havens of extremity. A circular extremity vein continued to pulse, radiating multicolored light all around as it took the eyes of many. At this point, though, the vast majority had made their way towards dissolution, the vast majority. There were still some that didn't go, whether it was through a reason of weakness, strength, or any other. Within the haven of Elara, a man with deeply blue eyes stood atop a fractured crimson planar sun, his eyes pulsing with cerulean arcs of light as his dark hair flowed grandly. Behind him, a dark-haired woman with a gorgeous figure and sleek obsidian hair that fell past her shoulders floated over as she spoke. Your sister is still stabilizing her meridians. We're sure about not going towards dissolution? It seems like the center point of change unfolding in these havens is occurring there. The woman was a gorgeous one all around as her identity was a unique one, stemming outside of the 7 havens not too long ago. The man smiled while shaking his head. No, Europa. If I didn't come across that, then I would have definitely rushed over. But with it, too many other possibilities open up. As he spoke, his endlessly blue eyes became dim and were replaced by an immense darkness of an authority of utmost nothingness. Who could have expected clusters of vacuous malignancies to be so deeply embedded into the 7 havens? And for me to dominate the dying shred of soul of vacuous malignancy hunted by the senatus of extremity. With such a thing in my hands, I'll take my path elsewhere entirely. As soon as I gain full control of its body, we shall set off outside the scope of reality and time itself. The dominance of the dying shred of the soul of a vacuous malignancy. The being standing beside Europa thought of this unimaginable fortune, however broken and shattered it was. Since the vacuous malignancy was quite literally at death's door, their records were shattered and scattered, their concepts of extremity broken and scorched from their existence. But he could still feel them. In time, he felt like he could piece them together. When that time came, extremity would be within grasp. But for now, his path was crystal clear. His head rose as he stared out at the aurora of crimson lights all around them. The vacuous hyperversal domains. My destiny will continue to unfold there. Just as there are countless possibilities within the 7 havens, there are countless more outside of it. And who knows, maybe while outside the scope of space and time, I may actually stand a chance of catching up to Osmont. He's already made dissolution into his playing field from the recent news. His eyes returned to their bright luster as the vacuous hyperversal authority faded within them. Beside him, Europa shook her head as she clutched onto his arm and stared out into the expanse of crimson light. Who knows? But you'll have to be careful, Eckert. From the memories you've obtained about these vacuous malignancies, their lands are steeped with even more dangers than anywhere within the 7 havens. At her words, Noah Eckert smiled with a devilish glint while letting out a laugh soon after. Dangers and opportunities go hand in hand. I want to know more, Europa. I want to understand why the Vitalis hyperversal domains and the vacuous hyperversal domains are the way they are. I want to know more about the memory that makes vacuous malignancies act with such urgency. I want to know more about the ones above extremity. 2635 all in. One being chose their path while they stood within a corner of Elara. Meanwhile, countless others within the 7 havens chose their own paths as in the haven of dissolution. Every single vein rift was pulsing with battle as many beings were rejected entry, while some unique and powerful ones were granted entry as they passed through. At this moment, in a corner that had few inheritances cautious to even approach it, a temporal field of dissolution trembled as 2 figures came out of it. One was in existence actually granted the title of Lord Commander, a perennial oak whose aura should have been at the very top of Zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity. And yet the gaze of the titanic perennial oak, whose visage was that of a glorious stellar tree with a dominant face curved at its center point. Such an entity held shock in its eyes as it looked at the man who also came out from the temporal field of dissolution. His white robe was untouched as his sword remained sheathed behind his back, his light caramel-colored skin pulsing with a stellar radiance, as this being was none other than Emperor Shao. He had faced a Zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity with an earned title of Lord Commander and came out of the battle as if nothing had happened. The gaze of the perennial oak was stern as it spoke out, a light flashing in front of it as a verdant scroll of light emerged and floated towards Emperor Shao. You have gained entry. When you delve deeper into the supernal havens of dissolution, you will come across obsidian and crimson havenly archipelagos where you can utilize this a havenly planty recommendation. The scroll arrived before him as Emperor Shao waved his hands and accepted it, nodding towards the perennial oak as a moment later, he turned into a glimmer of light that disappeared into the obsidian mist ahead. Only at this point did the forces of inheritances and the surroundings feel like they could breathe again as extremities and apex ionic lifeforms surged forward to gain entry. In another vein rift, fluctuations of the 11th boundary layer of dissolution buzzed around a havenly siren as she was knocked back forcefully. The visage of Erickson in light crimson beach attire standing opposite to it as a cold voice rose, "You have gained entry." The words were emotionless ones as on the other side, Erickson merely smiled while taking the easy win. On his person, he held enough extremity treasures to propel a few of his concepts across the boundary layers as if it were nothing, this being the product of his father and the Sima clan, yet he didn't utilize them all as he only dipped his feet into the reserves of treasures to bring his boundary of probability to the 11th layer. He wanted to give himself an easier time gaining entry as hereafter he could begin fully devouring the trenches of extremity treasures prepared by his clan to quickly go towards the 17th boundary layer. He wasn't the only one doing this, as when he turned his head to the distance, he could see Iam, Atlas, and a few others that were just like him. Nepotism at its best. He nodded with a smile as he proceeded forward, the extremity of Foundation and a few others who had gained entry waiting for him. Being born into the right family or clan was also destiny and fortune. Erickson planned to use such a fortune fully, as he would never deny something freely granted to him, he would use it to attain a power capable of true change in these vast havens where currently, he was still one of its weakest creatures. He wouldn't have dared to dream of it before, but with the last extremity sanctification proceeding this way, many extremities would be forged in a short period of time. Whether he would attain Tier 3 hyperversal extremity or Tier 4 at the end of it remained to be seen. With a glimmer of light and innumerable thoughts, he disappeared into the obsidian mist along with multiple forces of the Sima clan, one after another, little by little. It was a gradual process, but the vast inheritances and 7 clans of the nether havens of extremity converged as they went all into the unfolding wonder of dissolution that currently acted like a gateway into a grand stage, a stage that at this moment already had main players running rampant. But none of them knew of the monsters stepping onto this stage and about to shake things up for better or for worse. Across dissolution, towards the vein rifts where the abundant forces of Avernus were stationed and beginning to gain entry, Chamber Master Gyakis had a solemn expression as he stood beside multiple other Tier 3 hyperversal extremities atop a massive titanic vessel that looked like an exclusive ship constructed out of crystals radiating waves of silent extremity. In front of the many Tier 3 hyperversal extremities, a man veiled in pristine purple light stood valiantly as everything about him was veiled, his aura and power far exceeding those behind him. As beside such a figure, a veiled woman also covered by a veil of purple light stood strong. Chamber Master Gyakis had a difficult expression as he spoke around such powerhouses. I realize this may be presumptuous to be a topic of conversation with Sire and all of us, but we aren't making any headway with the public enemy of Avernus. This is my failure as the Chamber Master tasked with this issue. Extremity Blue lost his tracks and hasn't gotten close to finding him, even though she entered the lands ahead right after him. He is just an apex ionic lifeform, but there are instances in history where beings even weaker than him eventually became grave issues for inheritances or clans. I don't know how to proceed with this. If Sire can shed some light. It was difficult for him to say these words. After all, the enemy was an apex ionic lifeform beside him. A few other chamber masters sneered as a woman with radiant crimson hair spoke with some admonishment. Nearly an apex ionic lifeform, and you can't even dash. Do not treat him as a mere apex ionic lifeform. WAA. Before the crimson-haired extremity could finish, the magnetic being ahead of them spoke as all those behind him stared with astonishment. Chapter 2636 All In. 2. An apex ionic lifeform truly caught the eye of their sire, of the Avernus extremity overlord. The being shrouded with royal purple light continued calmly, Amestris, tell them of your findings. His words were directed to the veiled woman beside him who radiated power almost in line with his, but it felt more mysterious, more obscure. Many eyes turned towards her as this veiled existence let out a beautiful voice. There are very few existences that I cannot see in the Aeonic annals of extremity. Even those that have achieved extremity and enacted an absolute dynamis of extremity veiling then within the Aeonic annals of extremity I can still find and obtain information. And yet this Noah Osmont I can find nothing. Beside Chamber Master Gyakis, Extremity Ariana was entirely solemn as she and the others listened. This leaves very few possibilities for this being as an entity. It means that in addition to an absolute dynamis of extremity, he is either being actively masked by at the very minimum a tier 4 hyperversal extremity, or he has a type of authority very few of us understand in his grasp in addition to vacuous hyperversal authority. When she arrived here, many gazes changed. Chamber Master Gyakis turned ashen as he voiced out slowly, "You don't mean Vitalis, Vitalis' hyperversal authority," something they barely understood. And yet beings of their level knew to be an intricate part of the Seven Havens. All of these are theories and conjectures, but with any of them the outcome is not ideal. The unrecorded histories I can view are becoming murky and cloudy. With the advent of the supernal havens of extremity ahead of us, eliminating any uncertainties coming for us is crucial. So yes, this enemy. Do not treat them as an apex Aeonic lifeform. Use all means at your disposal to find him. Your mission for these supernal havens of extremity. Half of it will be locating and containing this threat. As for the one whose actions sparked all this, her veiled gaze turned to go towards a corner behind the tier 3 hyperversal extremities standing side by side with Chamber Master Gyakis and Ariana. Behind them. Towards the row of tier 2 hyperversal extremities, her gaze was singularly on a being whose face had turned entirely ashen as if blood was no longer flowing. Destruction. The only reason you are still alive is because of the hyperversal extremity of chaos. She has brought you 1 week. If the threat of Osmont isn't reined in at that time, your soul will be used as the basis of an extremity soul compass unless you bring another extremity to stand on your behalf as the material for it. Dreadful words emanated from her as a heavy silence descended. Extremity Ariana stared back at Destruction, whose face convulsed with countless emotions. How did he arrive here from such a high stature? For him to even be standing alongside tier 2 hyperversal extremities, all of it boiled down to choices. And at this moment, even more choices were made as a burning purple light erupted around the Avernus extremity overlord that enveloped him and a select number of extremities behind him. When this light disappeared, they were all gone, and an instant later, they appeared before the transparent veil of a certain vein rift that held a heavenly saber Smilodon Lord Commander, Titanoboas, and dragonflies, the same gateway that Noah took. The heavenly saber Smilodon gazed at them calmly as when he saw the two beings wrapped by a veil of purple light ahead of the cluster of extremities. His voice was a calm one. "Your standing grants you free entry." Without a word, the Avernus extremity overlord and the most terrifying seer of the Avernus clan known as Seer Amestris floated forward. Behind them, 200 hyperversal extremities followed in order as they delved into the supernal haven of dissolution. Past the obsidian mist, they very quickly appeared as they gazed at the wondrous scene of floating heavenly archipelagos. Seer Amestris gazed at the surroundings quickly as her gaze came to land on the golden heavenly Smilodon archipelago, her veiled figure pulsing with power as a shocking voice emanated soon after. He was there. He couldn't be tracked in the Aeonic annals of extremity. Yes, but there were other methods apart from this. One of the more straightforward ones was to have a terrifying tier 4 hyperversal extremity trace his steps, Amestris, lead them to track down this Osmont. The rest of you with me. The hyperversal extremity treasures within these lands must be made use of. The goal is to produce as many Zenith Tier 3 hyperversal Avernus extremities as possible. Otherwise we will not even be able to carve out any domains within these lands to occupy. The Avernus extremity overlord spoke in a regal tone as the forces behind them split in half, the means and goals of the leaders of clans being unfathomable to grasp as one moved to achieve his own ideals. The surroundings were becoming filled with even greater concentrations of dissolution, enclosed within a circular domain of hyperversal extremity authority. Noah's reified Wieldian source of Indefatigable was standing beside Extremity Leda in her Smilodon form as they had already begun their venture towards an obsidian heavenly archipelago. Noah continued talking with Extremity Leda and expanded his breadth of knowledge regarding the supernal havens of extremity he had just stepped into, as well as the 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages and their distinctions. But even though his reified source was carrying this calm demeanor, his soul that was stretched out across many domains was churning and moving rapidly to elevate his power and pace of progression. This was because on the heavenly Smilodon archipelago that he had just left, he had taken a small part of his will and left it behind simply to observe who else apart from Extremity Blue would be making their way over here. And he was just faced with a scene of hundreds of hyperversal extremities, including Diakis and Ariana, that he came across in the Cult of Endless Shadows and later learned of their positions through Erickson and the Sema clan. He saw the Tier 3 hyperversal extremities, as well as the veiled beings ahead of them, as one held a penetrative gaze that gave him unprecedented danger, causing him to instantly release the portion of will be left behind as he calmly analyzed everything. His enemies this time were truly not small. They moved with power and precision as they stood like a blade above his head waiting to cleave down. He could feel his reified source of oraculum urging him on. At this very moment, within the Ionic annals of extremity, his reified Wieldian source of oraculum was gazing at unrecorded histories of what was to come as it had always been. While gazing at a particular unrecorded history at this juncture, the light of Lotra began to shine within the eyes of oraculum as he found yet another target of plundering. Chapter 2637, Havenly Quintessential Hyperversal Emperor. Noah's reified Wieldian source of oraculum was a nexus of countless waves of information and ideas that constantly flowed in. He viewed a great deal of possible futures and even recorded histories to learn more about the current reality and the enemies he came across, and he eventually came across unrecorded histories that granted him extremely beneficial knowledge. The unrecorded history he was gazing at this time was a particularly profound one. The process of becoming a part of the 4 hyperversal Havenly extremity lineages was a sacred one, while utilizing the golden Havenly recommendation granted by Extremity Leda. Noah was allowed to become a part of the Havenly Animalia extremity lineage by undergoing a process called Havenly blood ablation. One's old lineage would be burned and vaporized as the blood source of the Havenly Animalia extremity lineage would be branded into their very marrows, their being forever becoming a part of the Havenly lineages. With a golden Havenly recommendation, you will be able to undergo Havenly blood ablation with a golden Havenly Animalia blood source. Most beings with strong wills survive it. With the results being your lineage fully changed to become a Havenly Animalia extremity lineage. As she spoke, Leda walked with Noah across an elevated platform radiating rivers of dissolution. At the very peak of this platform, there was an obsidian crystalline path that led into a circular sea that was the size of a small world. Golden blood source filled with minute traces of Vitali's hyperversal authority could be seen within this enclosed space. A heart-shaking aura releasing from this flowing blood ahead. Enclosed areas like these could be seen stretched out across this space as the others were not as full, with the volume of blood source being very limited. The golden Havenly Animalia blood source. Although the gains you will make are not going to be as much as obsidian or crimson Havenly Animalia blood, the processes involving those are not things the current you can afford. Havenly Animalia extremity lineages have to pay a minimum of 10 Havenly notes of extremity just for the obsidian Havenly Animalia blood in order to undergo their second bloodline ablation. Her voice traveled far as the gorgeous stellar landscape of dissolution around them shimmered. Noah's will catching the sight of a massive enclosure of Havenly Animalia blood source. But this was darker, denser, filled with a shocking amount of possibilities and many more streams of Vitali's hyperversal authority. But to even gain access to it, 10 Havenly notes had to be paid. This was equivalent to 100,000 units of Havenly Aurora. It was something far outside his current scope of power, and yet when Noah gazed at it from afar, he couldn't help but form a devilish smile. He wondered if this current reality was a future that was playing out and being watched by his soul in a distant past. Would he be able to do something outrageous? The unrecorded history was a unique one. Even Noah's thoughts in this unrecorded history were fantastical ones as truly. His future self thought the same as his past self. His reified Wieldian source of oraculum gazed at the playing unrecorded history as in the next moment, hyperversal plundering, BZZT, a bejeweled illusory golden hand formed in the skies of the emerging scene. Its target was a unique one as it domineeringly hovered over the obsidian Havenly Animalia blood source that Extremity Leda and Noah could only gaze at from a distance. You are attempting to plunder an unrecorded history. The authorities involved are at a high enough tier. The target of plundering is at a manageable tier. The glorious golden hand came down as its fingers pinched. The history of the obsidian Havenly Animalia blood source trembled as moments after. The brilliant light cascaded all around as Noah's soul values were squeezed out along with seas of quintessential hyperversal mana values, but the end result was a mighty one. You have succeeded in plundering the obsidian Havenly Animalia blood source sea. A singularity of wonder emerged as a vast obsidian sea was transported towards his vaults of quintessence. Around them, the concentration of the authority of dissolution only became heavier as they passed multiple gorges floating Archipelagos, each of them were golden heavenly archipelagos, as after a few hours of Noah getting a view of the vastness of the supernal havens of dissolution, they were finally arriving at their target as ahead of them. A floating island more massive than any of the ones observed beforehand bloomed. It was no longer the size of a plane, as the light years it extended all around were enough to make it a minor haven. Drizzling gorgeous black waterfalls of emerge fell from its edges and dripped down as above it. A massive singularity spinning and collecting Vitali's hyperversal authority while mixing it with potent authority of dissolution to produce even grander heavenly treasures could be seen. The first obsidian heavenly archipelago after the clusters of golden heavenly archipelagos in this region. It is a center point of power, as here we can find a branch of the heavenly vaults of extremity. The obsidian Sarischian heavenly archipelago. The obsidian Sarischian heavenly archipelago, one couldn't see an array of vessels or guards surrounding it, as there was truly no need to. It was still one of the most protected domains, because at this very moment, one could feel an overwhelming and silent aura of a hyperversal extremity spread out constantly around the obsidian heavenly archipelago. Its might and grandeur was not something a Tier 3 hyperversal extremity could release. Seeing Noah's eyes, Extremity Leda smiled as they entered the area of effect of the spread-out will and landed on the floating landmass that looked like a paradisical domain filled with an array of vegetation and tall rising structures pulsing with dissolution. Oh yes, the obsidian Sarischian heavenly archipelago is overseen by a heavenly Sarischian Lord Commander. Their presence here is not just for the monitoring of heavenly treasures that only those of the 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages are allowed to obtain, but truly here for the branch of the heavenly vaults of extremity. They are a personage that has undergone heavenly awakening. WAA, the explosive words were heavy ones to hear as they arrived at a shocking location. Chapter 2638 Heavenly Quintessential Hyperversal Emperor. 2. Even with the dangerous words that relayed the identity of the extremely powerful being overseeing this location, Noah's heart didn't stir as he maintained his sense of calm. Even he couldn't yet fully grasp the extent of power a Tier 4 hyperversal extremity held when existences such as the Adjudicator of Dissolution at the Zenith Tier 3 level were already so unbelievably powerful. Their means and power were approaching the peak of power of the nether havens of extremity and the supernal havens of extremity from all the information Noah had collected so far. And yet, even while stepping into a domain that had the eyes of such an entity covering everything, he didn't worry. His confidence didn't stem from the quintessential absolute oraculum dynamis of extremity being able to cover him, but his innate vacuous hyperversal meridians and his innate Vitalis hyperversal meridians. Their product of him becoming an absolute hyperversal inscrutable existence, who else had survived millions of cycles of death until their soul accepted both the awakenings of vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal authority. The only sliver of worry Noah held came to other existences who had undergone Vitalis awakening. Would he or they be able to recognize like existences? Even this, he was only being more cautious as his eyes swept across the obsidian Sarischian heavenly archipelago he had arrived in. Here, he could see many more variations of the heavenly Animalia extremity lineages as keeping in line with the specific lineage of the Tier 4 hyperversal extremity keeping watch in this region. There were many Sarischians here in addition to Smilodons, Titanoboas, dragonflies, and a few other heavenly lineages. Many heavenly lineages converge in this archipelago for business and pleasure, and we'll likely see more underdwellers converging here as they get acclimated to the supernal haven of dissolution. The more prominent ones can fight for recognition to become part of the 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages or make deals with the heavenly beasts here for what they want. Though the cost of heavenly aurora they will have to pay will be high, the reality around them constantly changed as Leda utilized her hyperversal extremity authority to quickly take them through the periphery of the heavenly archipelago as they entered its depths. They only came to a stop in front of a massive structure built with reinforced black metals radiating dissolution. A massive dome covering this architectural wonder, as huge double doors were open with a few heavenly beasts entering in and out constantly. Most were at the apex ionic lifeform level, as some adorned humanoid forms while others kept their bestial forms. The building ahead of them that rose up to be as vast as a large world held the label, Heavenly Bloodline Ablation Center, but Extremity Leda pulled Noah into such a grand building as the moment they crossed the double doors, the reality around them changed as they entered an area that held floating 81 kiosks that looked like vibrant singularities, the auras of 36 Tier 1 hyperversal extremities being behind 36 of these kiosks, as the other 45 were occupied by top-tier apex ionic lifeforms. Some heavenly beasts were already in front of these kiosks discussing their own matters as Leda went towards one of the 36 kiosks occupied by a Tier 1 hyperversal extremity with a smile. little sister Ruby, the benefits of working for the heavenly vaults of extremity must really be enticing for you to still be working here after all these years." Her figure morphed to a gorgeous humanoid form as the visage behind the kiosk she addressed was an utterly stunning woman with light crimson hair. An air of power and authority wrapping around her as her blessed chest threatened to spill out of the black robe extremity relic she wore. Gorgeous freckles covered her face as she smiled with an annoyed expression while replying. "Big sister Leda, are you here on business or pleasure?" "Bah, business. Here's a golden heavenly recommendation for my young friend behind me." Leda waved her hands to pull out a scroll of golden light that Extremity Ruby accepted, nodding and causing it to disappear in her hands as she turned towards Noah with a professional smile. "A recommendation that grants you the right to utilize a golden heavenly animalia blood source C to undergo the heavenly blood ablation for free. If my friend here has yet to tell you, it is a process that entirely replaces your current bloodline and replaces it with the heavenly animalia extremity lineage. There are minimal risks associated with it, but..." "Do you wish to proceed?" The employee of the Heavenly Vaults of Extremity spoke towards Noah calmly as he nodded. "A process that would erase his current lineage?" Noah smiled at such a thought. Would quintessence truly allow for it to be burned out of existence? A grand question whose answer would be revealed soon enough. With Noah's agreement, a black portal soon formed beside the floating kiosk they were standing in front of, Extremity Ruby pointing towards it and voicing out with a smile, "Name." Noah raised his brows at this as the extremity before him continued calmly. "Your identity is entirely protected and assured by the authority of the Heavenly Vaults of Extremity. Even a Tier 4 hyperversal extremity cannot forcefully attain your information without your permission. You can also use a pseudonym you wish to go by instead." Her words were serene as Noah's bright eyes smiled while replying. "A pseudonym it is then." "Indefatigable, WAA, indefatigable." The word raised the brows of the two extremities here as Leda laughed lightly, but Extremity Ruby materialized a feathered pen that pulsed with the authority of the Ionic Annals of Extremity as she began to write down. "It shall be recorded that Extremity Leda of the Heavenly Smilodon lineage was the backer for the entity with the pseudonym Indefatigable. Any grand achievement he attains in the future or any large transactions through the Heavenly Vaults of Extremity will generate proceeds to Extremity Leda. And if significant enough, even towards the Heavenly Smilodon lineage." The reason for someone at Extremity Leda's caliber or even the other extremities who wanted to have Noah join their factions after they saw his actions with heavenly authority, if he turned out to be a major player in the future they would benefit greatly from it. After recording this down, Extremity Ruby smiled and nodded towards Noah while pointing to the obsidian portal beside her. "I wish you success and offer you congratulations in advance for joining one of the 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages." Her status as an employee of the Heavenly Vaults of Extremity trumped everything else as this existence led with cordiality. Extremity Leda shaking her head at this while pulling Noah along, her head turning back briefly towards her friend. "Tell me what new benefits they added for you guys working here. I may just join you for the next few years." At this, Extremity Ruby only smiled and nodded. Noah and Extremity Leda disappeared past the portal and appeared in a brand new location where the auras of Tier 2 and 3 hyperversal extremities were abundant. Rivers of dissolution flowed around them. The earth was raised into small mountains that acted like roads leading to pools of viscous golden light. Some were fully filled while others were half or barely filled, with streams of dissolution slowly being gathered into these pools as minute traces of Vitali's hyperversal authority were also attracted into it. The level they were in showed many golden heavenly animalia blood source seas as just like Noah had seen in the unrecorded history. Events began to play out with little variation as Leda talked about the blood source seas, up until the scene of them walking up one of the elevated mountainous platforms that had a gold sea in front of them. The scene of the obsidian heavenly animalia blood source sea in the distance that Noah had plundered in an unrecorded history faded from his sight. "All right. I've taken you as far as I can. I don't expect you to fail. But take a dip in the golden heavenly animalia blood source sea. When you come out, you will have been purged of all your lesser bloodlines as your marrows will course with a hyperversal heavenly extremity lineage, granting you a profound edge over others in your path to extremity." Chapter 2639 Heavenly Quintessential Hyperversal Emperor. 3. The purging of all of his lesser bloodlines as his bone marrows themselves would produce the makeup of the heavenly animalia extremity lineage thereafter. These were the words of Extremity Leda, as well as the expectation for how all of the processes of heavenly bloodline ablation went. Standing on the precipice of the mountainous platforms, a smile became etched on the face of Extremity Leda as she spoke teasingly while seeing Noah's calm gaze. "Ha, are you getting a little Sentimental to say goodbye to your old bloodlines? Don't look at this as losing something, but instead as a process of gaining something much, much grander. As she spoke, she bent down and dipped her fair fingers into the edges of the golden heavenly animalia blood source in front of them as she spoke with remembrance. I've undergone the second advancement of the heavenly animalia bloodline ablation that utilized the obsidian heavenly animalia blood source. Just having this made it so that my rate of progression towards extremity was increased by 1000%, the success rate of converging absolute dynamis of extremity more than doubled, along with many more minute boosts to my existence all around. But the most astonishing boon for having one of the 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages is the fact that in your blood, you will now have heavenly authority flowing through you. One would have Vitalis hyperversal authority flowing within their blood. All the existences of the 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages held traces of Vitalis hyperversal authority flowing within them, the concentrations greatly differing, as it would truly only be significant enough if they underwent a second bloodline advancement with obsidian heavenly animalia blood source, so do not despair in losing something you hold dear. Know that after this, with heavenly authority running through your veins, your chances of undergoing a heavenly awakening will go from 0% to a numerical value that at the very least gives you a chance. Of course, one of your goals should be what my goal is currently. To collect enough units of heavenly aurora to undergo a third bloodline advancement with crimson heavenly animalia blood source. A measly 5 million units of heavenly aurora, or the equivalent of 500 heavenly notes of extremity. She shook her head as she spoke of this and pulled her fingers out. Her eyes nudged Noah as his lips curved into a silent smile, his now humanoid figure losing the loose obsidian shirt as his chest was laid bare. The gorgeously sculpted shoulders, pectoral muscles, and abdominal muscles seemed like the layering of celestial metal fibers as half of his body soon became covered with the blaringly stellar golden liquid. He went deeper into the golden heavenly animalia blood source as tendrils of viscous golden liquid began to rise and react with his body as if they were tendrils of lightning, his figure giving off a grand feel of an ancient entity as the golden sea around him soon began to churn and swirl with him at the very center, even more tendrils beginning to form and surge towards him as they sought access into his body. The process of the heavenly bloodline ablation was about to begin, and yet as his reified Wieldian source of indefatigable was taking a dip in a golden heavenly animalia blood source his main body in the infinite hyperversal haven was doing something else entirely. His main body had briefly taken an existence from the council that was meeting to design a deadly virus for hyperversal extremities, his figure currently standing around a gorgeous obsidian region that had spinning obsidian cosmos filled with the authority of dissolution all around him. It was the newly enacted dissolution Alathian haven that was still being built even now, as at the center of his proliferating haven, Noah waved his hands to take out the obsidian heavenly animalia blood source. He had plundered from an unrecorded history, it came out into the open as it was vast, the much greater concentrations of Vitalis hyperversal authority within it making Noah's body begin to buzz as he could also feel a dense concentration of dissolution. Along with a trace amount of the authority of the 6 other supernal havens of extremity, the change that makes Havli lineages intricately connected to the supernal havens of extremity, Noah spoke with a smile as his body descended into the center of the obsidian heavenly animalia blood source its calmness instantly interrupted as it began to seethe. At this very same moment, in the golden heavenly animalia blood source far away, the tendrils of golden viscous liquid surged into his reified Wieldian source of indefatigable. As a moment after, this liquid traversed across the bounds of space and time through the connection Noah shared with his reified Wieldian source of indefatigable, as streams of gold began to appear in his main body. They appeared at the same time as the stellar obsidian gold liquid he had plundered also began to pierce into his body and seek the origin of his blood. It was like tendrils of flames coursing through him as wondrously he was undergoing both the first bloodline advancement and second bloodline advancement of the heavenly animalia extremity lineage at the same time. A pristine and highly potent bloodline source is entering your aspects of existence. It didn't just enter his body, it also fought to proliferate into his origin and soul as they were part of and boosted by his bloodline, and the gold of the bloodline source in all this. The potent bloodline source burns with a profound authority as it seeks to scorch and erase the records of your current bloodlines while making itself the dominant and only present bloodline within your existence. Heavenly bloodline ablation. The process was a serious one, as ablation truly meant erasing everything about one's old lineage, and nobody could truly stop this as the viscous obsidian heavenly animalia blood source surging and entering Noah's body at this moment held something that made such a process possible. It made the obsidian and golden viscous tendrils of liquid spread so quickly within one's body that it was terrifying. It was Vitaly's hyperversal authority, chapter 2640 Heavenly. Quintessential Hyperversal Emperor. 4. 2640 Heavenly Quintessential Hyperversal Emperor. 4. The Vitaly's hyperversal authority within the heavenly animalia blood source has entrenched and anchored onto your existence and current lineage. The heavenly animalia blood source is targeting your quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage, the mixture of the heavenly animalia blood source, Vitaly's hyperversal authority, and the authorities of the supernal havens have located records of your lineage as they begin the process of heavenly bloodline ablation, the mixture of three different authorities. As Noah monitored the fantastical changes occurring within his body, his mind also blared as his eyes shone with a shocking light. At this moment, it was because he was experiencing a phenomenon firsthand that caused millions of computations to bloom in his soul. It was because he experienced the process of a foreign authority, the golden and obsidian heavenly animalia blood source, entering his existence and proliferating very quickly across all of his aspects of existence, even to the extent that they located the records of his lineage that they sought to purge in order to establish the heavenly animalia extremity lineage. Was this not what he wanted the virus he was designing as a weapon against hyperversal extremities to be? To be capable of even affecting the recorded history of hyperversal extremities, the moment this thought came, his existence felt like it was being scorched inside out as the heavenly animalia blood source became akin to a blazing flaming sea, seeking to dominate and erase everything about Noah's lineage, everything about quintessence. And at such a juncture, a rousing, booming roar emerged as it felt like an ancient celestial entity awakening. The trillions of cells that made Noah's blood came to life as they shone with multicolored radiance. They shone with profound quintessence as filled with an innate authority of utmost majesty. They roared out their denial. The quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage expresses great superbity at the authority trying to erase it. The quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage fights for its sovereignty and clashes against the heavenly animalia blood source seeking its eradication. Extremity Leda truly believed something that was set in stone and that everybody went through to be the same for Noah. She truly expected his lineage to be purged and erased out of existence. At this moment, quintessence said otherwise as it rose with glorious splendor, pulling upon its very concept, the dynamis it was connected to, and all of Noah's soul and aspects of existence it was spread across. It fought for its sovereignty, but the other side had terrifyingly profound authority. The heavenly animalia blood source erupts with Vitaly's hyperversal authority to accomplish its purpose. Noah's body was akin to a battlefield as at this moment, the thick streams of heavenly animalia blood source countered the rising grandeur of quintessence, Vitaly's hyperversal authority rising and protecting its dominant advancement as it began to burn quintessence. And such an action was received with extreme prejudice as Noah's quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage erupted with magisterial grandeur. Quintessence, it wasn't just a part of Noah, it quite literally flowed in everything about him. All of his other concepts of extremity held quintessence within them, his dynamis, his foundation, his heart, his heavenly organ, his innate vacuous hyperversal meridians. And his innate Vitaly's hyperversal meridians, quintessence flowed pervasively within them, and at this moment as its enemy sought to prove it by bringing up Vitaly's hyperversal authority, BZZT, the innate Vitaly's hyperversal meridians within Noah's body began to tremble forcefully. Quintessence battled for its life and glory as with shocking tyranny and majesty. It emphatically pulled on the innate Vitaly's hyperversal meridians as tendrils of Vitaly's hyperversal authority instantly erupted from it. It pulled on the authority Noah could not and would not be able to actively control until he had his second Vitaly's awakening. It fought fire with fire as since there was a decent concentration of Vitaly's hyperversal authority in the obsidian and golden heavenly animalia blood source seas, it pulled upon the pure concentrated streams of Vitaly's hyperversal authority within Noah's meridians and used them as sword to cut across the might of the heavenly animalia blood source, erasing its dominance as after it lay unprotected. Quintessence bellowed out as it ate up the heavenly animalia blood source. It devoured and assimilated it to become a part of quintessence as a raging battle unfolded. At the same time, the heavenly animalia blood source realized that it was failing to achieve its purpose. Instead of purging and erasing the records of a bloodline within a host, it was actually the one being erased. Something undeniable then rose in the depths of this blood source, animalia. Apart from it, there were Plantae, Ribaviria, and Celestia. They made up the four hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages within the heavenly animalia blood source. The profound and undeniable grandeur of Animalia was roused and enraged at its authority actually being denied against a bloodline it had never come across before, and this bloodline actually erupted with dense and pure concentrations of Vitali's hyperversal authority. It could not stand for this, it could not stand to fail, especially as it was the one getting devoured and assimilated by this foreign bloodline at this moment. But .to gained dominance once more, it needed to have more Vitali's hyperversal authority, and the streams continued in the obsidian and golden heavenly Animalia blood source seas currently surging into the body of this ridiculous entity were not enough, and yet the heavenly Animalia blood source did not have the authority to quickly amass and control Vitali's hyperversal authority. In this case, it could only call in more parts of itself, and so, within the depths of the heavenly bloodline ablation center, Extremity Leda was watching with interested eyes as Noah's figure had already reduced the golden heavenly Animalia blood source sea by half, everything proceeding as usual as at this time. Leda expected this being before her to have his bloodline entirely changed to Animalia. Indefatigable is a grand aspiration, but it is hard for one to stand out above others in. These supernal have dash, boom, her thoughts were stopped short. The heavenly Animalia blood source sea she was looking at instantly erupted with fervor as if it were enraged, and in the gorgeous stellar surroundings were clusters of encirclements with some fully filled, half-filled, and some almost empty golden heavenly Animalia blood source seas were an explosive attractive force erupted out as these calm seas instantly formed into tendrils of massive rivers of effulgent light that surged towards the half-depleted heavenly Animalia blood source sea that Noah's figure was in. Chapter 2641 Heavenly Quintessential Hyperversal Emperor. A commotion in the domain where golden heavenly Animalia blood source seas were cultivated. The heavenly bloodline ablation center was a massive structure, with spatial runic circles filled with hyperversal extremity authority etched throughout it as the domain spaces within it were far faster than even the building itself. Within, domains light years in size were contained. The region that Noah was granted entry to was one of the many golden ablation domains that held golden heavenly Animalia blood source seas. Above it was an obsidian ablation domain that extremities could only gaze at from below, but within the golden ablation domain Noah was in, there were 81 Animalia blood source seas. At this moment, it didn't matter if there was another existence undergoing their first bloodline advancement or if the viscous golden seas were barely filled. Every single one formed into glorious stellar rivers that snaked out to pierce into the body of a single being. A being that Extremity Leda was standing at the edges of the blood sea while gazing with a stupefied expression that soon turned cautious. An instant later, space around her shimmered as the crimson-haired visage of Extremity Ruby appeared beside her. "You're making trouble in one of the ablation domains I managed. What exactly was the thing that made you grant this being a heavenly recommendation?" The two extremities didn't stop the occurring process as they observed closely, Leda's eyes squinting as she spoke cautiously. His first time operating a golden aurora accumulation modus operandi generated thousands of units of heavenly aurora, something only extremities are capable of. I thought he possessed an aspect of existence that just had a greater inclination and attraction towards heavenly hyperversal authority. That investing in him before he even became an extremity would yield a positive return. But this is more than just an inclination. The surging golden streams of bloody light all tumbled forth as if they were in a hurry to enter his body, as if the very golden heavenly Animalia blood source was moving with autonomy to achieve something within his body. The figure of Extremity Ruby that had just appeared had her eyes glazed with golden light as spoke. For his body to naturally and forcefully attract the golden heavenly Animalia blood source sea like this, he either has an innate constitution or foundation that is very conducive to heavenly authority, or he has somehow already stepped on the road of heavenly awakening. She released a few possibilities to explain what was happening before them. The road of heavenly awakening, what every being had to step on as their bodies slowly accumulated more and more heavenly authority until they proceeded with their first heavenly awakening. As for the possibility that this apexionic lifeform had somehow already attained the first heavenly awakening, this was something too far-fetched to even entertain. One had to be a hyperversal extremity for such a grand accomplishment. This was a type of logic akin to light and darkness, akin to night and day, akin to life and death. It had never been violated across recorded history, nor would it be something violated by an apexionic lifeform that was a full underdweller mere moments ago, a being from the nether havens of extremity that held a very limited access to heavenly authority. As Extremity Ruby finished her words, Leda smiled brightly while continuing to gaze at the scene ahead with great attention. "My investment may just pay off to be something grand. An innate inclination towards heavenly authority or already in existence that has embarked on the road of heavenly awakening. It is something envious even for me and you, even they, as extremities. Had not embarked on the road of heavenly awakening, the heavenly authority within their aspects of existence and flowing through their heavenly animalia extremity lineages had remained stagnant and immovable. Even now, they had heavenly authority flowing within them in trace amounts, and yet they couldn't will even an iota of it to ever move according to their will, for any being who was lucky or talented enough to be capable of storing the heavenly authority within their bloodline vessels within their meridians, they had embarked on the road of heavenly awakening. The formation of complete heavenly meridians was indicative of an existence undergoing their first heavenly awakening. They were not even close to this. They gazed towards Noah's visage with looks of expectations and unveiled envy as Ruby abruptly spoke amidst all this. "Oh, I'll be putting all the golden heavenly animalia blood source seas being pulled towards him on your tab, by the way. Your investment, your responsibility." The words instantly roused Leda as her dark hair shimmered with incredulousness. "The hell I am. You want me to go broke? I should be getting remuneration for discovering someone like this instead." While their wills observed with rapt attention, the two extremities talked amongst themselves as even they didn't know something even more crucial occurring within Noah's body. They didn't know that the blood source seas converging towards him were doing so because his current lineage was actually devouring and assimilating the hyperversal heavenly animalia extremity lineage, and as the quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage began this process, its standing also began to rise. The quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage has begun its ascension towards becoming a heavenly lineage. Instead of it being purged out of existence, it had turned the tables and continued to devour every ounce of golden heavenly animalia blood source seas that came in with Noah's main body, making the most rapid gains by devouring the obsidian heavenly animalia blood source sea. Even as larger quantities of the heavenly animalia blood source flowed in, the trace amounts of Vitali's hyperversal authority couldn't compare to the readily available reserves of pure Vitali's hyperversal authority contained in Noah's meridians. It was akin to more and more fuel being added to an ever-burning flame that only devoured and assimilated with greater intensity. It was to the extent that all of the obsidian heavenly animalia blood source sea entirely disappeared into Noah's body. Not a single drop missed, and the 81 blood seas in the domain within the ablation center were also quickly drying up as the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage is being born through sheer and unabated quintessence. Chapter 2642 Primitive Vitali's Manipulation, a Heavenly Lineage. The hyperversal heavenly animalia extremity lineage granted beings like Extremity Leda boosts to their rate of progression towards extremity and more, and Noah was devouring and assimilating such a lineage to elevate his own. At this point in time, the flow of quite literally everything within him felt unabated and free. This was because the moment of its formation, he felt the uncontrollable Vitali's hyperversal authority that had only been ushered forth to move by unique instances. He felt his connection with such an authority strengthen in an unimaginable manner as if he had crossed a gateway of an absolutely endless path. And this change was ushered forth by quintessence. The 16th boundary layer of quintessence has revised an additional feature to its standing. The feature of primitive Vitali's manipulation has been generated through the 16th boundary layer of quintessence. You have gained an extremely rudimentary, low level of control of Vitali's hyperversal authority before your second Vitali's awakening. His cells cried out with euphoria, his whole existence felt like it had taken a step forward as his swaths of heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage blood flowed within him like roaring rivers across his vessels and aspects of existence, and they carried with them Vitali's hyperversal authority. They cycled Vitali's hyperversal authority across Noah's aspects of existence, this authority no longer being contained in the innate Vitali's hyperversal meridians, and when Noah focused on the glorious streams of Vitali's hyperversal authority, his will descended on the raging streams of Vitali's coursing within his blood as when he beckoned. Bzzzt, a small, minuscule, snaking stream of Vitali's hyperversal authority deviated from its flow as it followed Noah's will. This was primitive Vitali's manipulation. It was small, it was primitive, but it was manipulation nonetheless. The manipulation of Vitali's hyperversal authority was something that should have only become available at the second Vitali's awakening. That was how astonishing the actions of heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage were, as one of its first boons was a small yet significant manipulation of Vitali's hyperversal authority. And what did this translate to? It meant that he now had a controlled methodology and vessel to transport his poisonous virus being forged to infect hyperversal extremities, and in addition to this, the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage has been recorded in the Ionic annals of Extremity: when a heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor blood source is extracted from you and placed into a targeted existence, it is possible to alter the lineage of a targeted existence entirely by altering their records. Depending on the potency of the extracted blood source, the target can gain a different level of purity of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage. His lineage was solely shared by his close family members, as others did not enjoy the benefit of the quintessential hyperversal emperor, and yet now Noah could spread his heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage blood source onto his vassals, as he could grant them a semblance of his lineage, a semblance of quintessence. This was the way it was supposed to be utilized. But if Noah took it into an entirely different direction and used his blood source wrapped with Vitali's hyperversal authority to carry a poison into his enemies, would this not achieve what he wished, so long as he tweaked to make sure his enemies would only attain destruction and nothing else? All of these were currently possibilities, but the sheer fact that his lineage could be spread freely left behind shocking implications as he thought of the 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages that were widespread across the supernal havens of extremity. And just who would be benefiting from these lineages the most? He had to ask this question because of the next prompt that followed. Whenever an existence with the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage gains any achievements towards extremity and scales past the gradations of extremity, you and those with an extreme level of purity within this lineage will obtain increasingly purer concentrations of Vitali's hyperversal authority reinforced into your aspects of existence. The authority that could be considered the most important thing within the 7 havens, whether it was the nether havens or the supernal havens, it could be attained with even greater and purer concentrations from the mere achievements of others of his lineage. It also shed light on the 4 hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages. It showed that at the very top of these lineages, there were some extremely terrifying beings that had been getting baptized by Vitali's hyperversal authority. For a great number of years, Noah would only just be starting now. His body continued to cycle the blood of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage across his existence, as any heavenly animalia blood source still flowing in was quickly burnt and devoured, this fight being on its last death throes unless an even greater concentration of this blood source entered Noah's body. But prompts continued to come as this elevated lineage truly settled within Noah. As the progenitor of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage, you express the boon of 100,000% increased rate of progression towards and past extremity. The innate lineage ability of the illuminating light of quintessence has been born. Illuminating light of quintessence, a holder of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage is able to activate the illuminating light of quintessence at the cost of 50% of the soul values. While under this illuminating light, the convergence of concepts of extremity will be guaranteed to succeed for 9 concepts or less, and those with a profound level of purity of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage can even converge 21 concepts of extremity with a high chance of success. The progenitor of this lineage is now able to converge up to 36 concepts of extremity into a single dynamis of extremity. The innate lineage ability of heavenly quintessential animalia entity form has been born, one after another. The prompts rained down with glory as they ushered the advent of a stupendous heavenly lineage. A lineage that stepped on the limelight by devouring the source of an already existing heavenly extremity lineage. Chapter 2643 Splendiferous. Many prompts cascaded down with the advent of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage, with some of them shedding light of truly grand things to come in the future. Any holder of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage was guaranteed to be capable of forming absolute dynamis of extremity with 9 concepts or less, and for those with a great level of purity of such a lineage like his son, quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity could be forged as the upper tier of converged boundaries was brought to 21. This alone was worthy to make any lineage the backbone of the 7 havens, and yet this was only a singular feature of Noah's lineage. Then, there was the term gradations of extremity introduced. In the description of what Noah as the progenitor of this lineage would benefit from, gradations of extremity, they should relate to the different tiers of hyperversal extremities, and why some beings were segmented into tier 1, 2, 3, or 4. What was truly crucial was just how these stages were demarcated, and the fact that Noah's lineage will grant benefits to him whenever existence is scaled towards and past the gradations of extremity. It meant he needed to spread his lineage far and wide, to spread it towards apexionic lifeforms and hyperversal extremities alike. And with the boons of such a lineage, would it truly be such a hard thing to do, just like how there was the heavenly animalia bloodline ablation center? where beings were granted a heavenly bloodline and knew they would gain boosts to aid them ever closer to extremity, he could do something even more profound. If he approached a hyperversal extremity and told them to take into their aspects of existence an extracted blood source that would further aid them across the gradations of extremity and improve their power. Why would they deny it? As he thought of this, Noah's brilliant eyes swirling with multicolored blood of quintessence shone. His thoughts naturally went to the poor and hungry, the cult of endless shadows that had just lost their armament of extremity and dreams of becoming a genuine Aeonic inheritance of extremity. They held unbound anger towards the Avernus clan, and yet they couldn't do a single thing against their power if the Senatus of extremity didn't enforce the rules. And with the advent of the culmination step of dissolution that led to the opening of the supernal havens of extremity, everything else had taken a back burner, as nobody cared or even mentioned how the investiture of extremity was immensely violated just days ago by one of the 7 clans. As Noah thought about the cult of endless shadows and felt the continued changes of his unfolding lineage, he couldn't help but form a devilish smile. The values of hyperversal dignity and hyperversal mastery are generated for all those with the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage, with greater values correlating with the level of purity. The innate progenitor exclusive lineage ability of heavenly quintessential link has been born. Heavenly quintessential link, across space and time, across walls of realities and dimensions. This ability allows for only you as the progenitor of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage to share the senses of any chosen existence carrying your lineage. Through the link of blood, you can even go a step further to open a heavenly bloodline rift and appear anywhere within 1,000 light years of a chosen existence carrying your lineage. The innate lineage ability of heavenly quintessential obfuscation has been born. Heavenly quintessential obfuscation, the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage is a grand one, as everything about it can easily become the center of attention. It also holds the capability to obscure and erase any knowledge or records of oneself actively and passively. As the progenitor, you will display this ability to the fullest, with its activation coming at no cost to you. Your records and very existence become thin and veiled to the extent that even if you were floating next to other existences and passing by them, their eyes would not be able to perceive you. This ability actively alters records of the unfolding reality around you, as even existences that have reached the second tier of hyperversal extremity cannot bypass its veil. When you take an action against Tier 1 and Tier 2 hyperversal extremities, their senses will then be capable of perceiving you, as the effects of obfuscation will only be re-established once 5 seconds pass without another action being carried out. The extent this ability can be displayed by those with lesser purity of your lineage will determine up to which level of existence it works against. An increased accumulation of Vitalis hyperversal authority within the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage will allow for this feature to be elevated to an even greater stage. The utterly ridiculous boons of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage continued to come as magisterial things like heavenly quintessential link and heavenly quintessential obfuscation came to be. Each unfolding feature of this bloodline seemed grander than the last, as after the last set of prompts, things seemed to slow down. The incoming tendrils of golden heavenly animalia blood source seas carried over by his reified Wieldian source of indefatigable continued to be devoured. The moment they appeared, as his multicolored blood was fully in control, it flowed with streams of Vitalis hyperversal authority as well as minute traces of the authority of the supernal haven of dissolution. His body brimmed with life force and power, as any remaining boons and extra features that had yet to be quantified would be known by the time everything settled and this glorious lineage was packed full of Vitalis hyperversal authority. This was because even at this moment, Noah utilized primitive Vitalis manipulation to allow streams of Vitalis hyperversal authority to flow from his innate Vitalis hyperversal meridians and into his blood. This would cause Vitalis to be slowly depleted within his meridians, as thereafter, streams of unseen Vitalis hyperversal authority entered his aspects of existence to refill the missing areas within the meridians, and as Noah made his heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage even more pure and even more filled with Vitalis hyperversal authority, as the features yet to unfold in the future would be nothing but splendiferous wonders. Chapter 2644 Splendiferous 2. The hyperversal heavenly animalia extremity lineage has been fully assimilated into the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage, as the essence of animalia can be displayed outwardly by choice, slow and steady, like the flow of an endless river of time, like the pulse of an entity that had lived through eons. This was the feeling that Noah's reified Wieldian source of indefatigable gave off while it began to display the effects of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal Emperor lineage, but the feeling it gave off was that of one of the four hyperversal heavenly extremity lineages. Animalia, Extremity Leda, and Ruby watched as Noah entirely drained the 81 blood source seas. Ruby carefully watching the veil separating them from the obsidian heavenly Animalia blood source seas above to make sure they weren't affected. Even if this existence held unknown means and potential, they couldn't freely allow him to carry out what just occurred here with something as pristine as obsidian heavenly Animalia blood source seas. That would be millions of units of heavenly aurora. But after they saw the last tendrils of the blood source seas disappear into him and his body begin to emanate the grandeur of the heavenly Animalia extremity lineage, the two extremities nodded with pleased expressions as Leda was the first to speak as she looked at Noah's figure. He can no longer be referred to as an underdweller. As she spoke, Hurwell peered at every part of Noah as his sculpted bare chest was somehow giving off an even gender sense of magnetism, his muscles glowing with a heavenly splendor as one could almost feel the pulsing of heavenly authority flowing within the blood coursing through these muscles. Everything they saw was indicative of this being expressing the heavenly Animalia extremity lineage as his own blood and disposition would decide what Animalia form he would take when he transformed. With everything calming down, Noah's bare body opened its gaze as his eyes released an animalistic sense of wonder and power. In the infinite hyperversal haven, his main body opened its eyes at the same time as ever now and then. Prompts continued to pass over them. Your blood source is passively extracted and channeled towards the existences that currently carry the lesser version of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage, the extraction of his blood source. He felt his quintessential hyperversal mana and soul values burn as a portion of his blood was isolated and contained in a singularity. The authority of dissolution and Vitali's hyperversal authority retained in this singularity as after it was formed, it warped across the lineage connection Noah held with his closest family. 3 of such singularities were extracted as it didn't cost much for him to do this, and these 3 extracted heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor blood source pearls went towards Henry, Adelaide, and Noah's own mother. Their records were about to be charged and elevated to something even grander as Noah didn't stop there. He rose up from the swirling mist of dissolution in the newly budding dissolution Alathian haven as his figure disappeared. Minutes ago, he had already sent word to all of his pertinent vassals to leave their current tasks and gather their main bodies just below the newly formed haven of dissolution that currently looked like an expansive floating island. Light years in size, waterfalls of dissolution cascading from it and drizzling onto the other havens below as the authority of this heavenly boundary of extremity was slowly permeating across the infinite hyperversal haven. And it was part of the authorities that would be required for what was to come. Below the dissolution Alathian haven, Noah's figure reappeared as in front of him, the figures of Barbados, Aurelia, Caitlin, Orion, Hyperion, Kazuhiko, Caesar, Oathkeeper. Many of his pertinent people gazed towards him with interest, while some held looks of reverence. Noah smiled at them as his right hand rose, mana and soul values churning out gloriously as the skin of his palm split open, crimson gold. Singularities that shone with multicolored radiance of quintessence then began to proliferate around him and float towards the beings before him, his voice magnetic as his extracted blood source pearls were produced en masse. Drink, WAA. When he spoke, his voice carried forth the Vitali's hyperversal authority that was now flowing with his thick blood across his existence, his presence seeming ethereal and grander than all those here even though he had yet to achieve extremity. Drink, and take a step closer to extremity. Drink, and get ready to enter the supernal havens of extremity. With the advent of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage, Noah had to spread his source wide and let loose the existences seeking extremity upon the 7 havens. His people. Were only the first step, in the nether haven of dissolution. In front of a small vein rift towards the very corner where many inheritances and the 7 clans were clustered. There were tendrils of shadows in this region as the atmosphere was a heavy one. The faces of the apex ionic lifeforms and hyperversal extremities were dark and somber as these. Were the remnant forces of the cult of endless shadows after they called over everyone from all the branches they had. They had sent in many of their apex ionic lifeforms and even the injured flashing shadow who barely made it out of the battle with Extremity Blue with the help of the Shadow Extremity Overlord, and yet none of them had gained entry. Absolutely nothing seemed to be going right for them. They had lost their armament of extremity as their forces were splintered, and they could only watch from afar as the ones responsible faced no repercussions, and they couldn't even speak up as a few of the Tier 3 hyperversal Avernus extremities making a move would mean an end to their inheritance. Thus, the morale of the cult of endless shadows was at an all-time low. At such a time, SAA, the figure of Noah's Fantasia Alathian chassis appeared nearby, floating towards the cluster of existences belonging to the cult of endless shadows. His entrance caused no fluctuations as gloriously, the effects of the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage were displayed fully. The effects of heavenly quintessential obfuscation were displayed fully. His figure floated close to the visage of the primeval elder Silas as this apexionic lifeform, and apexionic lifeforms around him did not even notice, sense, feel, nor see that there was anyone near them. The heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage was this domineering as the reality around Noah was actively warped to fool the senses of apexionic lifeforms inches away from him. But this wasn't all. Noah continued floating ahead as his grand figure near the Tier 1 hyperversal extremity who was Silas's master, Extremity Laos, a Tier 1 hyperversal extremity. Even though he was within the lowest gradations of extremity, this was still a being that Noah could currently not do anything again. As if they made a move against him, they would be able to kill his clones over and over again. Noah couldn't yet contend with such a being, and yet at this moment he came to float. Inches away from this Tier 1 hyperversal extremity, he saw the wrinkles of worry and uncertainty on his face. He saw the coiling tendrils of hyperversal extremity around his body. He looked straight into the eyes of this hyperversal extremity. And this being could not perceive him. This being didn't even know that Noah was standing right there. The possibilities and applications of this unfolding reality were too glorious to even imagine. Chapter 26:45. Isn't it unfair? He stared at a Tier 1 hyperversal extremity, and this being didn't even know he was there. That was how astonishing the power brought about by his heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage was. The feature of heavenly quintessential obfuscation was simply that obscene as just imagine if he was actually capable of damaging a Tier 1 hyperversal extremity. And he could arrive right in front of them without their knowledge, or whenever he finishes the poisonous virus he wanted to create. He could integrate and infect a being before they could even react. Many possibilities and ideas bloomed with this terrifying feature as Noah moved in after gazing at a hyperversal extremity who couldn't even notice him. His figure moved past other legions of shadowlings and apexionic shadow elders, bypassing multiple more Tier 1 hyperversal extremities as he even passed inches away from Tier 2 hyperversal extremities, and still, nothing. When such a reality played out, it truly made it seem like he was an entirely different lifeform on another plane of existence compared to those around him, to the extent that even to the best of their abilities, they wouldn't even realize his existence unless he wanted them to. That is until, the senses of the Tier 3 hyperversal extremities ahead noticed an incongruency. The flashing shadow and the shadow extremity overlord were the first ones to turn and gaze towards Noah's direction as their expressions changed, even more so when their gazes received blank questioning stares from the Tier 1 and 2 hyperversal extremities as if they didn't know why they had suddenly gazed at this direction. It was at this point that Noah released the effects of obfuscation as the motherfuck-bzzt. He was right next to a Tier 2 hyperversal extremity who instantly flashed away into shadows the moment she sensed an existence who had bypassed her senses appear near her. When her will and the wills of others refocused, they were even more shocked to find that it was an apexionic lifeform that was among them whom they couldn't even sense before, and even more so the identity of this apexionic lifeform. The shadow extremity overlord uttered out as this single word meant too many things. In their current state, one could blame a myriad set of choices and actions that contributed to how things played out, some from the cult of endless shadows placed blame on the being who had declared war on the Avernus clan and was supposed to be viewing the very armament of extremity that was stolen that day. At the same time, they all knew how the events had truly gone down as their gazes towards Noah were complex. In the midst of all of these gazes and before they could react any further, Noah nonchalantly floated among them as he spoke out. Isn't it unfair? His voice wasn't filled with the heaviness and grandness of the Vitalis hyperversal authority, and yet it resonated in the minds of all those here. Isn't it unfair that when you are weak and poor, the rules are always enforced against you? But when you have influence and power, the rules are merely suggestions that can be broken without consequences? That the investiture of extremity is merely a glorified agreement meant to control the masses but not the ones who contributed in forging its commandments. His words struck deep into the hearts and minds of the cult of endless shadows, especially their leadership. It was to the extent that while the shadow extremity overlord remained silent while gazing towards Noah, flashing shadow's visage spoke vigorously against Noah's words. The cult of endless shadows is not weak, nor are we poor, and yet the Avernus clan came into your home, killed your extremities, and took your armament of extremity. And now, they're right over there going about their lives like nothing happened. His words caused waves of flaming shadows of wrath to rise within the hyperversal extremities around him as Noah continued before anything else unfolded. You all can glare as much as you want, or you can read between the lines. Being weak and poor is not a crime. but being weak and poor and choosing to stay on such a path without any drive for change. That is the biggest waste of life in all of extremity. When he arrived at these words, Noah snapped his fingers as above him, tendrils of a profound authority that caused the origins of all nearby beings to tremble and be drawn to it. So here is an opportunity for change. Something I obtained in the supernal havens of extremity that you all cannot even manage to enter yet. Something that will reform your very being into one that is capable of easily forming absolute dynamis of extremity, and even increasing your rate of progression towards extremity and past it in the thousands. Terrifying words only entered the minds of the existences belonging to the cult of endless shadows as after Noah uttered them. A massive veil of shadows erupted from the shadow extremity overlord as it covered everything in the surroundings, isolating the vast numbers of beings from the cult of endless shadows away from the eyes and senses of others. It now seemed like they were in a churning domain of stellar darkness, and yet above Noah, many points of multicolored singularity bloomed as they radiated an intense light of grandeur. What? The shadow extremity overlord uttered out slowly while others gazed forward with caution and incredulity, yet Noah remained impassive as more and more extracted blood sources proliferated around him. Exactly what I stated and more. These are blood sources that will grant a thorough change to your existence. As a hyperversal extremity. You should be able to discern the truthfulness of my words at the very least. Out of every opportunity and fortune that you have come across in your lifetimes, this will be the most significant one. His words domineeringly let the facts be known as the figure of the shadow extremity overlord flicked his fingers, one of Noah's blood sources instantly appearing between his index finger and thumb as he gazed at it closely. He could feel his very existence vibrating with excitement as it told him to devour this singularity in his hands right away, and as a Tier 3 hyperversal extremity, he also felt something within this singularity that he recognized from the few times he came across it. Vitalis, an authority that had eluded even him as he held very little of it in his aspects of existence. Chapter 2646. Isn't it unfair? 2. The shadow extremity overlord gazed at the blinding singularity in front of him as his soul pulsed with power. He was an overlord, a title granted to any leader of an inheritance or clan who had at the very minimum reached Tier 3 hyperversal extremity authority. There was a heavy responsibility on his shoulders as unlike other extremities who moved carefree, he had quintillions of existences to think of. Recent events had made his heart heavy, recent events had made him question. He had denied joining any of the 7 clans and major inheritances in order to elevate domains of shadows, and yet he found himself questioning if he made the right choice. Now, vain rifts pulsed in the distance holding immense opportunities they couldn't even grasp, and then the first being to enter these vain rifts came out to dangle an opportunity of profound proportions as the shadow extremity overlord once more found himself at a crossroads. Everything that was uttered from the mouth of this existence surrounded by hundreds of these dazzling singularities was not a lie, and yet, what do you gain out of all of this? Why would you freely give off something that makes all of that possible? He couldn't help but question this existence surrounded by a light of mystery as at this, he tilted his head calmly. Does it matter? He didn't deny about any benefits he would receive. And he didn't need to, as did it truly matter to them what he received out of all of this when they were in such dire straits and such a profound opportunity lay before their feet. The gaze of the shadow extremity overlord became stern as he looked around to see his forces gazing at the singularities around Noah with a greedy light, his voice coming out as he focused on an apex ionic lifeform in the distance. Silas, come forward. The primeval shadow elder who connected them all to Noah. Osmont, the one who made an oath with him for the shadow sword. This being stepped away from behind extremity Laos as the shadow extremity overlord waved his fingers, the blood source within his hands rushing over to him as his intentions were clear. Silas would be the first one to test this. Surrounded by ever-increasing extracted blood sources, Noah smiled as he looked at the being he had an oath to elevate to extremity. This apex ionic lifeform could no longer look at him with the same gaze as before. As with complex emotions, he took the extracted blood source in front of him and swallowed it. Thump, he felt the beat of his heart. And then, for the first time in his life, he experienced quintessence. Boom, his body exploded with a light of authority as his eyes opened wide, whatever lineage he held being exposed and erased from his records as a single lineage took its place, and this lineage had blood that flowed with Vitalis' hyperversal authority. It had tendrils of the authority of dissolution coursing within it, and it came with shocking elevations as Silas felt his soul and boundaries cry out in euphoria, prompts beginning to flash before his eyes as waves of information emerged in his mind. You have devoured the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage blood source. Your aspects of existence are being transformed as all lesser bloodline records are erased, the level of purity of the heavenly quintessential Hyperversal Emperor lineage you have attained is less than 5%. The initial prompts that came were mild as they showed him just what he had swallowed, but the prompts that came afterwards caused Silas's figure to tremble as all eyes were on him for what would happen. What the hell? How is this possible? Boom, a pristine authority radiated from him as he screamed out incoherently while gazing towards the shadow extremity overlord who was using him as a test, his skin gaining a stellar hue as his eyes pulled with multicolored radiance. A lineage. An ancient lineage. 10,000% increased rate of progression towards extremity and past it. An absolute dynamist. I can form as many as my soul can handle with a 100% chance of success. There's more. His words were explosive, the hearts of other apexionic lifeforms trembled, the wills of hyperversal extremities wavered as they looked at each other. A heavily injured extremity Gabriella, who barely kept a sliver of her life after extremity Ariana's attack, felt her heart pulse with life and possibility. Flashing Shadow and the Shadow Extremity Overlord looked at each other as countless waves of information were exchanged in an instant, and a moment later, a scramble began as Extremity Laos, Silas's master, was the next and first being to move the fastest and appear in front of the extracted blood sources that had reached a few thousand around Noah and still continued to increase. He instantly devoured one of these dazzling singularities as his actions were akin to the tipping of dominoes. Other hyperversal shadow extremities scrambling forward as apexionic lifeforms followed behind them. They could currently only see thousands of the extracted blood sources. They didn't know how many this being ahead of them could provide, as they didn't want to miss out. And because of this, a glorious scene unfolded in a hidden domain of shadows outside of the vein rifts as the splendiferous visage of Noah raised his arms out wide, a profound authority emanating from him as waves of quintessential hyperversal mana and soul values were burnt to produce thousands of flickering singularities of blood sources. Blood sources that caused extremities and apexionic lifeforms to flock towards him on all sides in a scene that deserved to be recorded in the Ionic Annals of Extremity. The Shadow Extremity Overlord once more had another singularity in his fingers as while staring at the image of Noah with his arms outstretched as tens of thousands more singularities proliferated out. He moved his hands in what seemed like the heaviest choice he would make in his life, and then he devoured the magisterial singularity. 100. 1,000. 10,000. Thousands of existences from the cult of endless shadows devoured the blood sources and attained the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage. Some had already grasped extremity, some had only arrived up to the 15th layer of shadows, and others were at the 17th layer with extremity forever out of their reach no matter how much they tried to grasp it these past years. Out of thousands of the apexionic lifeforms, there was one such being among those who devoured a blood source and underwent an unbelievable phenomenon at this moment, a phenomenon that never in her wildest dreams would she have thought would come on this day. She had been stuck at the 17th boundary layer of shadows for the last 10,000 years, and not a single step forward could be taken, but after she devoured the blood source and attained the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage, the wall she could never scale all these years, she felt it fracturing as her 17th boundary layer of shadows went towards the 18th, what she found so difficult to comprehend before falling into place ever so easily, as if she had gained another set of eyes. As if her existence was now more geared to head towards a certain faraway prize, towards extremity. Her soul was dazed as she stared blankly, a profound transformation beginning around her as her authority was slowly transformed to become hyperversal extremity authority. Such a shocking scene was captured by all the shadow extremities here, as if there were any with reservations. They were utterly destroyed as every single member of the cult of endless shadows here scrambled to attain a dazzling singularity of a blood source. In the infinite hyperversal haven, Noah's main body was overseeing the changes of his people as they attained the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage, when in the stellar space above him, reality split open as waves of profound authority of utmost purity gushed out, transparent and yet laced with a stellar white hue. It was streams of none other than Vitali's hyperversal authority, and they came due to nothing else other than the grandeur of Noah spreading his lineage to thousands of beings so far as they made accomplishments towards extremity and past it. Chapter 2647 Hyperversal Anomalous Virion. Initially, Noah had come in contact with Vitali's hyperversal authority by accomplishing a grand feat of plundering in unrecorded history. It meant that when other existences performed feats astonishing enough, they would also have their existence bathed with Vitali's hyperversal authority. This was why in the upper echelons of the 7 Ionic havens, the more powerful extremities knew of and had even come in contact with Vitali's, but none of them could continue to gain a source of Vitali's hyperversal authority freely. Otherwise, many of them would have undergone their first Vitalis awakening. This was the case for the nether havens of extremity anyway. The supernal havens of extremity were much different, as Vitalis was termed heavenly authority by its inhabitants, and it could be accessed in these halves much more freely. It was why a great deal of their most powerful existences had undergone Vitalis awakening. And the four major powers within these supernal havens were all tied to lineages that had existences at the very top, benefiting from those below them, ascending towards and past the gradations of extremity. Within the first day of entering the supernal havens of extremity, Noah established a heavenly lineage just like the major powers of these havens, as at this moment he already began to benefit from it. Pure, unadulterated streams of Vitalis hyperversal authority flowed into his existence as everything was further refined by it. His blood attracted it most of all as the concentration of Vitalis coursing through him became even purer and denser. Your existence is gaining extremely pure concentrations of Vitalis hyperversal authority. The purity of your heavenly lineage is increasing as with it, the grander the boosts it provides, and in addition to his blood, streams of Vitalis also flowed into something else. Your innate Vitalis hyperversal meridians absorb even purer concentrations of Vitalis hyperversal authority as they embark on a path taking you closer to the second Vitalis awakening. His path to power was a unique one. Other beings would achieve a grand foundation or embark on the road of heavenly awakening as after they began. They would proceed on it slowly to go towards a grander path. And yet Noah seemed to be finding means that made his path faster and faster the stronger that he became, and at this moment, the pathway towards the second Vitalis awakening opened up as he began walking on it speedily. He wouldn't even have to do anything, as he just had to let those he had obtained his heavenly lineage continue getting stronger and ever closer towards extremity, and his lineage made that even more possible for them, as it was a glorious positive feedback loop of power. The first burst of Vitalis hyperversal authority was immense, as it was the inclusion and strengthening of thousands of apex ionic lifeforms in 26 shadow extremities. They were all that remained from other branches of the cult of endless shadows after the incursion of Avernus. After this initial burst, the inflow of Vitalis hyperversal authority became slower, almost turning into a drizzle, but it continued to bathe Noah nonetheless. The heavenly authority he emanated became even more potent, as his presence could be mistaken for an esteemed personage of the hyperversal extremity stage. And yet he hadn't even undergone apexification with his main body yet. His eyes opened as he breathed out stellar brilliance, his gaze landing on his vassals, who currently had an average achievement of the 13th boundary layer after they utilized the loot obtained from the apex war that Noah had multiplied through ruination. Their existences were currently being elevated and resonated with his heavenly lineage, as many of them had already begun converging boundaries to form their absolute dynamis of extremity that they couldn't do before. He didn't need to guide them for this, the heavenly lineage would do it all for him. As a moment later, Noah's figure disappeared from this location and returned to where the Wieldian Council was gathered. Dr. Hall had received his extracted blood source as he looked at it with immense focus and marvel, his eyes burning with a shocking light as if he wanted to break down everything that made this singularity before him. The figure of the Haven Lich was an entity that stemmed from Noah, as its bony body was already crackling with a heavenly authority. The massive champions of Thanatos that were being constructed in the distance also beginning to pulse and transform in a maddening way. Noah's Wieldian sources of extremity looked at him as all of them smiled devilishly, Noah's voice ringing out, "It seems like all the parts of a diabolically quintessential virus have come together. Let us design the first one, WAA." With his eyes becoming immensely sharp, Noah took out a blood source filled with Vitalis hyperversal authority and the authority of dissolution as he placed it in one hand, while his left hand pulsed with immense darkness as vacuous hyperversal authority rose. All the pieces had fallen into place. He had vacuous hyperversal authority that he could hide within the folds of the Vitalis hyperversal authority. The forged virus would gain access into the body as Vitalis hyperversal authority, and after it was in, there was Noah's blood source to spread across the records of the target. What Noah had to do was edit the blood source to make sure the target wasn't granted a heavenly lineage, with the clashing effects of Vitalis and vacuous that would be released being allowed to infect and spread across the records of this being. This was his poison, this was his virus, the part of his soul that was pathogenic will shown as the boundaries of pathogenicity, biochemistry, epidemiology, essentiology, pharmacology, and a few others were reined in by quintessence as Noah altered the quality and purpose of the particular blood source before him into something vile. His vacuous hyperversal authority formed into a sliver of nothingness that became covered by heavy waves of Thanatos, Lotra, quintessence, mana dynamics, and infinity. followed by the altered blood source splitting apart and forming into tendrils of crimson gold light that also went to cover the sliver of vacuous hyperversal authority, and then primitive Vitalis manipulation was utilized as Noah called forth a stream of pure Vitalis hyperversal authority to cover the concoction, a thin layer of Thanatos, Lotra, Quintessence, Mana Dynamics, and Infinity along with his altered blood source separated vacuous and Vitalis as the moment these barriers faded. A heavy clash would occur, and especially so if it was within the soul of an existence. And as Noah's soul intricately controlled all of these pieces to come together, you are forging an extremely unstable hyperversal anomalous virion, chapter 2648 Hyperversal anomalous virion. 2. The prompt identified what Noah was about to make, hyperversal anomalous virion, and in addition to this, the infinite hyperversal Haven's alchemy hall is recording down the process and formation of the hyperversal anomalous virion. The infinite hyperversal Haven itself gazed at Noah's actions as things it may have to replicate as it recorded everything down. The formation of the virion caught the rapt attention of the Haven Lich Arazon and Dr. Hall as it was a profound alchemical achievement that was carried out from the mixture of many different authorities. The authorities within the hyperversal anomalous virion have so far remained stable. When looking at it, it seemed like any normal stream of heavenly authority as one wasn't able to grasp any of the other authorities hidden within it. Noah's eyes shone with unprecedented focus as after maintaining the primitive Vitalis manipulation to maintain its stability for another few seconds. The hyperversal anomalous virion has successfully come to fruition, the transparent and yet gorgeous white stream of authority flowed by itself freely as it was recognized as completed, a unique construct with profound potential effects unrecorded in the Ionic annals of extremity. Noah nodded happily as he waved his hands and caused the pulsing stream of authority to flow around him. Its innocence being the most gorgeous factor as when it settled in his hand, its details flowed out. Hyperversal anomalous virion, a construct formed under the guise of many authorities to achieve the purpose of infecting and causing irreversible damage onto the intended target. Layers of an altered blood source flow between vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal authority as the qualities of the blood source have all been degraded, excluding the quality of quickly attaching to the records of the targeted existence. Lotra flows in between the two hyperversal authorities as any damage done will be sought to grant loot the severity of the damage to the target's aspects of existence, determining the quantity and quality of loot as the effects of the virion unfold. Its results have yet to be seen, but to spark its effects, simply allow it to flow into the aspects of existence of the target unhindered and remove the layers of authority standing between vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal authority, and the clash of these two authorities will do the rest. A profound wonder was made. Its true usefulness and power still had to be tested as its purpose was meant to target enemies that Noah couldn't yet damage. He was relying on vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal authorities to do this on his behalf, as he would even attain loot depending on the level of chaos caused by the virion. Now, all that was left was to find an opportunity to utilize it, in another part of the infinite hyperversal haven. In a region within the Apollyon Alethean haven, waves of sources of chaos surged like endless storms as in one area, there were tendrils of ruin thundering in all directions. At the center of it all, there was a young woman whose body shone with a gorgeous makeup of quasars, every part of her brimming with a terrifying sensation of chaos and ruin, as this was none other than Xiaomi. Currently, a heavenly aura surrounded her figure that made her seem even more exquisite. Her dark hair, composed of stellar quasars, dangling part her shoulders as her eyes opened with a profound radiance. Beside her, Noah's Apollyon Alethean chassis gazed with scrutiny as he asked, "How is it, still on the 16th boundary layer of ruin and the 15th layer in other sources of chaos? But I feel like the 17th layer of ruin is not too far away. Especially after obtaining another increased rate of progression from the heavenly quintessential hyperversal emperor lineage." Her voice was no longer meek as it still held some of its innocent charm, her smile brightening up the surrounding space as her words held shocking implications. The 16th boundary layer of ruin, apart from Noah, this existence had reached the highest layer in the infinite hyperversal haven, as it was due to nothing else other than her unrecorded innate pellucid hyperversal extremity foundation of ruin chaos that Noah unearthed when he saved her with the extremity panacea. The description of this foundation had explicitly stated that her foundation could elevate ruin and 8 other sources of chaos towards extremity in a short period of time. And it was truly living to this description as when Xiaomi cultivated near Noah, who unearthed this foundation. It was stated that she would have an increased rate of progression of all her boundaries linked to sources of chaos by 100,000% to 1,000,000%, with no outside help, no absorption of ionic treasures of extremity. With nothing at all apart from the soul and comprehension of the existence holding it, the innate pellucid hyperversal extremity foundation of ruined chaos took its holder. Towards extremity with the fastest speed, on the other hand, Noah only benefited by 10,000% to 100,000% in the increased rate of progression by cultivating near or with the holder of the unrecorded innate pellucid hyperversal extremity foundation of ruined chaos. He looked at the young Quasarian woman before him as he spoke calmly. It is time to take you towards extremity. Seconds ago, the reified Wieldian source of Oraculum had begun to see different versions of unrecorded histories playing out moments after the creation of the hyperversal anomalous Varian. One of them related to this unique existence before him with a constitution that guaranteed her extremity at the fastest possible pace. It showed that depending on the results of the hyperversal anomalous Varian, Noah could gain something significant enough to further propel himself towards extremity, but also significant enough to be given to Xiaomi as with her disposition. Extremity would be within her grasp in a matter of days. She would be the first existence to gain the authority of a hyperversal extremity in the infinite hyperversal haven, and through her, Noah would experience the ascension of a concept towards extremity and the subtle changes it brought. Through her, Oraculum felt an inkling of Noah's own progression towards extremity near instead of a hazy light of uncertainty on whether it would take weeks or months. Chapter 2649 Change in the Vacuous Domains. Extremity was not so hazy anymore. There was an idea of how far it could be as Noah rushed towards it with even more fervor. Different parts of him were doing many different things, and each of them were geared towards extremity as Noah waited for it all to fall into place. And at this time, another one of his bodies was coming across something utterly critical. It was a body that had been in the haven of Penumbra when the Avernus clan attacked the cult of endless shadows, and in the face of Tier 3 hyperversal extremities, it had entered the vacuous hyperversal domain rifts that were called forth by the domain expansion of indefatigable quintessence. He had entered the vacuous hyperversal domains with his reified source of quintessence, the quintessential Emperor of Extremity, and during this whole passage of time, or truly non-passage of time, this body has come across exactly what it was in, nothing. To the senses of this body, time did not exist, as it was a truly mind-bending thing to experience with different parts of his soul, both the passage of time and the absence of it. In such a space, Noah's thoughts came and went as he pondered on quintessence, as he pondered on infinity. He continued to move across the vacuous hyperversal domains as soon enough. He had adorned the vacuous heavenly identity form that was accessible after the first vacuous awakening, and the form was an astonishing one. His body had enlarged to a titanic size as he became 1,000 miles in length, which paled in comparison to major worlds, much less cosmos or realities in size, but it seemed like the base size of a vacuous heavenly one entity. His body retained its humanoid stature, but his feet turned into obsidian hooves that pulsed with vacuous hyperversal authority. His upper body showed a stellar obsidian existence whose makeup was the very vacuous hyperversal authority itself. With a forged 8-pack being laid bare to all, as above the muscular chest was a head that was adorned by 9 horns rising in a circular fashion. The horns converged at the top to reveal burning flames of vacuous hyperversal authority. His face carried magnetic devilish charm, his eyes seeming like endless swirls that would devour everything, as the authority of hyperversal assimilation was fully displayed by this form. Vacuous heavenly identity, a state of existence you can call upon. That grants you a body uniquely yours, and yet aligning with the forms of the vacuous lineages stretched out across the vacuous hyperversal domains. It can display the authority of hyperversal assimilation with utmost ease, as any part of your body is capable of absorbing essence, authority, resources, and any entities you come across to assimilate them into a source authority that can be applied to any part of your existence. Being in this form while within the vacuous hyperversal domains will allow you to absorb vacuous hyperversal authority freely and cycle it across your existence in order to achieve even more purity. This form is still juvenile, as only when you attain the vacuous heavenly 2-entity form will you be granted access to a transformation that will greatly alter the power you can display. Basically, he gained the identity of what the inhabitants of the 7 havens called vacuous malignancies, and with such a form, he moved across swaths of nothingness. Only endless waves of vacuous hyperversal authority surged around him as his body innately took it and cycled it across his existence, his soul continuing to experience elevation and strengthening, and he floated in such an environment for what seemed like millions of years until, his will caught something. It wasn't signs of life or anything like that, but the dense and overpowering appearance of even grander waves of vacuous hyperversal authority, and it was stretching out for light years as it rapidly moved across nothingness, with Noah's eyes very quickly beginning to see outlines of titanic figures crossing across the vacuous hyperversal domains towards his right. Each of them held different humanoid variations and statures, their bodies gloriously shining with an obsidian light as they radiated power and wonder. The one thing was that there were too many of them. Noah saw the ones passing to his right as when his gaze peered deeper, he couldn't see the ends of their forces. Among those passing, many turned their wills and eyes towards his direction before they continued forward, their figures moving across vacuous hyperversal authority in a sort of tune and rhythm as it felt ancient, as it felt like the beat of an ancient force moving since the beginning of nothingness. The thousands passing nearest to Noah barely spared him a glance. And the only reason he even received any glances was due to his form of a vacuous heavenly entity that was more distinguished than the masses of vacuous lineages passing beside him. Such a scene continued as Noah counted hundreds of thousands of entities passing with every passing moment, and an instant later. The voice of a hyperversal extremity thundered out, "Asunder, fall back into rank and continue the march. Even if you are distinguished, you will follow the march of the Commander Legionnaire." Even if he was distinguished, even if he had undergone his first awakening, he had to follow the Commander Legionnaire who led this legion of vacuous lineages before him. His gaze went to this Commander Legionnaire who actually had a small humanoid female figure. Her skin shining with a stellar obsidian hue as she had 9 horns twisted into a flaming vacuous crown of flames. Dense waves of hyperversal extremity authority emanated from her as at her words, Noah nodded sharply and floated to stand on the fringes of the passing legion. The Commander Legionnaire snorted at his actions and floated above others who moved in a single plane, her gaze overseeing this region as a distance away. Another hyperversal extremity floated above another legion. And the deeper into legions of vacuous malignancies Noah gazed into, the more hyperversal extremities he could see as above those moving in a single file. There were thousands of extremities floating above them as each one held an aura more terrifying than the other. Chapter 2650 Change in the Vacuous Domains. 2. Noah had actually come across the fringes of legions of vacuous malignancies as they were marching. Just with his perception, he could feel billions of apex vacuous malignancies stretched out in countless legions as this was just what he could see. The clusters and forces of vacuous malignancies continued to spread out even further than where his will could currently cover on this domain of vacuous hyperversal authority, as there were likely billions more there, and since Noah was on the fringes of these vast legions, he was seeing their weaker forces now as towards its center and forefront should be maddeningly powerful existences. As he joined the ranks of the apex vacuous legionnaires, the ones he came across uniquely made space for him after gazing at his body that gave off a calm glow of power. Noah's vacuous heavenly entity form held a status among others as one who had achieved their first vacuous awakening, and his figure saw the treatment in status as he was able to pull in deeper into the legions until he came across another existence giving off a similar glow to him. Others like them seemed to be stretched out from here in larger numbers as Noah stopped going inward when he arrived at this position, joining the march as the vacuous malignancy that had achieved their first vacuous awakening gazed towards him with eyes of power and brutality as he spoke. "Did you get cold feet, comrade? Why fall out of ranks for such a holy mission?" The words were carefree as if one family member was talking to another, with Noah's bright eyes showing annoyance as he harumphed and replied, "I'm lazy by nature, I just don't understand. Why now? Why now? Why were endless legions of vacuous malignancies marching?" Noah didn't have to wonder where these endless legions of vacuous malignancies were marching towards. He could feel the direction they barreled towards as the other parts of his soul were moving within those lands freely, the place where he could feel the tug of Vitali's hyperversal authority. The endless legions of vacuous malignancies were marching towards the 7 havens of extremity. Why now? The past word from the Commander Legionnaires is that something happened within the Vitali's hyperversal domains. Something significant enough to spread their forces and spur us to move in a way we never have before. Even if you are lazy, this is a time for glory, comrade. Imagine ripping into the soul of an extremity who cannot defend against vacuous hyperversal authority. Imagine assimilating their soul onto your own concepts. By devouring and assimilating a single one, extremity arrives right at your doorstep. Something significant had occurred within the Vitali's hyperversal domains. The vacuous lineages knew full well what was happening within the 7 havens, as the culmination step of dissolution was a match that had triggered too many things. As Noah thought of this, his eyes radiated immense brightness as the apex vacuous legionnaire beside him laughed. "Aha, I see that hungry light in your eyes. Be patient, comrade. For we are close. I am Igor." Igor was a burly humanoid apex vacuous lifeform, his body built like stones as his face had eyes aflame with obsidian light that formed complex tattoos across his whole body, his whole figure seemingly set aflame. Noah looked at such a being as after an instant of pondering, he smiled while replying gloriously, "Alexander, comrade. I am Alexander. Noah hit it off with another vacuous heavenly entity as he talked freely to obtain more information, an ancient rhythm coursing through the legions around him as they matched forward with purpose. They didn't consider themselves vacuous malignancies, just like those from the Seven Havens didn't consider themselves Vitalis malignancies, and yet both sides called each other malignancies who wanted to spread their cancerous authorities into the other's homes. Both sides thought they were fighting a holy war to save their dominion and home from extinction. Amongst the vacuous lineages, awakenings were widespread and greatly supported, with institutions built within the vacuous hyperversal domains that directed and taught newly born vacuous lifeforms towards vacuous awakening. Those talented enough, like Igor and many more, would achieve it even before grasping extremity, with the only possibility for the second vacuous awakening truly only rising after one became a hyperversal extremity. As for the third vacuous awakening, it was too far for many extremities to even dream of. Waves of such information entered Noah's mind as with the absence of time. It wasn't entirely clear whether they had quickly arrived and taken a long period of time to do so, but the endless nothingness all around them began to change. The legions stopped moving, because ahead of them, in the midst of all of this darkness and emptiness, the allure of a blinding white light could be seen as even getting near it for most vacuous malignancies was unbearable. The rhythm of the legions reached a crescendo as they stayed far in the distance. Their glare towards the blinding white light far ahead was sharp, with perceptive existences being able to appreciate that as the obsidian of vacuous and the transparent white of Vitalis neared each other, a hazy field of misty gray light was formed in between as the two authorities seemed to dim when they got close to each other. But one thing was clear: the transparent white light of Vitalis was ever radiant as more of it blared out with glory. With vacuous not even coming close as left and right, the ends of the transparent white light couldn't be seen. And similarly, the ends of the obsidian vacuous hyperversal domains also couldn't be seen, as it felt like two endlessly vast walls trying to encroach on each other in a constant and endless battle that would never end. Vitalis was more potent and powerful as it reigned in vacuous, and yet vacuous was vastly grander in quantity, as even though the transparent white domain seemed endless all around, it stretched towards an illusory horizon and seemed to make a turn. The vacuous hyperversal domains were much larger and vaster than the Vitalis hyperversal domains, and on this day, after countless past skirmishes and battles, an untold number of legions of vacuous lineages were knocking on the door of Vitalis.